Immortal family, I, who merit in my old age, am like a withered tree reviving in spring. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Another Autumn. Yandang arrives at Lingtao Pass. 2 more subscriptions required. For 7 consecutive days, the beast tide summoned by the Blackstone Holy Mountain has jumped out of the 100,000 mountains and has moved from the Holy Mountain plain to the 5 Beast Kings. Shui Yulong practiced with his 3 wives and concubines all day long, using all the spiritual springs he brought from the Zhuanjing Lake world, just to brush out the Zhuanang Dharma body. He never thought that someone was waiting for him in front of the mountain. Yulong, I heard that you have returned to Yandang Mountain. Why are you still lingering in the gentle land? You have also stepped into the golden elixir road. As long as your magic power breaks through, you can live for 1,000 years. Why do you linger on this kind of love? Shui Yulong appeared in a top-grade spiritual treasure fire-repelling robe, and bowed slightly to Mai Shen's opposite him. Disciple Shui Yulong, I meet the master. I have been missing for 2 years. Thank you for taking care of Yandang sect and my wife and children. Mai Shen's was riding on the back of Wasika deer. Now Shui Yulong could see clearly that the man and the beast in front of him were both in the late Yandang realm. This Beast King lineage was really powerful. If he used the Beast King art, Mai Shen's in front of him would definitely have the combat power of the peak of Yandang. Let's go. Master said he would take you to see the Yandang in this mountain and sea area. According to the time, they should be here. Yes, Shui Yulong glanced at the peak and nodded slightly. Su Shanlong, who was guarding the front of the mountain, understood Shui Yulong's meaning. He wanted him to help guard Yandang sect. It just so happened that he had not yet visited the huge Yandang mountain in the past few days, so it was just right for him to walk around with a few little guys. Shui Yulong was driving the large square boat, and his speed was on par with that of Mai Shen's Henrun. The other party couldn't help but look back and sizing up Shui Yulong. Yulong, it seems that you have found a lot of good things in the secret realm. This earth dragon boat was probably an inherited spiritual weapon, and the red robe on you is probably a golden elixir spiritual treasure. I'm sorry to make you laugh, master. I have made some gains, but not much. I don't know what your secondary profession was. Raising beasts. Shui Yulong was slightly stunned, and did not wait for an unexpected answer. Master, are you a demon tamer? I have thought about refining pills and weapons, and I have also tried formations and talismans, but my aptitude is not enough. But you just came back and you missed a trick. You are a 4th level puppet grandmaster and a 4th level talisman making grandmaster. Both of your secondary professions can reach the 4th level. Looking at the entire mountain and sea area, you are the first. When you go to Lingtao Pass, you will be the center of attention. How about it? Have you ever thought about putting aside the affairs of the sect and coming to the sect to serve as the master of the first hall? Shui Yulong hesitated. Master, please enlighten me. I am still a little unclear about the power and departments of the sect. Mai Shen's held his beard with one hand. My 5-beast sect has the 13 states of Shanhai country under its command, and the inheritance is the 5 veins of Beast Emperor, Beast King, Beast Bone, Beast Talisman, and Beast Law. The foundation is this Shanhai area and Dongzhou Sea. The place to open up was the Sea of Scattered Cultivators before, and now it is also the Blackstone Ancient area. There are a total of 12 palaces under it, namely the 2nd Palace of Rewards and Punishments, the 5th Palace of Pills, Instruments, Talismans, Arrays and Beasts, the Palace Master of Xianluo for Intelligence, the Palace Master of Yanluo for Assassination, and the Palace Master of Fire for Protection. The rest are the War God Palace for external warfare and the Inheritance Palace for retirement. In theory, the Palace Masters are all appointed by Yandang's Henrun. Although my 5-beast sect can now take out so many Yandang's Henrun, there are also several vacancies in branch palaces. I would recommend that you be the Palace Master of Talismans, or create a new palace and teach you the puppet method. It will definitely be approved unanimously by the sect. Then don't I have to stay in the mountain gate to teach in the future? Shui Yulong shook his head. Master, you know me. I have got another chance in the ancient secret realm this time. In addition to improving my spiritual roots, I also want to make an impact on the nascent soul realm. Well, everyone has their own ambitions. If you want to sit in Rotten Peach Mountain with your golden elixir body, I'm afraid you won't get much benefit. It's better for you to help the sect conquer the 10,000 mountains and sweep the holy mountain plain. By then, if you can get a 6th order spirit bang from any of them, it will be enough for you to step into the nascent soul realm." Shui Yulong nodded and took note. This was the advice from Maishan's Henren. 7th senior sister, Ruinen has already refined 12 Buddhist treasures. If she needs 6 more, she can break through. Buddhism is good, but it is easy for her to become a monk. I don't want her to live alone for the rest of her life. As he said this, Maishan's Henren looked at Shui Yulong. If it weren't for the fact that his disciple had so many romantic relationships, he could have entrusted Mei Ruinen to him. After all, Shui Yulong was only in his 60s, but he had already entered the great perfection of the Purple Mansion. He would definitely be able to achieve the golden elixir before he was 70. If he didn't become a nascent soul in the future, he would be one of the best cultivators below the nascent soul. He could definitely invest in her. Shui Yulong handed over a Buddhist technique. This is what I gained in the secret realm. In the future, the Yandang sect will also establish a Buddhist sect. He will wear a monk's hat and travel around the world. He is not a Buddhist, but a Taoist Buddhist. Leave it to senior sister, you are thoughtful. Maishan's Henren reached out to take it. With his realm, he could tell the feasibility of this technique with just a glance of his spiritual consciousness, and he was even more satisfied with Shui Yulong. Yulong, this time my 5-beast sect wants to plot a 5th level opportunity in the 100,000 mountains. It's possible that a nascent soul war will start. You have to keep a low profile when you fight, otherwise the old man who moves mountains won't be able to rescue the flowers in time, and you may be killed. Yes, Shui Yulong nodded, thinking that the old man who moves mountains can choose not to save any of the golden cores, but he will not ignore him. After all, he is the only one who knows the whereabouts of Han Lingtong, who is a reincarnated body with 1 foot in the 6th level. If the 5-beast sect wants to rise, they will definitely be reluctant to let him go. Ding Tao Pass. It took only a few words to arrive. Landing on the pass, Shui Yulong saw Maishan's Henren leading a Sika deer to land on the city wall, and he also stood side by side with him. Not far away, a sword light fell to the ground and turned into the appearance of Gongshu's sword. Disciple greets master. Yes, Uncle Gong. Is there any unusual movement while you are in charge of Wolf King Valley? Uncle Zikun from Beast King Peak has arrived, so I came to greet master and meet my 8th junior brother. Shui Yulong bowed to Gongshu Jian. Hello, 3rd senior brother, no need to be polite, 8th junior brother. Now your physical body is at the 4th level, and you are also a golden elixir. You and I are of the same generation, and we have to take care of each other in the future. If it weren't for my negligence that day in Taoshan, I wouldn't have let you fall into danger and not know whether you would live or die for 2 years. As he said, he handed over a box. Inside is the 3rd level top grade spiritual wind that I promised to give to you, the blood evil divine wind. More, senior brother. Shui Yulong accepted it calmly, and also handed over 10 top grade sword stones and handed them to him. This is some of the gains that junior brother made in the ancient secret realm. Just consider it as Yulong's apprenticeship gift. With Shui Yulong's name, Gongshu Jian couldn't refuse. Junior brother, you are too polite. Gongshu Jian smiled from the bottom of his heart when he heard Shui Yulong. Your daughter is really gifted. Her talent in swordsmanship is probably better than you and me. If she can be cultivated for 100 years, she will learn all of our swordsmanship. Maybe there will be a sword king in the nascent soul realm in our Shanhai area. Ha ha ha. Shui Yulong was about to say something modest when he heard a long laugh. 4 streams of light fell from a distance, transforming into the 4 peak masters, Lei Yunshan of the Beast Talisman lineage, Gu Hun's Henren of the Beast Bone lineage, Helian Shentuang of the Beast Method lineage, and Yan Leading of the Beast King lineage. Then there were 10 elders of the previous generation, almost all of whom were at the level of Hall Masters of the 5-beast sect. For a time, there were as many as 17 Jindans Henren here. Brother Maishan, these 2 are your beloved disciples, right? I didn't expect that this generation of your disciples at the Beast King Peak is so extraordinary that you have 2 golden core true immortals in a row. However, I see that the aura of your disciples is just at the great perfection of Purple Mansion, and I'm afraid that they may attract the 49th heaven tribulation at any time. Maybe you should break through in the rear before going to the front. If you go now, I'm afraid that the other party will seize the opportunity. Helian Shentong and Maishan True Immortal don't get along, and he started with a burst of sarcasm. Master, I wonder who this senior who is pointing out Jiangshan is. Su Yuming would not indulge him. He had fought with Yuanying before, and a guy at the 7th level of the Golden Core was so embarrassed to pretend in front of him. Disciple, don't be reckless. This is Master Hylian from the Beast Magic lineage. According to seniority, you should call him Uncle Master. Su Yuming nodded slightly. I thought the person in front of me was the leader of my 5 Beasts sect, but it was just Uncle Master Hylian. I'm so sorry. From what you said, it seems that you want to take over the garrison of Rotten Peach Mountain for me. I would very much welcome it. You are quite sharp-tongued, young man. If you want me to take over the garrison for you, just hand over the Rotten Peach Mountain in your hands. My Beast Magic lineage can send a giant to help you take over. Su Yuming put his hands behind his back. Then call him out and let me test his weight. If he is not strong enough, I'm afraid he can't take over the millions of miles of territory of Rotten Peach Mountain. Confrontation. The several masters present all showed curiosity towards Su Yuming. Even Yan Liding, who had met Su Yuming once, couldn't help but be surprised. This kid was only at the Purple Mansion Great Perfection Realm, a 4th-order physical cultivator, and he dared to challenge the Master of a Peak. Could it be that Maishan Master was backing him up? Boy, you are a junior, just a true disciple, and you dare to yell at the Master of a Peak, and you are also a nephew. Did your master teach you about respect and inferiority? The Hylian Shantuang opposite really went berserk. Respect and inferiority is something we have learned since childhood, and it is engraved in our bones. My uncle and my master are from the same school, both are the masters of a peak, and are the backbone of the 5 Beast sect. He started to sneer as soon as he landed. Is this your respect and inferiority? Your cultivation? I don't think so. I thought I saw a gangster just now, but I never thought that I saw high and mighty Jindan's Henren. You, how dare you? While speaking, Hylian Shantuang had already struck out with a palm, and the spiritual power of the heaven and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles was grasped in his palm, and turned into a raging flaming palm print that fell down. Maishan's Henren next to him changed his face. Yuming, be careful, this is Hylian Shantuang's famous magical power, Thunderbolt Fire Palm. Chapter 327 Su Yuming has the appearance of a palace master. One more, please subscribe. At the moment when Maishan's Henren burst out with momentum, the 2 golden elixirs behind Hylian Shantuang had already stepped forward, blocking Maishan's Henren and Gong Shujian, who had already drawn his sword. Hylian Kangfeng, the previous peak master of the Beast Law lineage, Maishan's Henren's pupils shrank slightly. The other party was a cultivator of the 8th level of the Golden Core, and his strength was definitely above him. Maishan, since you are a junior, you should respect your elders. You, a junior of the Beast King Peak lineage, don't know how to respect and humble. It's also very good to let Shantuang teach you a lesson. Hylian Kangfeng had a kind face. He was Hylian Shantuang's biological father, so he would naturally side with his son. Who made the previous generation of the Beast King Peak Master Diank fail to break through the nascent soul and sit for 50 years. The Beast Law lineage Shaoxin's Henren, Gong Shijian also stopped his hand. Although he was a 3rd-step great sword cultivator, the 1st level of the Golden Core realm, and his combat power could reach the 2nd level of the Golden Core, he was not a match for the old man in front of him, who was in the 5th level of the Golden Core. Gong Shujian, right? A 3rd-step great sword cultivator. You have a pretty good talent. If you can step into the 4th step, even if you can't reach the nascent soul stage, you can become a pillar of the sect. But today, you'd better stay where you are and watch the show. The Mountain Guardian hid his hands in his sleeves. It was unknown what means he had hidden. But this person who could get the title of Mountain Guardian must have killed many enemy cultivators of the same realm. Otherwise, how could he guard the gate of the 5 Beast sect? Not far away, facing the monstrous magical power, Su Yuming did not dodge or evade, but instead laughed and shouted, Master and senior brother, don't worry. I'm just a little Daoer. Even if I don't dodge or evade, he can't do anything to me. After that, Su Yuming's body flashed with a fire-repelling divine light, which directly shattered all the flames in the sky. The monster's palm print could even shatter the entire Dingtao Pass, but it couldn't make Su Yuming's robe curl up. In an instant, the difference was immediately determined. Su Yuming still had his hands behind his back. Facing the shocked and surprised eyes of the Jindan's Henren around him, he looked at Hylian Shantuang opposite him jokingly. Uncle Hylian, your magic power is not very powerful. Do you want to try other spells? My body has withstood many 4th-level spiritual fires. The temperature of your flame is at most the 1st level of the handed-down treasure. Helian Shentong's face was burning. In the blink of an eye, a blue and red spear appeared in his palm. Yuming, be careful. This is one of the inherited spiritual treasures of the beast law lineage. It is a top-grade spiritual treasure, the water and fire spear. Facing a top-grade spiritual treasure, Su Yuming naturally would not be arrogant. In the blink of an eye, the Fangbian Huaji appeared in his palm and turned into a foot long. He held it upside down with one hand and held it behind him. If he could have an extra piece of armor at this moment, Su Yuming would be like a great general leading troops to war in ancient times. Young man, it's useless to offer the golden elixir magic treasure at this time. Today, I will teach you how to respect your teachers on behalf of your master. Helian Shentong still held on to the righteousness, and thrust the water and fire spirit spear in his hand forward fiercely. A blue divine light instantly turned into a 5,000 Li water dragon, which exhausted the spiritual power of the heaven and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles, and instantly fell in front of Su Yuming. Ang, with a loud dragon roar, 1/3 of the blood and Qi in Su Yuming's body turned into a 5,000 Zhang fish dragon phantom, which instantly opened its mouth and swallowed the heaven and earth water dragon roar in one gulp. Bang! With the water splashing all over the sky, Su Yuming stood there unharmed. On the other side, Helian Shentong wanted to make a move, but the corner of his clothes was cut off by an invisible sword energy. His face was stunned and panicked. All the people present were golden elixir real people, so how could they not see this scene? Brother Helian, it seems that you have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You still have some mercy when sparring with the younger generation. Behind him, the Sika deer beside Meishan's Henrin had disappeared. His body was covered with a layer of bloody divine light, and a pair of antlers grew on his head. Helian Kangfeng, who was blocking him on the opposite side, also moved in an instant and appeared in front of Helian Shentong, stretching out his hand to stop him. Meishan, you have a good way of training disciples. I didn't expect that even you have cultivated to the realm of Dao Body Dachin. It seems that you are determined to be the candidate for the next sect leader, Dao Body Dachin. What does it mean for a cultivator who practices Beast King Guang to have a Dachin Dao body? He himself is in the late Jinden stage, and his natal spirit beast is in the late Jinden stage. His combat power is comparable to that of Helian Kangfeng. Even as the master of a peak, Meishan's Henrin has a mountain treasure in his hand. This is not what Helian Kangfeng wants to provoke, so it is wise to give in temporarily. Uncle Helian, you are joking. Uncle Dingshan is the leader of our five-beast sect. Meishan's Henrin bowed slightly towards the heavy clouds. With their strength and realm, they should have discovered that Zhenren Dingshan was watching from the clouds. Since he was discovered, Zhenren Dingshan did not hide anymore. He appeared in the field in a flash, looked at both sides, stroked his beard and smiled. Today's fight is very enjoyable for our sect, but nephew Shentong, your water and fire magic can't hurt Yuming. Can't you see that his body is indeed not afraid of water and fire? Helian Shentong's face changed from bright to dark, and he didn't dare to offend the sect master, so he could only bow his head. The sect master uncle taught you that nephew Su's body is really powerful and is not afraid of water and fire magic. And according to my observation, I am afraid that he has obtained a physical cultivation treasure of at least tens of thousands of years, otherwise it would be impossible to directly cross to body above the 4th stage. It's just that I found a 5th level dragon corpse and was lucky enough to refine it. I'm sorry to make you laugh, uncle, Su Yuming answered frankly. A complete corpse of a 5th rank dragon, Zhenren Guhan, who was standing not far away and watching the battle, almost pulled his beard off with heartache. Junior brother Su, you are really wasting this treasure. If you have a chance to find such a treasure next time, bring it back and let your uncle make a pot of all-inclusive bone soup for you. I guarantee that it will help your physical body to improve further. Zhenren Meishan immediately introduced Su Yuming. This is your uncle Guhan from the animal bone lineage. If I have the chance, I will definitely not forget my uncle. It is rumored that my uncle is also a physical cultivator. I may take the liberty to ask for his advice in the future. Su Yuming immediately became interested in the other party. Ha ha ha, okay, I was the only one who could handle the beatings in our 5-beast sect before, and now you have one more. From now on, you and I will learn from each other. You don't need the water dragon chant, you rely on force to defeat cleverness, but your method of using the blood evil energy is not bad, and I can also discuss with you my method of storing energy in the meridians. This is an honor for you, nephew. Su Yuming humbly clasped his fists. If he could exchange skills with the other party, it would naturally be good. As long as he didn't hand over his secret method of hard work, he wouldn't be afraid that the Five Beast sect would have more fourth-level physical cultivation. After all, what trapped the cultivators from entering the fourth-level physical body was never talent and skills, but scarce physical cultivation resources. Su Yuming, disciple greets the sect master. Su Yuming bowed to Dingdian Senrun. This guy was a figure of the previous generation, and was of the same generation as the old guy Helian Kangfin. He should call him uncle. Since you have already reached the golden core stage in your physical body, you can no longer be a true disciple. Our sect has heard that you are an expert in talismans, swordsmanship, and puppetry, and that you were called the Three Wonders when you were building your foundation. Why not let you be the master of the talisman hall, or establish a new hall and let you be the master of the puppet hall? What do you think? Su Yuming looked back at Gong Shujin, who bowed to Su Yuming. Yuming, I have requested to stay in Wolf King Valley and become the master of the outer hall of the sect in the Blackstone Ancient Domain. Su Yuming immediately understood and turned to the sect master and saluted, reporting to the sect master, I am also willing to stay in Rotten Peach Mountain for the sect and become the master of the outer hall. Think about it carefully, the master of the inner hall. If you make military achievements in the future and your cultivation breaks through to the peak of the golden core stage, you will have the opportunity to become the sect's nascent soul sequence, second only to the sect master. Good fellow, it turns out that becoming the master of the 12 halls in the sect actually gives me the opportunity to become a Yuanying sequence of the Five Beast sect, but the Five Beast sect can only pass on the Yuanying skills to me. I have the way of the Five Beasts' ancestors, so I will not lack them in the future, okay? As for the illusory Yuanying opportunity, I might as well work hard to search in the Zuanjin Lake world, and I have a greater chance of getting it. Thank you for your appreciation, the sect master. I am willing to open up the outer domain for the sect if I make a few great contributions one day. Please don't forget me when selecting the Yuanying sequence. You are very good. Dingdian Senrun looked at Su Yuming carefully. Then you will serve as the master of Rotten Peach Mountain and the master of the sect's Talisman Hall. This sect allows you to move the Talisman Hall to Rotten Peach Mountain. How about it? Wow. Behind him, Helian Shentong's face trembled slightly. The sect master's partiality was too much? Master, our Five Beast sect has never seen the inner hall move out in 10,000 years. This is against the rules. This is the decree of the founder of the Moving Mountain sect. What? Do you have any objection? Dingdian Senrun turned around and glanced at him. Helian Shentong hurriedly lowered his head. Disciple has no objection. Well, everyone, follow the previous arrangements and go to prepare for the battle. Wolf King Valley, Rotten Peach Mountain, Wubu River, Kyandao Lake, Miasma Forest. Each of these 5 places will dispatch 2 Jindans Henrin from the 5 lanes in the sect to take charge. Our sect will take the other Jindan in the sect to take charge of Dingtao Pass and set up a 4th-level formation to guard against the Beast Tide. When the Beast Tide is over and the opportunity comes, it will be the opportunity for our 5 Beast sect to counterattack. The cultivators of the other 8 states will also join this battle. Jindan opportunities and Purple Mansion opportunities are everywhere. It all depends on you to grasp them. Yes, sir. By the way, Maishan sent a message before saying that he would host a Jindan trade fair. Are you interested? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene became lively. Brother Maishan, what good stuff have you got recently? Take it out and have a look. Yes, there aren't many golden elixirs in our sect, and it's too boring to just practice in seclusion on weekdays. Let's trade 1 or 2 before the battle today, so that we can discuss the Dao with each other and relax. Come on, I still have a golden elixir magic treasure embryo in my hand. Who has a golden elixir magic treasure and wants to exchange it with me? Thanks to the book friend 160,308,4,856,205 for the 100-point reward support. Thank you. My mother-in-law is back. It's so tiring to take care of the children all day. My wife who is weak and wants to go out every day. Ha. It's painful and happy. Chapter 328, Golden Elixir Trade Fair. Could Su Yuming have robbed the sect's treasury? 2 more. Soon, 16 Jindans landed and sat cross-legged. At this time, even the 4 Jindans who were in charge of the 5 Beast Kings in front returned and landed nearby. They were kidding. How could they miss such a grand event? The Jindans in the 5 Beast sect didn't have a good life. Usually, such a Jindan trade fair could not be encountered even during the New Year and festivals. It would only happen once or twice in decades. Who knows, The brothers in the sect might take out some secret treasures that they have collected for many years. Naturally, they didn't want to miss it. Everyone should act quickly. If the beast tide suddenly breaks out at that time, there will be no Giantans in the front line for a long time. I'm afraid something will happen. Once a certain line of defense is breached, there will be more than hundreds of thousands of cultivators killed in the battle. Dingyon's Henrin couldn't help but remind him. With his vision and cultivation, there are not many things he can appreciate. He came here today just to be a spectator and to preside over justice. It's not wrong to like to watch the fun when you are old. Since this trade fair was initiated by me, let me, Beast King Peak, open it for you first. After saying that, Maishan's Henrin took out a deer antler and held it in his palm. It was only 1/3 the length of the half-deer antler, which was enough for Giant's Henrin to take, reaching the level of a 4th-level spiritual treasure. This is the 1,000-year-old antler of my Sika deer. If you swallow and refine it, you can increase your blood and Qi by 100 years and replenish the lifespan of the golden elixir by 10 years. Do you have any to exchange? I, the alchemist, lack the blood and Qi to integrate into the elixir. I will exchange this. He Liansheng, the master of the Dan Hall of the Five Beasts sect, smiled and threw out a bottle of elixir. This is a 4th-level lower-grade Qi Xianidun pill. There are only 10 of them. You can restore your whole body of Xianidun within 100 breaths. If you want to be faster, swallow 10 directly into your stomach. If you are not afraid of the self-explosion of the elixir field, 10 breaths will be enough. In that case, you can exchange. At a critical moment, this kind of elixir can definitely save your life. After Maishan's Henrin took it, he threw it to Su Yuming, who is not far away. Yuming, you are a physical cultivator. You are the only cultivator in the Five Beasts sect who is not afraid of Danshan explosion. You'd better keep this item. Su Yuming nodded slightly. Thank you, Master. Does senior brother Maishan have any treasures to show off? If not, it's my turn. Not far away, Helian Shentong, who had been embarrassed before, was full of confidence. His family background of beast law is also one of the best among the 5 peaks of the inner sect. Beast King Peak is naturally incomparable. I have a sword comprehension here. I wonder if you fellow disciples are interested. Gong Shijian stood up. It's your latest comprehension of the spring and autumn sword intent, right? I am very interested. Can I exchange it for 10,000 spirit crystals? A man walked out of the crowd. Su Yuming didn't know him, but his aura was at the 8th level of the golden core, and his bloody aura was even more than that of Helian Kangfin. Since it is Deputy Hall Master Chang of the War Hall who has spoken, I will give your uncle a face. Maishan's Henrin said with a smile. Yes, Gong Shijian smiled and sent out the sword-wielding jade slip, and also received 10,000 spirit crystals worth 10 billion spirit stones. It was not a loss. After all, his sword-wielding insights could be sold in bulk, not just once. The rest of the people looked at Su Yuming. But he took out 2 pill bottles. The one on the left is the 1 yuan heavy water that I got by chance. This thing was refined by the innate magical power of the 4th-level Demon King, and it can be regarded as a 4th-level thing. Moreover, it is a spiritual water refined after birth. It can break the formation, attack the golden elixir spirit treasure, and can also be refined into the water method to enhance the power. It can also trap monsters in rivers. I am willing to trade for pills that can improve the late stage of the golden elixir. As soon as these words came out, the cultivators present knew that Su Yuming was seeking benefits from Maishan's Henrin. Such a disciple is not bad. The ordinary people who had traded sword-wielding insights before, squinted their eyes and looked at Gong Shijian and Su Yuming beside Maishan's Henrin. His eyes were shining, and I don't know what he was thinking. 100 flowers and 100 herbs purple gold pill. This thing is made by me taking hundreds of spiritual flowers and hundreds of spiritual herbs, and it took me 10 years to refine it. Only 3 pills can improve the true essence of a cultivator of the 7th level of the golden elixir. If 3 pills are swallowed continuously within a year, not to mention breaking through a level immediately, at least it can save several decades of effort. The alchemy master He Liansheng, who had traded with him before, spoke again. But I want to exchange it for 3 drops of 1 yuan heavy water from you. Exchange. Su Yuming casually poured out 3 drops of ink black liquid from the pill bottle and threw them out, and also received the pill bottle handed over by the other party. Does any other master, uncle or uncle have pills and spiritual fruits to trade? Su Yuming looked around and saw that no one spoke. He also knew that spiritual medicines that can improve the cultivation of the late golden elixir are good things. If they had them, They would have taken them long ago, unlike the wealthy families like the Alchemy Hall Master, who can prepare them at any time. I still have a bottle of yellow spring weak water, which is transformed from a 5th level resentful soul. Even floating hair cannot cross it, but it will melt when it enters water. It is a top-grade treasure that can kill and corrode. This bottle alone has 100 drops. I wonder if you are interested. 5th level spiritual water? It's also a cold thing from a resentful soul. Good luck, nephew Su. Helian Kangfang pondered for a moment. I am willing to trade an ancient magical power of fire, plus a lower-grade spiritual treasure of the fire system. Brother Helian is a little greedy to exchange 2 4th-level items for the 5th level. Lei Yunshan of the Bone Talisman lineage stepped out. Speaking of which, my Bone Talisman lineage has been in charge of the Talisman Hall in the sect for many years, but I didn't expect that no one after me could step into the realm of a 4th-level Talisman Master. Su Yuming, you are very good. The Cloud Beast Talisman you created before opened my eyes. I have all the inheritance of my Beast Talisman lineage here, and I am willing to open it to you. Among them is a 4th-level top-grade talisman, more than 24th-level talismans, and a complete method for making bone talismans. Are you willing to exchange them? Su Yuming shook his head. If he could get the great merit of the sect, he would also be qualified to read the inheritance of the bone talisman lineage. No need to fight. Our sect still has a gourd of Earth Mother Yuongquan. Let's trade with Yuming. Hey. When Ding Dian's Henrin stood up like this, sighs were heard from all around. Yuming, Earth Mother Yuongquan is a 5th-level spiritual spring. Just a gourd is enough for a giant and cultivator to break through the 1st level at will. The sect master is willing to give it up this time. Maishan's Henrin next to him nodded with a smile at Su Yuming. After Su Yuming extended his hand to trade, he handed over the 2 items obtained from Yibao to Maishan's Henrin on the opposite side. Master gave me the precious pill. These 2 items are given to Master. I hope Master can break through the Yuaning Dao as soon as possible. Well, you idiot, it's worth my teaching. Maishan's Henrin smiled in the envious and jealous eyes of his fellow disciples on the opposite side and handed over the Earth Mother Yuongquan and the 100 flowers and 100 herbs purple gold pill. After returning, he can also try to enter the 8th level of the golden pill. Ahem, then it's my turn next. Li Liancheng took the initiative to step forward. My Dan Palace is relatively low-key within the sect in the past few decades. I have only refined 3 kinds of pills. One of them is the purple gold spirit Yuan pill, which is slightly inferior to the 100 flowers and 100 herbs purple gold pill. These 10 pills in my hand, if swallowed within a year, can allow a cultivator in the early stage of the golden pill to break through a small realm. I wonder if Utao's friends are willing to exchange them. 5 drops of 1 yuan heavy water. As soon as the voice fell, Su Yuming opened his mouth to bid. Junior brother Su, you are too cruel. 100 flowers and herbs purple gold pill only exchanged for 1 drop of 1 yuan of heavy water. This thing is several times less effective than the 100 flowers and herbs purple gold pill. Helian Shentong in the distance had a gloomy face. Why don't you play by the rules? Why do you bid out all your wealth right away? Deal. Seeing that everyone else was dumbfounded, Li Liancheng immediately took the lead in trading with Su Yuming. The second kind of elixir, everyone should hurry up. I see that our junior brother Su has a good fortune. As the elders of the sect, you should not hide it. This time, the fight with a Blackstone ancient domain is a life and death fight. If the opponent's demon king chops off his head, the group of disciples and relatives behind him will be heartbroken. It must be said that Li Liancheng is also a good salesman. So, my second elixir is the 4th level lower grade Zinglan Holy Pill. It is said that as long as you have a breath left, your head, heart, golden elixir, and soul are still there, you can hold on to your breath and slowly cultivate back to the Zinglan Holy Pill. If you want it, you can exchange it with a golden elixir magic treasure. In the end, this item was taken by Shi Xianqi, the deputy hall master of Yanluo Hall, using a defensive magic treasure. This person is at the 3rd level of the golden elixir realm. But he is naturally proficient in assassination. No one of the golden elixir present would underestimate his true combat power. The 3rd elixir is for the soul. I am already at the soul realm of the late golden elixir. If you want to defend against the soul attack and amplify the soul attack, I have this 10-fold soul exploding pill here. Although it is only a 3rd level top grade elixir, it also has a miraculous effect on our golden elixir. Only high-level wonders are exchanged. Soon someone at the scene took out several golden elixir materials, but they were all rejected by Li Liancheng. Su Yuming was somewhat tempted, and in a blink of an eye, he took out an ancient pill with cloud patterns. This pill is the ancient Zixia creation pill, and there are some pill patterns on it. I don't know what it is used for, but after swallowing one, my purple palace stanchion has expanded several times. Can you exchange it for this, really? Li Liancheng on the opposite side widened his eyes, took a step forward, snatched the pill bottle from Su Yuming's hand, and then walked away. Haha, thank you, nephew Su. This pill is very useful to me. From now on, I owe you a favor. If you need to refine any pills, you can come to the Pill Palace to find me. Seeing that the other party was directly moved thousands of miles away, Meishan's Henren smiled bitterly. Yuming, don't worry about it. Your uncle he is just curious. He can't let go of ancient pill recipes and lost ancient pills. The effect of your Zixia creation pill is quite good. If he can study it, it will be a blessing for the sect. Who knows, the sect will remember you for a great achievement. This matter is recognized by our sect, but Lord Su, you seem to have robbed the treasure house of a sect. You have a lot of rare treasures on you. Dingshan's Henren looked at Su Yuming curiously. This kid's wealth is almost catching up with the master of his sect. He is really a freak. But Meishan, who always likes to hide his shortcomings, didn't he teach him that the wind will destroy the tree that stands out in the forest? The light is too dazzling, so he can't become a nascent soul. It all depends on whether that person is willing to protect him. Chapter 329, Dan Soul Devourer. Su Yuming gains 2 more magical powers. 1 more, please subscribe. Later, 2 real people from the Beast Talisman lineage came out to trade, and even the masters of the Reward and Punishment Hall came out to fight, but Su Yuming did not make a move. He looked down upon both the Golden Elixir spiritual treasures and the Golden Elixir talisman treasures they took out. My Beast King lineage has always been the most mysterious in the sect. I will not show off our secret techniques. After all, if you can make great contributions, you can more or less master 1 or 2 techniques. Let me tell you about what I seized from the hands of the demon cultivators in my early years. This is a secret technique of soul attack. Its power is roughly equivalent to that between supernatural powers and great supernatural powers. It can kill the enemy, whether it is the human golden elixir or the demon inner elixir. You can manipulate its soul power to throw it out and detonate it, so as to use the Dan-devouring soul destruction. The opponent avoided the self-detonation of the golden elixir but failed to guard against the soul attack. At the least, he was seriously injured, and at the worst, he died on the spot. When you use the inner elixir of a peak golden elixir cultivator, unless it is the Yuanying Zhenjin in person, you will die. Yan Leiting, who was opposite, held a jade slip in his hand, but it's okay to take the demon inner elixir. But taking the human golden elixir is the practice of the demon cultivator. Are you willing to exchange it, Master Yan? I have a 4th grade lower grade Taishan capping talisman here. I wonder if I can exchange it for a jade slip of cultivation techniques. The Lianshan on the opposite side spoke after a moment of silence. Not enough. This thing is worth at least several 4th grade middle grade talismans. Yan Leading hesitated. He was not afraid of other people's strange eyes when he took out such a magic cultivation thing. But he needed to trade for something valuable, otherwise he would suffer a great loss. If his reputation was damaged and he didn't get any benefits, it would not be worth it. Su Yuming took the opportunity to take out one of the 4 talismans looted from the stored ring of the Dragon Soul Master. This is a 4th grade lower grade Hanshin Kainrin talisman. I wonder if you are willing to trade. Ice magic talisman? Master Su also gouted outside. This captive is not bad. It can be used for attack and suppression. If I can get 2 more, I can trade with you. Su Yuming flipped his hand and took out 2 bone talismans and handed them over. Yan Leading was also very decisive and directly threw the jade slip of cultivation techniques to Su Yuming. Speaking of magical powers, when I was refining weapons, I also used wind to help fire and developed a combination of magical powers. It was made by combining the 4th level 3 mountains fire of our sect, the 4th level prairie fire, and the 4th level patrolling sea demon wind. I named it Wind and Fire Devil Wheel. The demon wind and the fire circle are extremely powerful. If you practice it to the extreme, it should be comparable to the 3 methods of the sect's nascent soul. The master of the weapon hall, Guo Yaokei, stepped out and landed on the city gate tower. He condensed 2 fire circles with his hands. As his sleeves rolled, they turned into 1,000-foot size and threw them towards the sky. Su Yuming looked closely and saw that the first fire circle that spread instantly burned all the clouds in the sky. The fire clouds dissipated, leaving only a clear sky. The second fire circle fell, and the entire sky was ignited by flames. The power of these two fire circles is very good. If his fire method and true essence are sufficient, he can condense more fire circles. This method only trades magical powers or spiritual fire and spiritual wind. Who of you is willing to come? However, the other party's asking price was too high. Although it was a self-created magical power, he wanted to trade the 4th level spiritual fire and spiritual wind? Aren't these the origins of the fighting methods of each Jindan's Henren family? How can they be traded? As for the magical power, before Su Yuming opened his mouth, he saw that 5 people had handed over their own jade slips of skills to Guo Yao Ke for inspection. He hesitated for a moment and through the dragon lizard fire accumulation technique, one of the 4 talismans of the dragon soul's Henren he mastered. This is a flame magical power that the dragon soul's Henren comprehended by using the body of the earth fire dragon lizard that can store flames. For fighting, it also takes time to accumulate the power of flames, but if it is for refining pills and weapons, this method is very useful. Shui after the jade slip was caught by the other party, he just glanced at it, and Guo Yao Ke on the opposite side politely returned the other jade slips, leaving Su Yuming's one. Junior brother Su, right? I want this magical power of yours. I wonder if you can pass it on to junior brother he of the Dan Palace. As he spoke, the other party threw a belt. This is the golden armor flowing light belt, which is made of the soft skin of the golden armor rhinoceros king. There are 12 gems on it, which means there are 12 4th level defensive magical powers. It is a consumable golden elixir spiritual treasure, which can be used 12 times in total. If junior brother Su wants to continue using it, I can also help you repair it. How about today as a bonus? Okay, Su Yuming nodded. Anyway, if he didn't agree, the other party might teach it privately. If the other party said that he was willing to compensate, then everyone would be happy. After easily obtaining the 2 magical powers, Su Yuming had already withdrawn and returned to the Yandang Fang shop in the Guancheng. Regardless of other people's opinions, he went directly into the secret room to start the retreat. Diligence can make up for one's shortcomings. 277W/500W, a flash of inspiration, 1 time, Zhuanyang body, 6 times, many children and more blessings, June-October, prosperous husband and wealth. 1 time, rule collector. 1 time, thief. 0 times. With the accumulation of the previous 7 days, Su Yuming used Zhuanyang body twice without hesitation and directly comprehended the 2 magical powers of Dan devouring soul destruction, and wind and fire devil wheel. He quickly consumed the remaining 4 times of Zhuanyang body, and upgraded the 2 magical powers to the great success stage. He pointed forward with his finger, and sure enough, 2 fire circles appeared. If he could absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles after he broke through the golden elixir, he would be able to play a big role. As for this Dan devouring soul destruction, Su Yuming hesitated for a moment, but still took out the 2 fake pills he had saved, detonated the fake pills, and concealed his own late golden elixir soul power. If he was caught off guard, the opponent would definitely suffer. Adding the combination of 10 times soul exploding pills, rootless lotus pods, and true spirit sublimation, and a second attack comparable to the peak spiritual consciousness of the golden elixir, he will surely be able to severely damage the powerful enemy. A flash of inspiration, Su Yuming hesitated for a moment, but decided to use it on the sword formation. His 9-length sword formation was still not powerful enough. If he could integrate the void sword key, the void sword key would be everywhere where the sword formation was. He could instantly introduce several golden elixir monster kings into the sword formation and slaughter them at will. Would that be great? Half a day had passed, and the trade fair was about to come to an end. Do you have any other treasures, fellow Taoists? If you don't take them out quickly, the beast hide on the opposite side will come. When the time comes to fight the monster king of the Blackstone Holy Mountain, if we die because of this, and there are any means and treasures that we haven't used in time, it will be too late to regret it. Maishan's Henren looked around and saw Su Yuming coming out of the market, and he was also happy. I heard that junior brother Su is a 4th level puppeteer. I wonder what materials are needed to order a 4th level puppet from you, and how much is the reward? Li Lian Chang in the distance suddenly spoke. If you want to refine a puppet, you need a complete corpse of a demon king, as well as an inner elixir and a demon soul. The inner elixir is depleted, and it will be completely depleted after about 20 times. However, the combat power can be comparable to that of a 4th level early Demon King, and you can also display your innate magical powers. As for the reward, we are all fellow disciples, so we can discuss it, Shui Yulong said with a smile. I have a complete Bishan Bear King in my hand. This thing is a little bear that I found on an isolated island in the Sangxiu Sea. I cultivated it for almost 200 years, and then used a large amount of elixirs to make it break through to the golden core stage. It's a pity that it died after surviving the heavenly tribulation. I spent a lot of money to preserve its soul power. If junior brother Su can help me refine a puppet and let it accompany me all the time, I will be very grateful. Li Lianchang bowed to Shui Yulong. This person can be won over, as the master of the 12 halls of the 5 beast sect has considerable say. Thinking of this, Shui Yulong nodded and agreed. I haven't decided what to ask my uncle to help me with yet. If my uncle is willing, you will owe me 2 favors. Okay, I helped you refine the elixir before, and this is the second time. Li Lianchang agreed readily. You can come to me anytime to fulfill my promise. Junior brother Su, not far away, Yan Leiting looked at Shui Yulong, because he was only about 100 years old when he broke through the Jinden, not much older than Shui Yulong, and they were of the same generation. May I ask if you have any other large-scale attack and killing talismans, Brother Yan? Aren't the 3,000-foot ice talismans you just got enough? Besides, Uncle A, the 4th level talisman-making master of the sect, is right next to me. And I can't steal his business. Yan Leading shook his head. I have the Thunderbolt method, and I don't need any talismans to deal with these beasts. They are just rewards for disciples and use against enemy cultivators. The talismans within the sect are easy to be guarded against by others, but your mysterious talismans are very useful. Shui Yulong pondered for a moment and secretly sent him a message. Brother Yan, I also have a 4th level lower grade Sky Wind Genki talisman, Polar Flame Mountain talisman, and Piao Piao Yufang talisman. Which one do you need? Yan Leading pondered for a moment. 2 of each of the first 2 attack and killing talismans. What is the last Piao Piao Yufang talisman? The 1,000-mile teleportation talisman that can last for a cup of tea. Yes, I don't know what to pay with. I have a piece of top-grade Thunderstone and a piece of Sword Mark Stone slab, which contains the sword intent left by an ancient Sword King. In addition, I have 80,000 spirit crystals. Is that enough? Well, let's do a favor to Senior Brother Yan today. When I was in the 10,000 Snake Valley, it was Senior Brother Yan who led us to explore. Let's repay Senior Brother Yan's protection that day. Junior Brother Su is too polite. Back then, I was just fulfilling the sex mission. Protecting you was my job. It's not a favor. On the contrary, Junior Brother can become one of us in less than 10 years, which makes Yan ashamed. The 2 talked happily. Shui Yulong looked at the top-grade Thunderstone. It seemed that as Xianla Ibenbu, which was still 300 years away from being bred, could be bred. It was a good material for a golden elixir spiritual treasure. His thunder sword was settled. With the help of this thing, I am afraid it will be born within a few decades. As for this sword-marked stone tablet left by the ancient Sword King, Shui Yulong was also envious. His sword intent had been stuck at the 3rd step for a long time. What was above the celestial sword soul? He also wanted to find out. Sword rules. 100. The next moment, he thought he was dazzled, but after a closer look, it was true. I will work hard to save up for more updates. Anyway, there will be no interruption. Well, everyone doesn't have to worry about cutting or anything. Chapter 330, the 4th step of swordsmanship challenges Meishan. The 5 beasts Yuanying sequence falls into my family. 2 more subscriptions. Master, are you also going to stay at Lingtao Pass? Shui Yulong glanced at Meishan's Henren. The 5 beast sex arrangement had already been made. In addition to the original 5's Henren who were to guard the 5 beast king territories, 5's Henren from the 5 peaks were added. He should send 1 more person. If Meishan's Henren was willing to go, that would be the best. Zhenrengu is also a giant and guest official under my 5 beast sect. This time she will follow you to guard Rotten Peach Mountain. Master and sect master have other important tasks. Understood. This was to prepare to accumulate strength, gather the top Jinden, and be ready to break through the beast tide of the 10,000 mountains at any time to find that nascent soul opportunity. Then can I ask Master to protect me when I reach the stage of forming the elixir? If the situation is stable by then, I will protect you. Thank you, Master. As he spoke, Meishan's Henren looked behind him and said, Yuming, The sect also wants to see your current strength. Why don't you find a wide field with me to spar with me? Okay, Su Yuming nodded. After absorbing the power of 100 sword rules, Guang Shujian was no longer his opponent. On the other hand, Maishan's Henren, who was at the 7th level of the Golden Elixir realm and possessed a mountain treasure, should be able to let him have fun. Su Yuming also understood Maishan's Henren's hint. After Dingshan's Henren attacked the nascent soul, the sect would select a new nascent soul sequence. Su Yuming, who had just emerged, was also qualified. Perhaps his physical realm had been seen through by Banshan's Henjin, who was hiding in the dark. South of Dingtao Pass, it was close to the 10,000 mountains and was 10,000 miles away from the Wolf King Valley, the southernmost part of the Beast King territory. At this time, except for Lei Yunshan and Yang Zhanshong of the Beast Symbol lineage who were stationed in Wubu River, Hedan Chang of the Beast Bone lineage who were stationed in Kaianhu Island, Shi Zaichi, the Deputy Hall Master of Yanluo Hall, Wan and Yan Leading of the Beast King lineage who were stationed in Mizenglan, and Gu Yulin who was stationed in Rotten Peach Mountain. The other 7 Jinden masters had all gathered in front of Wolf King Valley to watch the battle. The sect master Dingtian's Henren was undoubtedly the only one with a strength of the 9th level of Jinden. The following were Chang Rinke and Helian Kangfang of the 8th level of Jinden, Maishan's Henren and Gu Hun of the 7th level of Jinden in the 2nd tier. Helian Shentong of the 6th level of Jinden, Shaoshin's Henren of the 5th level of Jinden, and Guo Yaokei, the Hall Master of the Kidian Hall of the 4th level of Jinden, were in the 3rd tier. Yan Leading, Gu Yulin, Dan Hall Master He Liansheng, Jinden 2nd level Reward Hall Master Bai Wei, Punishment Hall Master Zhang Changking, Duo Xiao's Henren, Jinden 1st level Yang Zhenzhong, He Dansheng, Wan, Guang Shujian are in the 4th tier. These are the 18 Jinden's Henren gathered in this battlefield. Su Yuming, whose strength is unknown, is not among them. Based on his 1.5 move confrontation with Helian Shentong, others cannot tell Su Yuming's realm. Go all out. If you can force out your master's Dao body, you will be considered to have the combat power of the late Jinden period. How about it? Maishan's Henren stroked his beard and looked at his favorite disciple in front of him. Su Yuming is now among a group of Jinden in the 5 Beast sect. He is brilliant, less than 100 years old, and his physical body is horizontally trained. It is suspected that he is above the middle stage of the 4th level. He does not avoid the 4th level of water and fire, and he has his own magical powers in Jinden Lingbao. He is definitely the only one in the younger generation. Much stronger than Yang Zhenzhong, He Dansheng, Wan, Guang Shujian and the like. Yan Leading, who is in the transitional generation, is also in the nascent soul sequence of the sex examination. Who is stronger between him and Su Yuming will depend on this battle. According to the news received by Maishan's Henren, the Banshan Patriarch seemed to have personally tested Yan Leading. Master, be careful. Su Yuming started with 2 rounds of fire circles appearing on his arms, and suddenly sent them forward, and the wind and fire devil wheels rushed to the opposite side almost at the same time. This kid, can't he have 2 4th level spiritual fires and 1 4th level spiritual wind like me? As soon as they fought, He Liansheng, who was watching the battle below, trembled his arms, and only felt the pain when he pulled off 3 beards with his palm. Maishan's Henren concentrated and did not move, and swung his sleeves forward fiercely, and the golden elixir supernatural power, heaven rolling clouds. In fact, it was just a slap of his heavy sleeves, which directly shattered the first circle of fire. Su Yuming opened his mouth and spit out the scorching immortal thunder flame, interweaving with a thunder current, and instantly appeared in front of Maishan's Henren. The moment the latter's face changed drastically, the 4th level demon-slaying wind appeared in the red sand soul dispersing gourd behind Su Yuming. The violent wind force instantly increased the fire, burning a radius of thousands of miles, and there was no escape. Roar, the sound of thunder and anger. Maishan's Henren used the 2nd golden elixir magical power he learned in middle age, and it was a sound wave magical power with thunder attributes. In an instant, it shattered the flames in front of him. In an instant, Su Yuming had appeared 100 miles in front of him. The Fangshan painted halberd in his hand appeared, and the halberd turned into a sky full of fish and dragons and fell down. Buzz, a layer of Sika deer fur appeared on Maishan's Henren's body, and he actually swallowed a blow steadily without moving. Then he saw his eyes flashing with purple light, and the sound of a deer's cry echoed in Su Yuming's ears. Su Yuming did not dodge, but actually directly fought against the opponent's soul attack magic power, evenly matched. Clang, after all, Su Yuming was the first to hold back, and with one sword he directly swept through the sea of fire, splitting the world, and directly left a series of broken space wrinkles along the way. The sword shook the void. What kind of sword energy is this? Gong Shujian, who was watching the battle from behind, was shocked. He was complacent just after comprehending the spring and autumn sword intentions, but he never thought that his junior brother had already mastered a more powerful sword move, and felt the power of this sword energy. He was afraid that he would be gone in a single encounter. At dusk, the white clouds over my hometown are sad. Sui Yulong finally performed the fourth move of the white cloud sword technique. With one strike of the sword, the clouds and mist dissipated, and the space was wrinkled. The Maishan's Henrin opposite him was already covered with a layer of bloody evil spirit, and there were also antlers on his forehead. If he had not sacrificed his Deo body at the Great Accomplishment Realm, he would have been defeated at this moment. Roar! With a deafening roar of Sui Yulong's beast imitation, the golden fire Qi, which was lazily lying in front of the Teoqiu Gate in the Rotten Peach Mountain more than 200,000 miles away, suddenly turned over and rose up, directly stepped into the air with 4 hooves, turned into golden light, and fell in front of him in more than 20 breaths. The rolling clouds gathered and turned into a sea of clouds that was 100 feet thick and fell at Sui Yulong's feet. The golden fire Qi merged with his Deo body. At this time, the bloody evil spirit intertwined on Sui Yulong's body was also at the middle stage of the golden core. Disciple, you haven't fallen behind in your practice of the Beast King technique. Now that the Deo and body are one, you can last for more than 200 breaths, right? When you can last for 1,000 breaths, you will be in the realm of minor success. Maishan's Henrin on the opposite side was very satisfied. He had stopped because if he continued to fight, he would have to use the mountain treasure. In his opinion, Sui Yulong also had a trump card that he didn't want to use, so he used the Beast King technique to persuade him to retreat. After all, with a Beast King technique that he had practiced for a short time, it was naturally impossible to compare with himself. A middle-stage Jinden fought against a late-stage Jinden, which was just a deliberate show of weakness. Ha ha ha, not far away, Li Liancheng came over with a big laugh. Congratulations to Master Mei, the Beast King Peak has such a great disciple. It seems that the Yuanying sequence of my 5-beast sect must belong to fellow Taoist Su, if I am not mistaken. Yulong, your swordsmanship should involve the power of the void, and there is already a shadow of refining the sword into silk. Not far away, one of the few ordinary people who practice great swordsmanship in the 5-beast sect spoke to Sui Yulong. Reporting to the Grand Master, I have indeed mastered the void sword intention. As for the 4th step of the sword Deo, refining the sword into silk, I have also made some progress. Yes, you have already touched the 4th step of the sword Deo before your magic power reaches the nascent soul stage. If you can successfully break through, you will be the best in the golden core stage in the future. You will be the king of the same stage. When you cultivate to the peak of the golden core stage, you will be the best golden core in the world of immortal cultivation. Hiss. Sui Yulong felt that the other party praised him too much, but the nearby golden cores did not think there was anything wrong with this. After all, the former overlord of the sword domain, the founder of the Yuanqi Sword Palace, was a 4th step sword king. He was the best in the world of immortal cultivation at the golden core stage and was invincible. He even killed Yuanying with his golden core. After entering the Yuanying stage, he was able to escape from the hands of the god of transformation. After reaching the peak of the god of transformation, he disappeared. In fact, Sui Yulong knew that this guy was also one of the behind-the-scenes promoters of the 4 Symbols Holy Sect's demise. If this old thing is still alive, what can the 5-beast sect use to compete with a Yuanqi Sword Palace? Since all of you fellow disciples have approved, Sui Yulong will be temporarily included in the Yuanying sequence of our 5-beast sect. However, as a Yuanying sequence, you have to shoulder more responsibilities for the sect. The sect has decided to establish the 13th inner sect hall, the puppet hall. The second disciple of the sect, Sunchen Sanrun, who likes to make puppets, will serve as the elder of the puppet hall and lead the disciples in the sect who like to make puppets to come to Yulong's seat to listen to his orders. Yulong will concurrently serve as the master of the talisman hall in the puppet hall. One person holds the position of the master of 2 halls? It's reasonable. After all, the sect also needs a leader in the field of puppets. Chang Ringke was the first to express his approval. Yulong's combat power has surpassed that of this old man, and he is also in the Yuanying sequence. He should have more responsibilities on his shoulders. Li Liancheng smiled while holding his beard. I agree too, Guo Yaokei. The master of the weapon hall also nodded slightly. Soon, all the surrounding Jindans Henren spoke in approval. The puppet school was not very good in the five-beast sect too. Master Dingshan sent your second disciple there just to let him take the advantage of the puppet school and succeed the position of the puppet hall master. Su Yuming is now just a cheap teacher, with only the power of the master of the talisman hall. Besides, where are the talisman makers of the five-beast sect? The beast talisman lineage may not obey Su Yuming. In this way, Su Yuming is still an empty-headed general. A strong wind swept over the plain in the distance. With a slight sniff, you can feel a strong smell of blood. Master Dingshan shouted, "Everyone, the beast tide is coming. Everyone should do their job and prepare for battle." Yes, Su Yuming also said goodbye to Master Maishan and Gong Shujian. His body was wrapped in a sword light and he escaped 10,000 miles in an instant. After a dozen breaths, he was already falling towards Rotten Peach Mountain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Reminiscing and the Beast Tide. 3 more, please subscribe. Seeing a stream of light coming at high speed from the horizon, Su Kyonghae and Tengong Laoge, who were sitting in the formation, opened their eyes almost instantly. At the same time, Gu Yulin sat cross-legged on the top of Taokyu Mountain, holding a bowl-sized peach in his hand. He took a bite and it was sweet and juicy. "Don't be nervous, it's Su Yuming who is back, Yuming." Su Kyonghae looked excitedly at Su Yuming, who was floating in front of the light curtain of the Rotten Peach Mountain formation and fell into the quasi-fifth level formation in one step. He smiled and walked forward. "Yuming, I finally waited for you. You disappeared in Taoshan 2 years ago. If it weren't for the soul lamp you left in the clan, I would have worried about you." Ancestor Kyonghae. Su Yuming bowed slightly to him, and nodded to Chen Beixiao, Su Shinan and others. Finally, he hugged Wang Yuiao, and then Angong Wei. And, Su Yuming smiled and clasped his fists towards Gu Yulin. This person was also the teacher who protected his Yandang sect. He held the bottle in his hand and handed it to him. "Yuming, I protect your sect only for the sake of Sister Feng-san. You don't have to be so polite." Gu Yulin opened the pill bottle casually and glanced at it. Her heart was touched. "This bottle of purple gold spirit essence pill is priceless. You are only in the Purple Mansion Great Perfection realm, and you need it more than me. Golden elixir is just a piece of cake for me. Ant needs this more. If Ant can enter the 4th level of golden elixir before the war, I can go out and fight." "Okay." Hearing this, Gu Yulin stopped being hypocritical. Because of the relationship of Ju'an sect, she and Su Yuming were on the same boat. Moreover, Su Yu'an was also practicing under her. Su Yuming gave her this thing as a gift for apprenticeship. "Ancestor Kyonghae, these are more than 133rd tier talismans that I refined in my spare time. Among them are large teleportation talismans and small teleportation talismans. You can distribute them to the Purple Mansion Wanderers and Foundation Building Cultivators in the sect. In addition, here are 5,000-foot ice talismans. Huir, Uio, Ancestor Kyonghae, Aunt Yulin, and Ancestor Koan, you can each take one. This talisman can be used for attack or defense. It is a 4th tier ice magical power, and its power is even slightly stronger than other talismans." After speaking, Su Yuming pointed his finger, and the 9 top-grade flying swords circling beside him turned into 9 streams of light that fell towards the surrounding areas of the Rotten Peach Mountain with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, and landed on the edge of every mountain forest, forming a void 9-star sword formation on the spot. "These are my 9 natal flying swords of the highest quality. They can be used to form a void 9 light sword formation. They are above the 4th level and can exert the combat power of a golden elixir. I would like to invite Xiao Hongming, Xiao Qingxiu, Xiao Qinggang, Chen Beixiao, and Su Shinan, the 5 Purple Mansion Sanrun, to guard one place each. When I came here, I observed that the purple air was coming from Taokyu. I believe that the retreating elders Liu Hang and Hongxiu have also transformed into purple virtual mansions one after another. After their cultivation is stable, they can also guard one place each. Ancestor Kyonghae, Yuming. Let Senior Xiao Yan take charge of the central formation. My cultivation is too low, So I will also join your sword formation, Su Kyunghae said first. Su Yuming nodded slightly. Ancestor Kyunghae should still take charge of the Teokyu formation and guard this fox cave, which will serve as a place for us to advance and retreat, and can also accommodate the wounded. Without waiting for the ancestor Kyunghae to refute, Su Yuming continued to speak. In addition, my Su family has external aid, Meng Bateo from Jingzhou Water Palace. He has already reached the Purple Palace Great Perfection Realm. When he arrives, I will take the initiative to bring about a thunder tribulation for him and help him enter the Golden Core Realm. He will dispatch 100,000 Qi Refining cultivators, 80 Foundation Establishment cultivators, and 5 Purple Palace Wanderers from Jingzhou Water Palace to come to our aid. Then we can select 2 Purple Palace Wanderers from them to join the formation. There are many trees on the Wanli Peach Mountain to the east. Leave it to fellow Taoist Tengong to take charge. No problem. Old Ghost Tengong nodded slightly. He didn't expect that the Foundation Establishment kid he met in the 10,000 Snake Valley that year had actually walked ahead of him. The Golden Core Avenue that he had always dreamed of was as easy as a toy in his mouth. This guy has been missing for 2 years. What good luck did he have? The 10,000 Snake Valley in the southwest is a ruined area with many formations and restrictions. Because of the gap in the broken veins of the 100,000 mountains, it is also an important direction for the Beast Tide to attack. I have invited Bingjiao Sanren to come. I also ask Yu Yao and Wei Er to take action together and stay here. I will dispatch 80 foundation building cultivators and 50,000 Qi refining cultivators to help you. Yes, the two looked at each other and nodded. In the due west, I plan to let Senior Cao Yan take charge. With the help of Senior Cao Heng and more than 100,000 cultivators of the Cao family, we should be able to hold on for a while. Okay, Cao Yan nodded slightly. With his cultivation, he could enter the false elixir realm at any time like Cao Baxin, who had passed away. But he was unwilling to do so. This battle between the two domains might be the golden elixir opportunity he had been looking forward to for a long time. Soon Shiansi could climb up to the powerful and enter the golden elixir. Could it be that Cao Yan, was not even as good as Sun Shiansi? The old Eagle Ridge in the north will be guarded by Shishin. In addition, the Supreme Elder Zhukunzhang has already arrived from the Axe Blade Mountain. Let him lead 30 foundation building monks and 30,000 Qi refining monks to assist. Yes, the remaining 100,000 Tao County Qi refining monks and about 60 to 70 foundation building monks will all be deployed on the eastern defense line and be on standby at all times. Ancestor Kyonghae, you will gather the 12 music halls of the Juan Sexpia Omeo array, the Quasi 4th level Shadow Sword Light array, as well as the Dragon Turtle Guardian array and the Yandang Cloud and Mist array to guard the movement line. Yes sir. After giving the order, the figures that Su Yuming was familiar with quickly jumped out of the mountains and forests, and in the blink of an eye they performed their duties. Su Yuming turned over and sat on the back of the golden fire Kirin, transforming into a 10-foot tall Kirin with fur shining like gold. He walked out of the western forest and saw the black wave at the end of the plain at a glance. Here they come, in the mountains and forests. Almost 300,000 Qi refining cultivators gathered in the areas of Old Eagle Ridge in the north, Pine Leaf Forest in the west, and 10,000 Snake Valley in the southwest. If they can't stop the Beast Tide, the entire Rotten Peach Mountain will fall into the hands of the enemy. There are more than 100 million, but only 10 million are attacking my Rotten Peach Mountain. Among them, more than 30 million are attacking the Miasma Forest in the north, and about 40 million monsters are heading south to cooperate with the 100,000 mountain monsters to besiege the Wolf King Valley. There are more than 10 million, and they are actually bypassing my Rotten Peach Mountain and attacking the Thousand Lake Island on the side and rear. Cao King Xiu, who was standing beside Su Yuming, sat in front of the purple thunder sword, pointing to the distance and shouting. Why didn't the cultivators attack the Five-Step River? The Five-Step River surrounds our 4 Beast King territories. There are no shortage of rivers and lakes in the 100,000 mountains. There are also water monsters in more streams and deep pools. They may be walking in the underground dark river. You see, the grass is too wet. This is because there are water monsters underneath carrying the tide. Cao Yan, the ancestor of the Cao family, was instructing him. I see. Cao King Xiu couldn't help but nod. He was now in the middle stage of Purple Mansion, but compared to the calm Su Yuming, he seemed to lack a lot of experience. Brother Su, after this battle, if there is no place for training in this Blackstone ancient domain, I plan to request to go to the Sea of Scattered Cultivators for training. Shui Yulong glanced at the scour on his face. You are very brave. It is not easy for the Cao family to fight side by side with my Yandang sect. After this battle, if you want to return to Zhejiang City, I can lend you a helping hand. Senior Cao Yan wants to break through the golden core, and I can also protect him. Why do you have to? Even if the ancestor succeeds in breaking through the golden core, he is only protecting the family. If the family wants to continue, it can't be supported by only one person. I have to practice to the great perfection of Purple Mansion as soon as possible to inherit the family business. Shui Yulong looked at his determined eyes and couldn't help teasing. I didn't expect that after I was away for 2 years, junior brother King Xiu has become more mature. Brother, you are too kind. I have already started a family. Oh? It was the girl from the He family who captured your heart. I missed a glass of wedding wine. Swish as he spoke, a stream of light swept over from behind, and after landing, it turned into 3 figures. Junior brother Su, Yubingjiao, the peak physical cultivator of the Third Order, Ji Shangchuan, the eldest disciple of Meishan's Henren, and Mei Chang, the second disciple, are all fake elixir fighters. It seems that Meishan's Henren thought that the golden elixir elder duo Xiao's Henren in the peak was assisting Guangshujian and Wolf King Valley, and he wanted to be fair, so he asked the 3 of them to come to help. The 3 senior brothers and sisters came at the right time. If the defense lines can't hold on later, please help, it's only right. Ji Shangchun took the lead in clasping his fists and responded. Roar, on the grassland, the hundreds of thousands of unicorn zebras rushing in the front were getting faster and faster, almost turning into afterimages. The hundreds of figures leading the way all had the aura of the Second Order, and the ones behind were all the First Order unicorn zebras. If they were all rushed to the front of the mountain, I'm afraid the low-level cultivators and monsters below would suffer heavy casualties. Golden Fire, Shui Yulong patted the head of the Golden Fire Kirin under his seat. The latter understood immediately, and the moment he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of immortal thunder flames. Almost in an instant, the plains in front of him were instantly engulfed by the sea of fire. The group of second-level unicorns that rushed in front of them fell into the sea of fire with screams and howls, and were roasted into cooked meat in an instant. Roar, accompanied by a gust of wind, it directly blew away the sea of fire all over the sky, and a behemoth over 300 feet long appeared directly in the middle of the herd. The second batch of people who arrived were the clouded leopards that drove away the unicorns. Among them, the 4th-level leopard king, with a blood-colored gust of wind in his mouth, looked at the golden fire unicorn under Shui Yulong's seat with fear, and opened his mouth to condense a 1,000-foot wind blade and threw it into the dense forest. Roar, how can I tolerate this? The golden fire Kirin under his seat directly stepped forward with 4 hooves, and Shui Yulong had no choice but to jump into the air and land on a branch, staring at the golden and fire 2-color rushing into the beast group, instantly shaking off the thousands of miles of monsters, and fighting with a 4th-level leopard monster. Junior brother Su, your golden fire Kirin is too wild, and other monsters get angry when they are stimulated. Yubingjiao next to him thought it was interesting. Before, it was not as good as my little dragon, but I didn't expect that it would be the first to step into the 4th level a few years later. Senior sister Yu's poisonous dragon is not bad, it is at the peak of the 3rd level, and there are many 4th-level monster kings on the opposite side. If you can meet a real 5-claw dragon, I can kill the dragon and take the pearl for you, and give you an opportunity. Thank you very much, junior brother. Yubingjiao clasped his hands in front of him, watching countless monsters like a tide rushing to the front of Rotten Peach Mountain, and shouted loudly, the beast tide is coming, meet the enemy. Chapter 332, Blackstone Holy Mountain, Saber-Tooth Tiger Demon King. Buzz, the quasi-5th level formation was activated, instantly shattering the heads of tens of thousands of monsters that rushed forward, and their bodies were broken into pieces, leaving them lying dead on the spot. Attack, with Yubingjiao's loud roar, countless spells and magic tools all hit the monsters in front of the formation light curtain in an instant. When the formation light curtain was instantly opened, the monsters within 100 steps in the front row fell to the ground in groups like straw harvested by a sickle. Roar, but there were countless monsters behind, but a distance of only 100 steps was just a matter of jumping and charging for them. They were a group of monsters on the Holy Mountain Plain, and jumping and running were what they were best at. Then at this moment, the formation light curtain appeared again, and those monsters that jumped high were directly blocked by the formation and were smashed into a pile of minced meat again. At this time, There was a 5th level spiritual vein under his feet to protect him. Even if hundreds of millions of beasts attacked for several years, they could not exhaust the spiritual energy supply in this quasi-5th level mountain and sea subversion formation. Roar! In the distance, the golden fire Qi Rin injected the immortal thunder flame it carried into the depths of the ground, instantly evaporating infinite true energy, directly scalding the 4th level leopard king opposite. The moment the latter screamed, the golden fire Qi Rin opened its mouth, and a ray of Zhengjing divine light directly pierced its head. The golden fire Qi Rin looked up to the sky and howled, laughing triumphantly and happily, dragging the corpse of the 4th level leopard king back. Logically, there were at least 1 million monsters around it, but it was dragging the corpse of the leopard monster back, and these guys didn't even have any intention of attacking it. They think Jinho is also a demon king, and they killed the 4th level leopard demon in a one-on-one situation. This is the law of wild beasts. They respect the strong and will not stop Jinho from taking away their spoils. Su Yuming explained to the surroundings, it's a pity that the inner elixir of the leopard king was destroyed and can't be used as a puppet, but its bones are enough for me to refine 20 talismans, and these 2 million kilograms of flesh and blood can also be left for everyone in the mountains and forests to have a good meal. Brother Yuming, after you came back, you looked so confident. It's really reassuring. Yubing Jiao stared at the Jinho killer who was dragging the corpse back. He just smiled and suddenly saw a dark light flying in the distance. His face changed immediately. Clang, a void sword energy has already flown out of the void 9 light sword formation. Several purple mansions scattered people sitting near the hill can clearly feel a sharp cold that goes straight to the depths of the spine and instantly cuts out thousands of miles away, directly blocking the sneak attack of the opposite side. Roar, from far to near, the millions of beasts finally advanced to the front of the formation and gathered around 1,000 miles after suffering hundreds of thousands of casualties. The one that just attacked was a 2-headed snake that was 2,000 feet long. One of its flat heads was condensing death light, and the other triangular head was flashing black venom. Clang, before it could be arrogant for long, the flat snake head that had just released the extinction death light was hit by a sword energy that came out of the void, and its skin and flesh were torn apart on the spot. If it weren't for the demon bone inside that blocked the demon pill for a while, I'm afraid that one of the snake heads would have been cut off on the spot. Clang, before it could react, a space crack appeared in the area where the broken snake bone was, and its demon pill was instantly swallowed up. The next moment, Su Yuming turned his palm over and wrapped a demon pill that was emitting a rumbling death aura with his pill energy. Empty sword key, empty shift. Yuming, your skills are unmatched even at the Golden Core realm. Gu Yulin, who was standing on the top of the Peach Hill, should be Gu Taoxiner at this time. The peach pits at her feet were as high as a small hill. At this time, she witnessed Su Yuming's amazing skills, which tasted better than peaches. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. Female Golden Core cultivators were rare. With her high and pure spirit, she was enough to make the scenery pale in comparison. And, you are too kind. These are just some small tricks, compared with a sword that cut a crack in the Earth's core under the magma sea. Su Yuming's skills were far inferior. What's more, the world of Xuanjing Lake was expanded step by step by the successive generations of the Four-Symbol Saint sect. His current skills were still a long way from opening up a void cave, not to mention opening up a secret world. When Su Yuming was about to attack for the 3rd time, he saw a layer of golden light appearing on the surface of the snake demon, protecting it and preventing him from continuing to attack. As far as his eyes could see, it was a saber-toothed tiger, with golden hair all over its body, hiding in the golden grass, like an assassin waiting for an opportunity to attack. When it came out and reached the top of the slope, it looked like a king who ruled the world. Su Junior brother, be careful. This is the great saber-toothed tiger demon king who controls the tiger roaring plain at the foot of the holy mountain. This guy has at least the 7th level combat power of our human race's golden core, and can definitely be ranked in the Blackstone Holy Mountain. Mei Chang is a rising star of the Mei family of Mei Shan's Henrun. In terms of talent, he is second only to Mei Shan and Mei Runan. Over the years, he has also been in charge of the intelligence of the Beast King Peak. He has been studying the Blackstone Ancient Domain since 10 years ago. After all, the Five Beast sect has developed a strong interest in the dark and weak Blackstone Ancient Domain since a long time ago. Roar, the tiger roared and the dragon roared. The golden fire Kirin under Su Yuming seemed to be a little energetic after fighting. When the opponent roared, it actually roared, creating layers of sound waves, and confronted the saber-toothed tiger on the opposite side. "You have not practiced for long. I will do this battle." Shui Yulong reached out and patted its big head, cut off half of its flesh with a sword, and let it drag it aside to eat. The head of this 4th-level leopard monster was gone, and the death spirit pill he just got was useless. Now he had a better choice of puppet, that is, the saber-toothed tiger demon king in front of him. "Human race, how dare you violate my realm?" The saber-toothed tiger demon king opposite him turned into a burly man in a golden robe. His face was covered with 6 tiger stripes, and a huge king was branded on his forehead. The evil spirit emanated from his body, forming countless dark tigers that covered the sky. Shui Yulong sensed the resentful souls among them, and I am afraid that he has slaughtered no less than hundreds of thousands of human beings. Saber-toothed tiger demon king, right? Shui Yulong flipped his hand, and the Fang Bian Huoji appeared in his palm. He raised his foot and walked out of the formation directly, stepped on the sword rainbow, and faced the opponent. "You must die here today, roar!" The tiger roared, and countless tigers rushed forward. In an instant, the sky above the battle was dark. Shui Yulong pointed his finger, and endless yellow spring weak water rushed forward, directly dragging all the tigers into the yellow spring weak water. What? The face of the saber-toothed tiger demon king on the opposite side changed drastically. He actually broke his hundreds of thousands of tigers with one move. What kind of guy is this guy? Clang! Shui Yulong grabbed with his bare hands, and the 8 directions divine slash that broke through the air appeared in his palm, triggering 9 top-grade spiritual weapon flying swords, instantly slashing out 1,000 miles of sword energy. A tiger shadow that covered the sky and the sun appeared out of thin air. The opponent actually stretched out a pair of sharp claws, directly tearing the spiritual power gathered under the sword in the air, and directly collided with the sword energy. With a crack, the tiger claws shattered. Shui Yulong only used one sword to slash the saber-toothed tiger demon king on the opposite side and flew thousands of miles away, and smashed heavily into a mountain. When it jumped up, its right shoulder had been cut, but the indestructible tiger bone was still there, and it held up a golden protective light to prevent Shui Yulong from using the method of creating space cracks to completely break its right shoulder. At dusk, the white clouds are set at the hometown pass. Shui Yulong raised his sword again, and the 9-lined sword formation instantly released the pressure. A golden rainbow of sword energy bloomed from above Dinteo Pass where several Jindans Henren were watching the battle, just like a ray of golden morning light when the world was first opened, instantly splitting the sky for tens of thousands of miles. Shui Yulong burst out with all his strength to the 4th step of the sword cultivation realm. Under this sword rule, even the world has to give way to him, amber divine light. On the opposite side, the saber-toothed tiger demon king had a pale face. Seeing this amazing sword move, he was so scared that his liver and gallbladder were trembling. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and use his strongest body-protecting weapon, Shentong, to protect his body steadily, but he was still pierced by a sword. The sword mark landed on his right shoulder. The moment his right shoulder shattered, half of his body was chopped into pieces, and a large amount of blood rained in the air. Shui Yulong also exhausted all his sword intent with the sword, and he could not draw his sword for a short time, but the Fang Bian Huoji in his hand had already fallen again. Blood evil fish dragon dance. The fish dragon thousands of feet long roared down from the air and directly bit the bloody saber-toothed tiger demon king. The latter wanted to resist, but the 4 4th-level demon kings nearby had burst out with strong momentum to rescue him. Buzz! The amber divine light once again withstood the pressure of the fish dragon, but Shui Yulong's left hand had already had a 4-blade spear. Clang! The dragon threw the world away. A shot that instantly penetrated the void appeared directly in front of the saber-toothed tiger demon king. At the moment when its eyes were bloodshot and crazy, it pierced its chest. The gunhead with thousands of space particles directly emitted a breath of destruction, completely cutting off all life in its flesh. Shui Yulong's figure appeared in front of the saber-toothed tiger demon king. With a casual move, the soul lamp took away the tiger demon's soul and sealed the demon pill into a 4th-level soul sealing bottle. The 4 golden pill demon kings have already arrived. Get out! Shui Yulong glanced sideways, and the flame demon body erupted completely, with bloody evil spirit all over his body. That was the evil spirit that came out of the yellow spring weak water, more than hundreds of millions of lives. In just a moment, the violent evil spirit rolled, like the ancient demon king coming out, directly overturning all the great demons within a radius of thousands of miles. Su Yuming looked for an opportunity and used the Great Earth Boat to flash and return to the formation barrier. Bang! As Su Yuming threw the body of the saber-toothed tiger demon king on the ground, he began to study the amber demon pill that was the same source as his own Zhengjin divine light. If this thing is refined into a puppet, its power will definitely not be bad, but if this amber divine light can fuse with a Zhengjin divine light, then I will have another attack and killing magical power. The beast tide slowly receded. In just 1 hour, the millions of beasts in front of the rotten peach mountain left behind hundreds of thousands of corpses, as well as the corpses of 2 golden pill demon kings. The fall of the saber-toothed tiger demon king showed that rotten peach mountain was not easy to mess with. Everyone take a rest. The beast tide will not come again in a short time. Su Yuming released his spiritual consciousness. He also wanted to know the situation of several nearby beast king territories. He could withstand it because he had gained enough in the Zuanjing Lake world. The 4th step of the sword intent suddenly broke out, and the saber-toothed tiger demon king would die if he underestimated the enemy. But they might not be able to withstand it. Chapter 333, The Ranking of the 2 Domains. UIAO is still the best. 2 more, please subscribe. Master Micheng, you just said that this saber-toothed tiger demon king has a combat power comparable to the 7th level of the golden elixir, right? In the back, Xiao King Xiu couldn't help but smack his lips. He was at a similar level to Su Yuming before. Why did Su Yuming change so drastically after he went out for a while and disappeared for 2 years? Let's not talk about anything else. This saber-toothed tiger demon king is definitely qualified to enter the Blackstone Holy Mountain for discussion. He is definitely one of the top 10 demon kings in the countless Holy Mountain plains. I didn't expect that he would be so vulnerable in front of my 8th junior brother. Master Mi Cheng's eyes flashed with brilliance, as if he understood why the entire Beast King Peak was supporting Gong Shujin, but his master, Master Meishan, wanted to treat everyone equally. Gong Shujin's future, at most, is the position of the Peak Master of the Beast King Peak, while Su Yuming's position can even compete for the position of the leader of the 5 Beast sect. It's a pity that Yan Leiting is a direct descendant of our sect, while my junior brother has his own sect power. Mei Cheng's eyes dimmed, and he felt that in the competition for the nascent soul sequence, his junior brother seemed to be at a disadvantage. Sect Master, I just got the news that the other 4 Beast King territories were attacked at the same time. Mizzen Forest and Wolf King Valley, which were taken care of by the Beast Tide, suffered heavy losses, with more than 20,000 cultivators in the battle. The Demon Clan lost at least 1 million. Now the Beast Tide has retreated. A green-faced fox demon appeared in the direction of Mizzen Forest. I heard that it is at least at the peak of the Golden Collar. In the Wolf King Valley, it seems that the Bloodblade Demon King, who is ranked in the top 10 of the Blackstone Holy Mountain, has gone to fight. Kaianhu Island and Wubu River are still fighting fiercely. No Demon King ranked in the top 10 of the Blackstone Holy Mountain has been found so far. Behind him, Su Yudang stepped forward and landed in front. And according to the news we have received so far, there are a total of 50 or 60 Golden Core Demon Kings in the Blackstone Holy Mountain, and the lowest cultivation level is the late Golden Core combat power. Just like the saber-toothed tiger demon king who was killed by the sect master today, it is nothing more than a guy with a more ancestral bloodline, a stronger body, and more magical powers and killing methods. He can only sit at the bottom of the Blackstone Holy Mountain. Those who can rank in the top 30 are all guys with a cultivation base of the 7th level of the Golden Core and above, and have at least one complete inherited magical power. Inherited magical powers mean that the other party's bloodline has returned to their ancestors, inheriting the secret techniques passed down by the bloodline of the Demon King and above. Those who can rank in the top 10 are true Golden Core Great Demon Kings who are about to experience the experience. It is estimated that only the few masters of the first peak who hold the mountain treasures in the 5 Beast sect can rival such existences. As for the top 3, it is estimated that they are only one step away from the nascent soul, and even have the capital to fight and kill the Yuanying cultivators of the human race. Only Master Dingshan can fight with him. Su Yuming narrowed his eyes. So, I am lucky today. I met the one with the lowest cultivation base. However, looking at the number of their demon kings, it seems that there are more than a few hundred. Compared to the vast mountain and sea area with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, the Blackstone ancient area is even wider and ruled by the demon race. There are countless natural materials and treasures for many years, and there are many 4th level spirit veins. In the 100,000 mountains and the Holy Mountain Plain alone, There should be more than 100 golden core demon kings, 100 giant and demon kings? We have at most 20 giant and warriors here. Fortunately, we have formations to protect us. Our human cultivators are united. Otherwise, this battle would be difficult. Ji Shunki sighed. Junior brother Su, the battle here has come to an end. How should we arrange the defense later? The beast tide will come again. There will definitely be a big demon king coming from the direction of the Blackstone Holy Mountain to replace the saber-toothed tiger. Don't take it lightly. As he said that, Su Yuming glanced at Yu Bingjio. Senior sister Yu, your poisonous dragon is good at water. You can watch the underground river. I suspect that the water monsters in the 10,000 mountains will launch a sneak attack along the underground river. Don't worry, as long as there is no giant and demon king infiltrating, I will block it for you. After watching Yu Bingjio leave, Su Yuming walked towards Taoshan in the distance. Wang Yuiao followed him. Yao, I see that your physical body has not made much progress recently. I have to check your tendons and bones. Wang Yuiao glared at him unhappily. You dissolute guy, don't think I don't know that after you came back, you dragged Sister Shui and the others to stay in the cave shamelessly for several days without coming out. After all, you are now Master Su, who is admired by everyone. Can't you care about your reputation? Reputation? Su Yuming hugged her and fell into the peach forest behind the fox cave. With a wave of his hand, the 10-li cloud and mist array had fallen. Under the strengthening of Master Yan Zhen, it was already a third-order array. In this huge rotten peach mountain, no one except Su Yuming could break into the array silently, so he could let go and do what he wanted. You are the mother of my child and also Su's Taoist partner. What else dares others say? I guard this rotten peach mountain for the 5-beast sect. I took the initiative to kill 2 demon kings and severely injured 1 demon king. This is a great military achievement. Just wait, within 3 days, the old demon king of the Blackstone Holy Mountain opposite will also hear my name. Don't move your hands. You left Sister Nangguang outside alone, it doesn't count. I have to take care of you first since you entered the door. Who entered the door? You said you would let me be an explorer. The 4th stage late stage physical body versus the 3rd stage late stage physical body. Su Yuming's muscles were relaxed. It was not until the early morning of 2 full nights later that he walked out of the cave. Under the peach tree, Nangguang Tuner was already waiting here. I didn't expect that even Yao can't handle your current body. Then, don't we sisters have to avoid you on weekdays? Facing her playful eyes, Su Yuming stretched out his hands to hold her slender waist. She looked like she had not just given birth to a child, and her skin was still as smooth as jade. No, my chances of having children will be even smaller after my cultivation level has increased. If you don't say you can catch up with me, you must at least give birth to more children for me. Our children will at least have top-grade spiritual roots. If there is a chance that one with earth spiritual roots will be born, then my Yandang sect may become much stronger. The petals rolled and the treetops swayed, and Nangguang Wei looked at the sky. If you say you want to stay in the 5-beast sect in the future, does that mean our Yandang sect has to keep a low profile? I have my own plans. In 100 years, the purple mansion cultivators of my Yandang sect will have to be replaced. Except for people like you and me who can still be active in front of people, the rest can sit in meditation, go into seclusion, or use the excuse of traveling to avoid it. Especially my children, they all have the qualifications to become golden elixirs. Nangguang Wei wanted to ask something else, but was stopped by Su Yuming's finger. Don't be anxious. Your Juan sect may be able to go ahead, but the space teleportation array now consumes space power. Before I can fully master space movement, it is impossible to teleport in large quantities. Nangguang Wei nodded slightly. She didn't want the Juan sect's inheritance to be cut off, but the Yandang sect was developing too fast now. In the future, her Juan sect and the Cao family of Rotten Peach Mountain would most likely have to rely on the Yandang sect, a behemoth. If you are discovered, will you hand it over? She was referring to the Zuanjing Lake world. Just hide in it. Others can't get in. There was also a 6th-level giant monster from the North Country hidden inside. Even if the moving mountain master came to kill him, it would just be a delivery. By the way, the tree in front is bigger. Let's go over there. While Su Yuming was thinking, 3 days had passed since the previous battle. Within 3 days, because of the deterrence of the saber-toothed tiger monster king dying under Su Yuming's sword, no monster dared to continue to attack. At Yingtao Pass, Master Dingshan was holding a list in his hand. Have the battle power rankings been determined? Yes, the 21 giant battle powers of my 5 beast sect in this battlefield, not counting those 4th level beast kings, are all ranked here. The group of great demon kings in the Blackstone ancient domain are also here. I will set it as the ranking of the 2 domains. Master Bagua, who was supposed to be in charge of the SYNOPSIS, came to his side at some point. I am ranked first because I have a nascent soul magic weapon in my hand, right? True Manding Dian smiled and pointed at this junior brother. Among the top 5, there is no one from my 5 beast sect except me. Chang Renkai is 6th, and Helian Kangfang is 7th. Mai Shin's name is found in the 12th place. Gu Hun is ranked 13th, and Su Yuming is ranked 15th, just 1 place behind you. Junior brother Bagua, you are not flattering me, are you? I heard that Su Yuming and your disciple Sun Shiansi have some grievances. Are you trying to stand up for him? Standing up for my little disciple Sun Shiansi and offending a rising nascent soul sequence in the sect is not worth it. It's just a matter of fact. In a cup of tea, Su Yuming can kill the saber-toothed tiger demon king. This kind of combat power is no less than those great demon kings ranked in the top 20. He even hides something. My Bagua map tells me that his sword intent has entered the 4th step. How can such a golden core sword king not be ranked higher? Take him down, and rank him 25th, before Lei Yunshan, the leader of the beast symbol lineage. A strange look appeared in Bagua's Henren's eyes. Senior brother, sect leader, over the years, you haven't been so blatant when you wanted to protect someone. Aren't you afraid that other branches of the sect will have ideas? This is what the moving mountain patriarch meant. After his magic power breaks through the golden core, you can rank him 2nd, anyway, he can't be ranked before me. Bagua's Henren found it a little funny. Anyway, you have to rank me 1st, okay? As he said that, he frowned and stared at the 5 Beast King territories shrouded in demonic clouds in the distance. Senior brother, we have to call back some people from the front line of the SYNOPSIS. I'm afraid we can't take down the Blackstone ancient domain with just us. You have to break through the nascent soul if you want to take down the Holy Mountain Plain and the 100,000 mountains at once. Ding Dian Henren put his hands behind his back. Yes, the strength of the Blackstone ancient domain is beyond my expectations. There are many great demon kings at the peak of the golden core stage, and some are even at the great perfection stage. Why don't you try your best to set up a 5th order formation for me and kill 1 or 2 of them? Bagua hesitated. It's difficult. It's good enough for me to help you guard these 5 plots of land. The demons are not stupid enough to trick them in and kill them. Chapter 334, The 9th Heaven of Golden Elixir, The Black Crystal Evil Tiger King. 3 more, please subscribe. The ranking list is out, and I'm listed with a few masters. It was already the 4th day after Su Yuming received the news. He couldn't help but smack his lips. They're putting me on the spot. There are only a dozen or so great demon kings and a few masters of the 5 beast sect ahead of me. Not to mention anything else, the master of the beast symbol peak, Lei Yunshan, who is behind me, must be unhappy with me. Su Lang, there's news from the foot of the mountain. The 2nd wave of beasts has arrived. Almost 200 million demon soldiers have gathered in front of the mountain. This time, there are at least 70 million demons attacking my rotten peach mountain. Nanguangwei was lying under the peach tree, not wanting to move even a finger, but helping Su Yuming listen to the news in the sound transmission talisman. How many giant and demon kings are there? Estimated to be more than 10. It seems that you killed the saber-toothed tiger demon king and attracted a lot of people. Nanguangwei thought that her cultivation had stagnated in the Lake Purple Mansion period. My husband, if the Zuanjing Lake world really has so many opportunities as you said, I want to take Zhuain's sect to go there first to experience it. Anyway, there are 4th level strongmen under your command in each state, and there is also 2 patriarch, a giant's Henren, so there won't be any accidents. Then you go to Dongzhou first. I can leave you a small island by the Zuanjing Lake as the address of your sect. Okay, then we'll go after this battle. Boom, with a loud bang, the black gas instantly hit the quasi-5th level formation covering the rotten peach mountain. Su Yuming felt the spreading black gas and frowned. The only one who can threaten the safety of the formation is the 4th level great perfection level. It seems that I have attracted a big guy because of my height, as he said. Su Yuming had already taken off and flew towards the west slope forest. Yuming, you've come at the right time. The army of Jingzhou Water Palace has arrived. There are 100,000 cultivators who broke through the beast hide base before dawn and killed here. There are 5 people who are willing to take over the 5 positions of the Void 9 Light Sword formation, including the Duckweed Sanren, who are in the middle stage of Purple Mansion, the Reed Sanren, the Water Hyacinth Sanren, the Fu Shui Sanren, who are in the early stage of Purple Mansion. In this way, the 3 Purple Mansion Sanren, Xiao Hongming, Xiao King Xiu, and Xiao King Gang, can withdraw and help in the battle on the west slope. Su Yuming met Su Kaiyonghe in front of the slope. The scale of the beast tide this time is very large. They have a total of 300 million monsters, and 70 million of them have gathered outside my rotten peach mountain. If they launch a fierce attack from multiple directions, it will be difficult for us to defend. I will let the old monk with white eyebrows assist fellow Taoist Tengong and fellow Taoist Shishin to garrison Wanli Peach Mountain. Let the 10,000 Snake Valley be in charge, senior brother. Okay, Ji Shangchu nodded. Old Eagle Ridge in the north, I'll have to trouble you, second senior brother. No problem. Mei Chang had obtained a lot of 4th level Leopard King flesh and blood in recent days, and his blood and ki were full, and he had been itching to get his hands on it. In addition, where the underground river is, senior sister Bing Jiao. I will let Master Gu take care of you. If you can't stop them with 30,000 Qi refining monks, Master Gu will personally take action. There are also more than 200,000 monsters in the Rotten Peach Mountain that have been enslaved by my Yandang sect monks. We can urge them to resist the water monster. Okay, after arranging the garrison monks in the 4 directions, Su Yuming met Meng Bateo in front of the slope. Why, you didn't let that fake Dan Senior from Jingzhou Water Mansion go with you this time. You said that this time I would break through to the Golden Core stage. How can I get through the Thunder Tribulation? I can rely on your quasi-5th order formation, but if the power of the formation cannot be restored after the Thunder Tribulation, and the demon army comes to kill me, I can't bear the blame. Meng Bateo didn't care about Su Yuming's teasing. Instead, he could fight on equal terms with his brother Zan. Let's test the opponent's strength first. Su Yuming stepped forward. If you can't defeat him, you can trigger the Thunder Tribulation at any time. I guarantee that you can successfully break through. As for the inner demon barrier, Su Yuming flipped his hand and took out a 4,500-year-old Twinxian bamboo. Take this first. How about you owe me a favor? Meng Bateo's eyes showed some suspicion. I suspect you have found a declining giant insect's treasure house. Otherwise, your pocket is like a small warehouse. How can you take out so many good things? Roar. As he spoke, a series of beast roars came from the plain. The beasts in the distance directly separated, and the main ones turned into 10 square formations to surround the huge Rotten Peach Mountain. Su Yuming stared and saw that the demon king of the unicorn zebra had finally arrived. There were millions of unicorn zebras on the black ground. At this time, they were staring at all the human cultivators in the formation like curtain with their scarlet eyes. Judging from their saliva dripping on the grass, they probably regarded the human race as food. The colorful leopard demon clan has 3 4th level leopard kings, namely the flower leopard demon king standing on the crown of a 4th level tree king, a cheetah demon king hiding in the grass, and the last one, with patterns like money all over his body, is a real golden leopard king. His body is the smallest among the 3 leopard kings, but his aura is in the late 4th level. The first 3 are in the early 4th level. In the distance, like an earthquake, huge monsters with a body length of hundreds of feet directly blocked a corner of the west slope. They are big rhinos with dark fur all over their bodies. The long horn growing on the angry beast's head is like a huge battering ram that will fall in front of Rotten Peach Mountain at any time. 1,000-foot black striped rhinoceros mixed in among them. The hot air from its nostrils is as hot as steam, and its aura is also in the late 4th level. This kind of big guy is very brave when sprinting, and it is almost impossible to find an opponent. On its back, there was a rhinoceros bird that was only a dozen feet in size. Its colorful feathers were retracted, and it turned into a beast-faced human body. It was also a 4th order early-stage demon king. These were the 6 demon kings in front of them. Su Yuming received news one after another that a large number of bird demons appeared in Old Eagle Ridge, including 2 4th order demon kings, namely the 4th order middle stage vulture demon king and the blood shadow goshawk king. In the Rotten Peach Mountain in the east, a barbarian bull demon king in the early stage of the golden elixir appeared, but the scale of the barbarian bull demon group exceeded 10 million, and it was not ruled out that there were other 4th order demon kings hidden. Finally, in the river valley area in the south, the herd of beasts that had just swam out of the river were intercepted by Yu Bingjiao and his men. Qi Yulong personally took action and urged the 8 Treasures Pagoda, a golden elixir spiritual treasure, to smash a 100-foot-long loach into the underground dark river, hiding and daring to come out. I didn't expect that a loach could also cultivate to the level of a demon pill, Shui Yulong sighed. In the vast herd of beasts opposite him, a black tiger walked out. It was only 1,000 feet in size. As soon as it appeared, all the demon beasts within a radius of tens of thousands of miles dared not even breathe. Shui Yulong sensed the other party's aura. It was not at the 5th level, but it had slaughtered at least 1 million lives. This bloody aura could only be blocked by the yellow spring weak water. It was not at the 4th level either, because Shui Yulong felt that it was not as good as Dingdian's Hunren, and did not have that kind of natural momentum. This guy was not far from the nascent soul. That is the 9th level of the golden core. Shui Yulong frowned and shouted to the opposite side, "May I ask which great demon king from the Blackstone Holy Mountain is coming?" "It's me, the Black Crystal Evil Tiger King. I am the master of the Tiger Roaring Plain at the foot of the Holy Mountain." "Your name is Shui Yulong, right? I heard that it was you who killed Leopard 4 and the saber-toothed tiger. Do you dare to come out and die?" Shui Yulong gave a look to Meng Bateo next to him and walked calmly to the light curtain of the formation. "Why not? How about I fly above you guys? By the way, you demon kings can also come together, otherwise I'm afraid I won't have enough fun." Arrogant, the Black Crystal Evil Tiger King opposite him landed 100 miles away. The huge Lord King on his forehead was like a crystal stone, transparent. The horrible demon power fluctuations contained in it made Shui Yulong more cautious. It must be an extremely powerful inherited magical power. "Yulong, don't be impulsive. This Black Crystal Evil Tiger King ranks among the top 10 4th-level demon kings in the Blackstone Holy Mountain. Its strength is comparable to that of a giant in great perfection cultivator. You are no match for it." While suppressing the water monsters in the southern river valley, Qi Yulong distractedly glanced at the direction of Shui Yulong and used a sound transmission node to convey his thoughts. "And, don't worry. The demon clan is not worth mentioning," Shui Yulong said calmly, but in his heart he was planning the 4th-level demon kings nearby. The positions of these guys were nothing more than waiting for the Black Crystal Evil Tiger King to break the barrier of the formation and kill them from all directions, making it difficult for them to resist. Then he might as well lure them together and kill them all. "Black Crystal Evil Tiger King, are you and I fighting alone?" "Of course. Do I have to join forces with the monsters? Unless the Dingdian Hunren from your 5 Beasts sect comes in person, I will not be afraid of anyone." Shui Yulong secretly remembered this sentence in his heart. It seems that the Blackstone Holy Mountain is not completely ignorant of their mountain and sea areas. There seems to be a wise man among the monsters. It is possible that he is the green-faced fox monster. In this case, let's fight. After saying this, Shui Yulong stepped across the barrier of the formation and appeared 1,000 feet above the sky. Endless clouds and mists quickly emerged under his feet. In a blink of an eye, the sky above the huge battlefield was already full of thick clouds. Roar! With a loud tiger roar, the Black Crystal Evil Tiger King did not like other monster kings to intervene in the fight. It had its own confidence and arrogance. It ordered its monsters to attack the Rotten Peach Mountain, because Shui Yulong, the strongest in the Rotten Peach Mountain, had been lured out by it. If they failed to break through the formation and kill it before it killed Shui Yulong, then these monster kings would be punished by it. Boom! The Black Crystal Evil Tiger King saw another figure standing in front of the light curtain of the formation. As soon as this guy appeared, there was a dry thunder explosion. Soon countless dark clouds gathered in the sky, directly turning the huge plain into darkness. Thunder method. The Black Crystal Evil Tiger King was stunned for a moment. "Is this the backup plan of you, a human ant?" Shui Yulong did not say anything. Meng Bateo, who was standing in the forest behind him, had a pale mouth at this time. Facing the mighty power of the sky, he kept praying in his heart that Shui Yulong could be reliable for once, otherwise he would be trapped and killed by this thunder. Chapter 335, Double Golden Core Thunder Tribulation. How about tricking 100 million monsters from you? One more, please subscribe. Boom! With half of the Blackstone ancient domain shrouded in dark clouds, even the Black Crystal Evil Tiger King, no matter how stupid, reacted. Golden Core Thunder Tribulation, not good. You cunning human race, you want to use the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation to hold us back. Quick, all the demon race boys, immediately retreat 10,000 miles, quick. The area of the dark clouds of the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation basically starts at 100,000 miles. As long as other creatures escape 10,000 miles away, they are generally rarely affected. Even stronger cultivators may be able to watch the battle within 1,000 miles. As long as you are not a person who is in the Purple Mansion Great Perfection realm and are not extremely sinful, the heavenly tribulation will generally ignore you. But the Black Crystal Evil Tiger King slaughtered at least 1 million creatures, so it didn't dare to stay where it was. However, when its forelegs began to run out, it found that it was a little slow, as if a force of millions of pounds fell on it, making it unable to escape. Moreover, it was surprised to find that the area covered by this thunder tribulation was probably more than 800,000 miles, because the group of monsters besieging the 5 Beast Kings nearby were wailing and panicking. Using sound to identify the location has always been the specialty of their monster clan. Although the monster consciousness can only spread out for 10,000 miles, the sound can receive the slightest movement hundreds of thousands of miles away. It's a pity that it's too late to wake up now. Shui Yulong flashed and appeared in front of it in the direction of its escape. He also received the 49th Heaven Tribulation and began to impact the Golden Core realm. The thundercloud of 800,000 miles instantly spread to more than 1 million miles. Shui Yulong's whole body rushed directly to the dark cloud that was pregnant with thunder, and was swallowed by thousands of thunder snakes in full view of everyone. On the vast grassland, the Black Crystal Evil Tiger King had a stupid look on his face. This human kid is so stupid. That is a heavenly calamity for all living things in the world. Even the Demon King dares not to go against the power of heaven and earth. How dare he rush directly into the dark clouds and fight against a thunder? Thunder power +1, thunder power +1. At this time, Shui Yulong, who was bathing in the thunder pool, had information about the power of thunder rules being integrated into his body rolling in front of his eyes. He stared at the Black Crystal Evil Tiger King, who was fleeing and moving on his stomach on the ground, and directly consumed 1 thunder power. In an instant, the 100,000-mile thunder directly turned into a red thunder giant, punching the fleeing Black Crystal Evil Tiger King out of thin air. His eyes were about to crack, and he opened his mouth and spit out a purple crystal divine light towards the sky, but it was instantly pierced, and the 1,000-foot tiger body was directly smashed. Even the inner elixir in the demon soul could not escape. The great demon king ranked in the top 10 of the Blackstone Holy Mountain, comparable to the strong man of the 9th heaven of the golden elixir, died directly. On the spot, only a huge pit of 10,000 feet and a piece of burnt meat were left. Friend Su, Mengbateo, who was preparing to cross the tribulation not far away, was also shocked. With such a powerful thunder tribulation, even the great demon king of the 9th heaven of the golden elixir could not take a blow, so how could he cross the tribulation? This time, Shui Yulong made things really difficult for him. Crack crack above the sky, it was like hail, and violent electric snakes began to be released continuously. Shui Yulong did not hesitate to use the thunder power he had just obtained, and directly activated it all. Within 1.5 million miles, all the monsters were attacked by thunder. Almost in an instant, those first-level monsters lost more than 10 million. All the high-level monsters were fleeing frantically. Even the beast tide that was besieging the other 4 beast kings was retreating. Is someone breaking through the Yandang? What a big battle. When I entered the Yandang realm, the thundercloud was only 200,000 miles. Who can have a thundercloud of more than 1 million miles? Does it mean that he can be 7 or 8 times stronger than me once he enters the Yandang realm? At this time, the beast tide retreated, and the giant and true people of the 5 beast sect also reacted. That direction is Rotten Peach Mountain, right? Maishan, it should be your disciple who has entered the Golden Core realm. However, looking at the scale, it seems that one person cannot cause such a big commotion. I estimate that there are 2 or 3 people breaking through the Golden Core realm together. Zhenren Dingshan held his beard with one hand and glanced at Zhenren Maishan next to him. It should be my naughty disciple and Mengbateo from Jingzhou Water Palace, the first on the last mountain and sea domain foundation establishment list. I didn't expect that the 2 first on the foundation establishment list broke through at the same time. The scale of this thunder tribulation. I'm afraid it's worse than my nascent soul 69th heaven tribulation. Aren't you worried, sect master? Even if I'm worried, I can't get close to you now. The loud noise of the thunder striking the earth just now, I'm afraid that a great demon king has fallen under the thunder. Not only that, there are tens of millions of demons, and their corpses are floating all over the ground. If your disciple can make good use of this thunder tribulation, the demons will be seriously injured after the thunder tribulation, and perhaps it will be our chance to counterattack. As he said that, True Mandingshan had already taken out his sect master's order. I have ordered the cultivators of the other 8 states to gather at Lingtao Pass within 3 months to receive orders and prepare to attack the Blackstone ancient domain. In addition, the Patriarch of Moving Mountains will also show up. Homaitian's Henrin has already stepped on the flowing light and walked away. He has an extra coat of beasts on his body, which seems to be able to avoid the heavenly calamity. He can move 30,000 miles away with one move, and in a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the rotten peach mountain. Dingshan's Henrin in the distance stroked his beard and smiled. You have taken out all the coats of beasts, and you still say you are not anxious. The power of this thunder calamity. If Su Yuming can make great contributions this time and has such potential, it can be said to be a blessing for our 5-beast sect. But if he is allowed to, I am afraid that in 100 years, the entire 5-beast sect will belong to the Su family. Although Dingshan's Henrin is far away in the 5-beast sect, he has heard about Su Yuming's children with superb spiritual roots. This child used to have the qualifications of medium-grade spiritual roots, but he actually got his qualifications improved in an unknown secret realm. He is really blessed. Is this why the mountain-moving patriarch values him? Master, not far away, Yan Leiting flew over and said, hundreds of millions of beasts around us were slaughtered by the thunder, and the demons fled in all directions. We have blocked more than 3 million water demons in the Wubu River, and gathered 1 million cultivators to trap tens of millions of demons attacking the Thousand Lake Island in the east. Now there are more than a dozen demon kings surrounded by us. We can take advantage of the thunder to intercept them and prevent those big demon kings from coming to our rescue and eat them up in one bite. In this way, the initiative of the battle situation will be under the control of our sect. Then go and do it. Once you do it well, you will enter the nascent soul sequence. Yes, sir. Yan Leiting was ecstatic and immediately took the order and left. In the distance, Bagwas Henrin came out of the shadows again at some point. Brother, this is Su Yuming's great achievement. You let junior brother Yan enter the nascent soul sequence. What rewards should you give Su Yuming? Choose one of the 3 nascent soul techniques, and give him the 5 beasts heavenly art as well. How about that? Bagwas Henrin was silent. He wanted to say that no matter what time it was, his senior brother still liked to operate on 2 lines, but he didn't think about it. Whether it was Yan leading or Su Yuming, who would always be inferior to others. However, such a celestial phenomenon just allowed Yan leading to show his skills. His gains in this battle should be the greatest among the group of Jindans Henrin of the 5-beast sect crack. In Rotten Peach Mountain, Meng Bateo stared at countless electric snakes, sitting cross-legged in the pits on the ground to resist. He always felt that after killing the monsters and destroying the beast tide, the threat of this thunder tribulation to his tempering had weakened by almost 10 times. What about Su Yuming? He escaped into the thunder pool. Could it be that he was using the power of the heaven and earth thunder tribulation to cleanse his body? This guy is too scary. I even suspect that he has a hidden thunder-type earth spirit root. Otherwise, how could he not die in the thunder tribulation? But the true Qi in my body has been transformed into true essence. The golden elixir has been formed, but what about the baptism after the golden elixir? He held the twigs and bamboo in his hand, feeling that the inner demon has been surrounding his body, but it cannot enter the depths of his sea of consciousness and erode his soul. As long as he continues like this, he will be able to form a pill smoothly. But there is a world of difference between breaking through the thunder cloud to form a pill and following the rules and hiding under the protection of the strong. The same number 1 on the foundation building list of the mountain and sea area. After a few years, can I only look up to Su Yuming? Meng Bateo suddenly felt that his vision of making Jingzhou Water Palace one of the best golden elixir sects in the mountain and sea area was so pale. On the other hand, the Yandang sect under Su Yuming's command is now so powerful that I am afraid that 2 or 3 water palaces cannot compare thunder power. 3,000 in the sky, in the dark clouds that were about to disintegrate, Su Yuming felt the lightning patterns interwoven on his body surface. He punched with his bare hands, and the sea of clouds disintegrated instantly. Under his purple-black skin, there was a great terror that shook the void. Cracky was also surprised to find that the golden rainbow he used to escape had turned into a long purple rainbow. As the thunder exploded, it instantly appeared thousands of miles away, and maintained such a peak escape speed, killing the fleeing monsters along the ground. Roar, the 3-headed leopard monster king was lucky enough not to fall under the thunder tribulation. When they saw Su Yuming coming, they had almost no resistance and turned around and left. Just kidding, this guy could rush into the thunder without dying. In the minds of the monsters who feared the power of heaven, he was a peerless demon king. What's more, the golden elixir energy emanating from Su Yuming's body at this time almost formed an electric current that exploded with thunder. This guy was simply a purple electric dragon. Crack! Su Yuming took off the head of the slowest running leopard demon king with his bare hands. At the moment he was stunned, the head of the leopard demon king in his hand turned into a charred piece. When he rubbed his palm, it was blown away by the strong wind and turned into dust all over the sky. What a pity, a puppet is wasted. Su Yuming stared at the two leopard demon kings that had escaped thousands of miles away. The dark clouds above his head had dissipated. He did not continue to chase them. He carried the headless leopard demon king's body and returned the same way. Those big demon kings who hid because of the thunder tribulation must have made a comeback at this time. He couldn't let them get into trouble. Yuming, in this battle, you used the power of the thunder tribulation to kill hundreds of millions of demons and made great contributions. I think you can at least exchange for 3 great merits of the 5 Beast sect, and maybe even exchange for the opportunity of the golden elixir. Su Qianghai's surprised voice came to his ears. Su Yuming calmly glanced at Meng Bateo, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the west slope. This guy also formed a golden elixir, but the elixir energy he emitted after the dark clouds dispersed seemed to be about 50 times weaker than his own. His spiritual awareness spread out and could almost reach a radius of 100,000 miles. On the other hand, this guy seemed to have noticed it only when he reached 15,000 miles. Is an ordinary golden elixir so much worse than mine? Chapter 336, Rewarding According to Merit. Su Yuming's military merit was falsely claimed. 2 more, please subscribe. Pass my order to all disciples. Clean up the battlefield immediately and bring back all the usable corpses of monsters nearby. You only have half an hour. Retreat immediately if you exceed the time limit. Yes, sir. On the rotten peach mountain, hundreds of thousands of Qi refining monks quickly spread out in all directions. Soon Su Yuming saw cart after cart of monster corpses being towed by horse-drawn carriages, being dragged by people, and carried on levitation instruments, all falling into the rotten peach mountain. Yuming, we have a great harvest this time. If we can allocate 1/3 of them to feed the dragon-scale cavalry of our cloud ranch, it will be enough to expand the scale to more than 100,000 horses within 10 years. By then, there will be at least 50,000 horses for combat. If my Yandang sect has an army of 50,000 cultivators, the combat power will definitely be the only one under the 5 Beast sect. Not far away, Patriarch Qianghai had already walked to the west slope. This time we have captured at least 100 million monsters, but it's a pity that the corpses were destroyed by the thunder and lightning, and only 1 in 10 survived. You only gave us half an hour, and I'm afraid we can only drag back 1%. That's enough. Are there any remaining monsters? Yes, because of the obstruction of the robbery cloud, more than 1 million water monsters are surrounded in the Wubu River, and tens of millions of monsters are trapped in the vast wilderness around the Miasma Forest, Rotten Peach Mountain, and Qianhu Island. They are now being surrounded and killed, including at least a dozen giant and monster kings. I heard that Master Dingshan has also taken action. Oh, Su Yuming was a little surprised, and turned his head to look, and found that Gu Yulin was also fighting with a purple linden tree demon king in front of the mountain. The opponent seemed to be in the middle stage of the 4th level. At this time, Gu Yulin had swallowed the elixir, and his aura was at the peak of the 3rd level of the golden elixir, and he was ready to break through at any time. Su Yuming did not make a move. On the other hand, on the plain in the distance, nearly 30 golden elixir figures were fighting against each other. Yuming, can you still fight? Thousands of miles away, Maishan's Henring was calling to Su Yuming. Master, don't worry. No other demon king can cross my defense line and intervene in the battlefield. Okay, you hold them off for half a day. None of these demon kings can escape. After saying that, Su Yuming saw a space crack at the end of the sky. It instantly swallowed a great demon king of the 8th level of the golden core. It was torn to pieces on the spot. The demon soul was exiled into the void space in panic. Even the demon core existed in the space crack for a breath and exploded instantly. The power of the explosion flattened the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. After the explosion, not even a trace of Danqi was left, and it was swallowed by the space crack. Is this the mountain treasure? Su Yuming's pupils shrank slightly. The head of the 5 Beast sect held the mountain treasure in his hand. Although this thing was not a Yuanying magic weapon, its power was extraordinary. The heavy sword in Helian Kangfeng's hand could actually blast out a space crack. This power was simply against the sky. Perhaps, it was left behind by the strong who founded each peak. Su Yuming recalled the 5 beast sects classics he had read. There were not many Yuanying's Henjin in the 5 beast sects ancestors. After all, it was just a sect that picked up the 4 symbols holy sect and dominated a region for 10,000 years. There was no famous 5th level weapon emperor. If the masters of the golden core peaks of all generations injected their life energy into it before they passed away, then this mountain treasure might be comparable to the power of the inherited spiritual treasure, second only to the magic weapon. Boom! Su Yuming watched the earth collapse, and those 4th level demon kings were cut into dust one by one, and the blood of the beasts was splashed. He did not have the slightest idea of robbing the credit. Instead, he intertwined his hands with silk and refined the complete bodies of the 15 third-level monsters placed in front of him into puppets. He is now the face of the Yandang sect. If he wants his monks to survive the war between the 2 domains, he has to prepare some trump cards for them. Fortunately, a late-stage 3rd order oxback silkworm monster was found in Eagle Ridge in the north. After being killed by heavenly thunder, it turned into a cocoon. By reeling out the silk, Su Yuming can use its silk to make some puppets that are easy to control. Junior brother Su, the water monsters in the South Valley have been dealt with, a total of almost 300,000, and their corpses have been brought back. The biggest harvest is the water-repelling beads, as well as some refining materials, animal horns that amplify water magic, and stomach sacs that store water. Not far away, Yubingjiao came back. She pointed towards the distant plain and said, "It seems that the sect's encirclement is doing well. Junior brother, why don't you go up and lend a hand? I have already made a lot of military exploits. I have to leave some for others. Our Beast King Peak is not without rivals in the sect. We can't give others a chance to talk. If you need my help, Master will send a message to summon me." Yubingjiao frowned. She always felt that this battle would not be so easy. The sect reacted quickly. Knowing that you used Thunder Tribulation to stop the giant and monster kings outside the mountain, they immediately launched an encirclement between several Beast King territories. If you can eat up these tens of millions of monsters and more than a dozen giant and monster kings in one bite, the sect can turn defense into offense. At least it should be able to free up its hands and feet along the way. If my guess is correct, reinforcements from the other 8 states are already on the way. We just need to wear down the morale of the Blackstone Holy Mountains Beast Tide, and then we can launch a full-scale offensive in the mountain and sea areas. Having said that, Su Yuming turned and walked into the mountain. Sister Yu, tell me what the sect's result is. I have to go back to practice. I will make puppets from the complete corpses of the monsters I seize this time. In addition to keeping some in the Yandang sect, the rest can be traded to the sect as a contribution, as a reward for their affiliated forces and disciples after this battle. Yubingjiao took a deep look at the direction where Su Yuming was going. He is concurrently the master of the puppet hall and the master of the talisman hall. It seems that junior brother has been plotted against. But the person who appointed him was the sect master. Could it be that Zhenren Dingshan thinks that junior brother Su will hinder the path of their Beast King lineage? Half a day had passed, and Yubingjiao received a voice transmission. "Bingjiao, your master has made a good harvest this time. With the cooperation of your uncle Du Oshao and senior brother Gongshu, you have killed 3 golden elixir monster kings in succession. One of them is the magma beast of the 10,000 mountains. The magma heart it breeds can allow your physical cultivation realm to enter the 3rd level of perfection, and even breed the foundation of the 4th level. I see that Yuming's horizontal training of the physical body has some methods of ancient physical training cultivators. You can ask him to practice. If you can enter the 4th level, then my Beast King Peak lineage can be regarded as the pinnacle of the world." "Yes, Master." Yubingjiao hesitated for a moment, thinking about taking advantage of Su Yuming. He didn't have anything to exchange with him. It would be better to serve as the guest grand elder of Yandang sect after entering the 4th level of physical cultivation, and help junior brother Su take care of the sect. Otherwise, he couldn't repay such a big favor. 2 days later, Yubingjiao was summoned to the Mizenglan camp. The Dingtao Pass camp was moved here, which meant that the Dingtao Pass direction had already summoned the cultivators from the other 8 states in the Shanhai area. Yubingjiao heard the quarrel outside the giant meeting tent. "Master, Yuming dragged Mangbateo from the Jingzhou Water Palace to launch the 49th Heavenly Tribulation, covering more than 1 million miles of territory. If there is a slight mistake, It will be a death. They killed hundreds of millions of monsters and created an opportunity for us to severely injure the monsters, kill 13 giant and monster kings, and annihilate more than 50 million monsters. It seems a bit unreasonable to just get such a small reward. Guangshujian was the first to stand up and object. Guangshujian, you have just entered the Jiandan stage and are only the master of an outer hall. What qualifications do you have to shout here? The sect master did not say that Su Yuming had no merit. Even Meng Bateo from the Jingzhou Water Palace was appointed as the master of the outer hall of our sect and was rewarded with a Jiandan magical power and 3 bottles of 4th level elixirs. Su Yuming was even rewarded with a choice of one of the 3 supreme Yuanying methods of our sect, as well as the 5 beasts heavenly art, a 5th level technique that only the sect master can practice. Isn't that enough? It's not that it's not enough. It's that Master Yan just made a suggestion and was selected into the Yuanying sequence. I don't accept it. Yes, Su Yuming was at least able to fight with Master Meishan and Helian Kangfeng, the late giant and great cultivators of the master level, and was selected into the Yuanying sequence. Can you, Yan Leading, be sealed just because you are the direct disciple of the Beast King lineage and the sect master's disciple? Then my Guangshujian can too. It's a pity that some of them are really insignificant. In the end, Ding Bianzhenren only promised to give Su Yuming 2 great merits, and to choose 2 of the 3 methods of Yuanying plus the 5 beasts heavenly art as a reward. As a Yuanying sequence and the master of 2 halls in the sect, Su Yuming should bear more responsibilities. He also ordered Su Yuming to mobilize all the talisman makers and puppeteers in the sect to prepare 10 million Qi refining talismans, 100,000 foundation building talismans, 1,000 purple mansion talismans, and 20 golden core talismans before the counterattack 3 months later. Make at least 100,000 puppets, preferably 3 4th level puppets. For this, Su Yuming obtained 5 complete golden core corpses, including sealed demon souls and demon pills. In order to prevent Rotten Peach Mountain from being attacked by the beast tide when Su Yuming was making talismans and refining puppets, Meishan's Henren will be transferred to sit in Rotten Peach Mountain. In front of the Fox Cave, Su Yuming was refining instruments in an orderly manner. There were already more than 1,000 talisman makers here, not counting the tens of thousands of talisman makers of the beast talisman lineage in Dingtao Pass. The task of refining more than 10 million talismans, that is, high-level beast talismans, required time to refine. For low-level ones, Su Yuming could refine at least 120,000 first-level talismans a day without sleep for 12 hours. However, at his level, it would be like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Junior brother, I don't accept it. The sect master is so partial, that is, he is intentionally biased towards Yan Leiting. In my opinion, they just don't want to give you the identity of the nascent soul sequence, don't want you to enter the sect's upper echelons, and don't want you to get a chance of nascent soul after the sect master. Guangshujian sat opposite Su Yuming indignantly and stabbed the spring and autumn sword in his hand on the bluestone slab. Su Yuming glanced at the broken bluestone slab, smiled and shook his head. Brother, why are you angry? You and I should practice hard. You see, Master is not in a hurry. There are not many golden elixirs in the sect now. We have Master, Uncle Duo Xiao, you and me. If Sister Yu can break through, and Brother Meng and Master Gu are included, there will be 7 people. We can win over some more. It is not certain who will have the final say in the sect in the future. Guangshujian was stunned. He wanted to say that once Master Dingshan was promoted to the nascent soul, he could be more blatant in his hemiplegia. What he didn't know was that Su Yuming's confidence came from himself and Han Lingtuang. Chapter 337, 3 Yuanying Methods, 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Art, 1 more. Shui a flying sword sent a letter, which passed through the Teoqiu formation in the early morning and landed in front of the Fox Cave where Su Yuming was resting. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and learned the details. Su's Henren, the master of the Talisman Hall, immediately set out to meet the master in the miasma forest. Su Yuming didn't notice him, put on his robe, stepped on the big square boat, and passed through the Rotten Peach Mountain in about a dozen breaths and arrived at the miasma forest in the north. Is it Master Su? As soon as he arrived, a figure jumped high to greet him. Su Yuming looked closely and saw that the female cultivator in front of him was simply wearing a white cloud crown, and her green vine robe floated in the wind. The breeze passed by, and it seemed round. Su Yuming didn't know whether he saw a cheek or something else, and hurriedly returned the greeting, because the woman in front of him was also a late purple mansion cultivator. I am Su Yuming. May I ask who you are, Fellow Taoist, I am Yan Xinggai, the world's walker of this generation of the sect. I am here to welcome the Immortal Master today. Thank you for leading the way. Su Yuming nodded slightly, thinking about the other party's identity in his heart. Passing through layers of miasma, the deeper he went into the forest, the more different the scenery was. At first, there were low shrubs. After walking a few hundred steps, he could see a bamboo forest under the green shade. Behind the bamboo forest, Su Yuming saw some tall locust trees. Behind the locust trees, it was very cool. Even if the purple mansion cultivators swallow too much miasma here, they would feel dizzy and trapped in this forest. Further back, there was a place where 5 pine trees were planted. At this time, there were already several giant and immortal masters sitting under the pine trees. They were obviously waiting for Su Yuming. Master Su, I will take you here. Excuse me. Su Yuming nodded slightly and watched the other party leave, wondering when the 5 Beast sect had a mountain walker? The woman's surname is Yan, and she looks no more than 100 years old. Could she be a relative of Yan leading? Su Yuming, I greet the sect master and all the masters. Su Yuming stepped inside and saw Dingdian Henren sitting on the top. Sitting around him were Helian Shentong, Yan leading, Lei Yunshan, Maishan, and Guhun, the 5 masters. Yuming, I haven't congratulated you on your official entry into the Golden Core stage. With your strength it easily killed the saber-toothed tiger Demon King before you entered the Golden Core stage. I'm afraid you can now compete with the top 15 Demon Kings of the Blackstone Holy Mountain, Dingdian Henren asked with a smile. I dare not. Maybe I can fight with the 20th ranked Demon King, but I dare not say I will win. Su Yuming felt that he should be more low-key. After all, the Beast King lineage might not like him. Don't be modest. Palace Master Chang can see that your Void Sword intent has already entered the 4th step. With such a Sword King posture, once you enter the late stage of Jiandan, you can become the #1 Jiandan in our mountain and sea area. Dingdian Henren looked at him with admiration. I called you here today because I want to give you the reward from the last battle, the supreme inheritance of our sect, the 5 Beasts Heavenly Art, and the 3 Nascent Soul Methods. Are you willing to learn? Su Yuming glanced around and saw Henren Maishan nodding at him. He knew that these 4 inheritances were definitely the strongest foundation of the 5 Beasts sect. He immediately clasped his fists and said, May I ask, Sect Master, which inheritances are they? The 3 Nascent Soul Methods are the inheritances left behind by the 3 Nascent Soul True Lords, the 5 Beasts Patriarch, the 10,000 Laws Patriarch, and the Moving Mountain Patriarch. After the establishment of our 5 Beasts sect among them, the 5 Beasts Patriarch created the Beast Emperor lineage and the Beast King lineage. The 10,000 Laws Patriarch created the Beast Talisman and the Beast Law lineage, and the Moving Mountain Patriarch created the Beast Bone lineage. The Nascent Soul great magical powers they left behind undoubtedly also involve these great ways. Su Yuming thought for a moment, then disciple will choose the inheritance of the Grand Master of All Laws and the Grand Master of Moving Mountains. Oh, Zhenren Dingshan was a little surprised. It is rumored that your Su family's Yandang Yunqiju is just a fake elixir method. Now that you have broken through the Golden Elixir, do you not need to practice the Golden Elixir chapter of the 5 Beasts Heavenly Art? Also, you are from the lineage of the Beast King, and your Golden Fire Kiln is also at the 1st level of the Golden Elixir realm. The great magical power of King of all Beasts, of the Grand Master of 5 Beasts will be more beneficial to you. In comparison, you can only obtain one of the 2 talisman techniques of the Grand Master of all Laws by chance, either a 4th level talisman, or a self-created magical power. There are a total of 12 inheritances from the Grand Master of all Laws, and you can only get one of them randomly. As for the Grand Master of Moving Mountains methods, you are now in the late 4th level physical realm. If you can also obtain Mountain Moving Divine Refining, I'm afraid that when this magical power of yours is perfected, your combat power will reach the 1st level of the Palm Master, 1st level Palm Master. In other words, can I fight Maishan's Henren who holds the mountain treasure on equal terms? This is quite surprising. Disciple still insists on his choice. After all, the 2 skills created by Wuxiao's Henren can be obtained for free after Han Lingtong awakens his past life memories. Is it a waste to exchange them with great merits? Well, then, you can sit down next to you. After saying that, Dingshan's Henren waved his hand and threw 2 jade slips to him. After you open them, they will be destroyed after 100 breaths. You should write them down during the meeting and not pass them on. Yes, Su Yuming directly opened the Mountain Moving Divine Refining. What surprised him was that this great magical power was somewhat similar to the mountain-moving technique on his own big local boat. Both of them extracted mountain souls, but this, mountain-moving divine refining, extracted the souls of the majestic mountains that were more than 10,000 feet high. My goodness, that mountain-moving Zhenren, could it be that he refined the only 10,000 feet high peak in the Mountain Sea region, that is, the Beast King Peak of the Five Beast sect? This black stone holy mountain seems to be 10,000 feet high. If I can take advantage of the battle between the two true lords to refine the mountain soul of the black stone holy mountain, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Shui Yulong muttered in his heart, and opened the jade slip to take a look. 4th level middle grade 1 talisman. Wow. I was just worried that my 3 breaking talisman could not be passed on, but I didn't expect that such a good thing would appear. My talent with all 5 elements can finally come in handy. With this 1 talisman in hand, no matter what magical power the opponent uses, I can instantly use the magical power that counteracts it to block it. One method breaks all methods, which just echoes the title of Wanfa's Henjin. It's a pity that I have no chance to see the Yuanying Xiangong. Shui Yulong was practicing the Dragon Blood 9 Deaths practiced by the old guy Longan's Henjin at this time. This is also a Yuanying Gong method, and it is even somewhat similar to beast cultivation. It should be in the same vein as the 5 beasts Xiangong. I don't know if I can find the previous divine transformation method of the 4 symbols holy sect when I cultivate to the nascent soul chapter. When he entered into meditation and cultivation, the 6 great immortals in the field had already started to discuss matters. The immortal Dingdan, who was sitting on the throne, was still doing everything for his own nascent soul path. The mountain and sea region has assembled an army of 5 million cultivators, and they are all rushing towards Lingtao Pass. I want the 5 of you to join hands and advance towards the Blackstone Holy Mountain in 3 months, directly occupy the Holy Mountain Plain, and force the other 2 demon regions of the Blackstone Holy Mountain to come to the rescue, so that I can lead the army to attack the Shui Mountains and look for the opportunity of the nascent soul. Master, the 5 of us will all lead the army to advance, so who will follow you to the Shui Mountains to seize the treasure? Helian Shantong asked subconsciously. The law enforcement elder Helian Zhangfeng, the deputy hallmaster of the war god Hall Changring K, the hallmaster of the 2nd Hall of Talismans and Puppetry Shui Yulong, and the 3 previous elders of our sect who returned from the Sea of Sansei. Shui Yulong opened his eyes when he heard it. The sect master actually chose me. I'm afraid that my 1st level of golden core will be of no use. Hall Master Su, why should you be so modest? Your physical body is well trained. In the sect, you can almost be on par with the Bone Soul Master. This is a big event that is planned for the sect and for the sect master to seize the path to the nascent soul. Since you have been chosen, how can you refuse? Helian Shantong next to him immediately started to speak sarcastically. If it's because I hold 2 hall masters, then I can resign. If it's because of my nascent soul status, then why doesn't senior brother Yan go? And, Shui Yulong looked at the sect master with a floating gaze. There are many strong people in the sect, and I am only a 1st level Jinden disciple. I really don't think I am qualified. After saying that, he clasped his fists and bowed to the sect master. Please take back your decision, sect master. This matter was appointed by the Banshan Patriarch. Are you not going to go either? The sect master looked at Shui Yulong coldly. As a disciple who is not trained by his own sect, he really had 2 minds. Sect master, at this time, Maishan's Henren stood up. Let me persuade Yulong. As he said that, he pulled Shui Yulong out. Yulong, the matter is a foregone conclusion. Why bother to be angry with the sect master? If others see this, they will probably say behind your back that you are ignorant of the overall situation. Master, Yan Dingshan is the sect master, but he actually showed favoritism to Yan Leiting. I have made such a great contribution, but the reward I got is not as good as Yan Leiting, who was promoted to the nascent soul stage with 1 method and 1 inheritance. Isn't this unfair of the sect? Taoist Maishan was silent for a moment. You want to refuse, but it's not possible. He is pressuring you with his status as the sect master and in the name of moving mountain master. You have to go, and with your strength, there are indeed not many people in the sect who can replace you, but what? Shui Yulong felt that the shrewd Taoist Maishan could still be relied on at critical moments. Maybe you can try another way to avoid being at a disadvantage. Shui Yulong always felt that the meaning of Maishan's words was a little strange, and he saw him pointing outside the woods. Did you see Yan Xingyi who brought you here just now? Why did Master mention her? She was 97 years old with earth spirit roots. If she didn't want to accumulate more in the Purple Mansion realm and wait for the breath of nascent soul after the sect master's breakthrough, she would have broken through to the Purple Mansion great perfection long ago. She is the sect master's youngest daughter. What do you think? How about marrying her? Shui Yulong was dumbfounded. Master, you know me. I have a wife, a concubine, and many confidants. If the sect master refuses me, wouldn't it be laughable? For the sake of the nascent soul path, the sect master will not refuse. Also, do you think he asked Yandang to come to meet you today unintentionally? Shui Yulong was slightly stunned. Good guy. Just because I cultivated 2 nascent soul magical powers, he wants to win me over and tie me to the chariot of their Yan family? But after giving a beating, he gives a sweet date. This technique of controlling subordinates is really not very good. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Marriage with the Yan Family. Shui Yulong marries the clan leader's daughter. 2 more. What is the operation of turning the sect leader into his own father-in-law? Shui Yulong thought that it would be shameful to make this request, and that Yandang would reject it outright in anger. Unexpectedly, he agreed. He also said something like Yulong is a 1,000-mile horse of my 5-beast sect. In time, he can expect to reach the nascent soul stage. Marrying the daughter of my Yan family is a strong combination and a blessing for the sect naturally. I fully approve of it. So, Shui Yulong appeared in the bridal chamber that night. Moreover, there was an extra 10,000-year-old oriental pearl in his palm, which was obtained by Yandang when he was training in the sea of scattered cultivators in his early years. It can accelerate the cultivation speed of cultivators with water spirit roots several times and store a 4th-order magical power, which is enough to make Shui Yulong excited. This is a dowry, and the betrothal gift he gave is not bad, 10 drops of 1 yuan heavy water. A man who cultivates Taoism will never have trouble finding a wife. Your husband is the pride of the sect, and he is in the nascent soul stage. He should have more Taoist companions. Your husband is frowning now. Could it be that he looks down on me? Seeing that Shui Yulong had not made any move for a long time, Yandang lifted the veil, revealing the chubby face like a baby, and seemed a little dissatisfied. I'm just curious. With your talent, you must have had many admirers in your early years. Why can't you find a husband even when you are almost 100 years old? It's just that my Yan family has strict rules. Other male cultivators will be expelled and warned if they even approach me. Then why did you choose me? Your husband has been promoted to a senior position in the sect, and you can expect to reach the nascent soul stage. Looking at a huge 5-beast sect, who would not want to marry you? Then if, in time, senior brother Yan and I compete for the opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage, or even for the position of sect master, what will happen to the Yan family? Shui Yulong didn't care about her perfunctory words, but hit the nail on the head. Of course, I will help whoever is stronger. Shui Yulong shook his head. I don't trust the current actions of the sect master. From today on, he will be your father-in-law. How can I not trust him? Yandang stepped forward and grabbed Shui Yulong's belt. Seeing that he did not move, his eyes gradually softened. My father's children have all passed away before. Even Yan leading is just a nephew. After you marry me, the 5-beast sect will be yours. How could Shui Yulong refuse an innocent baby fat smile? Moreover, the flesh on Yandang's body was just right. The dark clouds and moonlight on the horizon faded, and from the rising sun to the sunset, Shui Yulong was still not at peace. He sensed the rapid dissipation of the Dan Qi in his body, and looked at Yandang in front of him with fear. Why is your physique so strange? Why are you swallowing my Dan Qi? If it weren't for his physical realm, Shui Yulong would have started to panic at this time. Husband, this is why my father doesn't dare let others marry me. If I were to marry any genius in the sect, it would be harming others. My physique is called Rakshasa Spirit Body. Before this, I had been practicing in Yazoo Peak behind Beast King Peak. There are only female disciples in the peak. I met you the day before yesterday and married you because my father valued your late 4th stage physical body and your pure and powerful Dan Qi. Looking at the human cultivators in the entire mountain and sea region, only you can give me a future. You want to devour my Dan Qi and step into the golden elixir. Shui Yulong's voice was a little cold. This Yandang was really calculating. He said, a beautiful girl, who is in the late purple mansion realm, might have the talent of a natural spiritual root. He didn't expect it to be some kind of spirit body. This Rakshasa spirit body didn't sound like a good thing. He didn't expect it to absorb his own Dan Qi to improve his cultivation. How was this different from those demon cultivators who took essence from the body? If it weren't for the fact that he quickly activated a Buddhist great joy magic, and the method of the ascetic monk was continuously used, he would have swallowed up all the Dan Qi in his body, and his cultivation would have fallen to the purple palace. But now it seems that my husband's flesh is really powerful, and the Dan Qi in his body seems to be dozens of times more than that of ordinary giant and cultivators, and he can still withstand my Rakshasa spirit body. Su Yuming saw that she could still laugh, and his mind was full of emotions. Generally speaking, she didn't hide anything from him, but if it was an ordinary giant, I'm afraid she would have been harmed by her at this moment. It lasted for a full 7 days. Su Yuming finally came to his senses, and continued to absorb Dan Qi from the heaven and earth every day, and even swallowed all the pills on his body, so that he could withstand the swallowing of the Rakshasa woman in front of him. But she couldn't stand it either. She was only in the late purple palace cultivation. She swallowed at least 100,000 purple bamboo Dan Qi and dragon soul blood. She didn't explode and die now, obviously because of her special physique. Diligence can make up for one's shortcomings. 501W/500W, a flash of inspiration, one time, Zhuanyang body, one time, many children, many blessings, July-October, prosperous husband and wealth. One time rule collector. 2 times thief. 1 time. Wow, Su Yuming's eyes blurred, and he found that all his talent entries were filled. He was just worrying about how to master the 2 magical powers, and a flash of inspiration appeared. He started to comprehend the Dragon Blood 9 Death skill without hesitation, and practiced the Golden Core chapter to the first level, which was considered to be a formal foothold in the Golden Core realm. Moreover, when Su Yuming was lucky, a dragon soul appeared in his body. When he practiced to the Great Accomplishment realm, perhaps a real dragon soul would be born in his Danshan. Diligence can make up for one's shortcomings is used to upgrade to the 4th level middle grade talisman maker realm, and Zhuanyang body is used to comprehend the 4th level middle grade Wanfa talisman, which will become another killer move after his golden core. Keep the thief for now. Who knows, I might encounter some amazing monsters on this trip, and I can get some wool from them. As for the rule collector, Su Yuming took a look at the several rules on his body, and decided to use them on the power of space. If he could master the space shift as soon as possible, he would be able to lead the long-distance space transmission array to Taotian and fix it, and it would be easier to travel between the 2 worlds in the future. While Su Yuming was thinking, a sound transmission note appeared in front of him. Yuming, there is a message from the sect urging the 4th level puppet. This is Su Kyinghei's voice transmission, and others dare not disturb him when he is getting married. The 4th level puppet will be given after the trip to the 10,000 mountains. Su Yuming has clearly refined the 4th level early stage Sandrit King puppet, Barbarian Bull Demon King puppet, Lightning Martin puppet, and the 4th level middle stage Zunfeng Bird King puppet and Barbarian Elephant King puppet, but he has a trick up his sleeve. Moreover, he was going to refine the 334th level materials collected from animal bones into talismans. After a full month, he had 10 4th level middle grade Wanfa talismans, 24th level low grade Hanshin Kainrin talismans, 10 dragon lizard accumulation fire talismans, 20 whirlpool water blade talismans, 15,000 eyes wind tunnel talismans, 75 4th level talismans, and a success rate of more than 20%, which was also up to standard. Many children and more blessings. August-October, calculating the time, when I set out, King Shuang will be in labor, but I don't have time to go back, Su Yuming said, looking back at the fox cave. This woman relied on her status as the daughter of the clan leader to occupy the fox heart jade bed that he usually shared with his wives and concubines. It was really an unforgivable crime. Soon, the ground shook. On a mountain top only 10 miles away, Wang Yuiao was naturally very clear about the fluctuations of the earth. After Su Yuming returned, she obtained the secret method of the ascetic monk, and successfully opened up 2 secret treasures of the body with the treasures she had explored for many years. Shu sensing the arrival of Nangong Wei behind her, she turned her head without looking back. This witch has been here for a few days, and it seems that Su Lang's soul is about to be seduced by her. Yao, you are not usually so jealous. Do you think there is something wrong with this woman? Nangong Wei landed and sat down, shoulder to shoulder with Wang Yuiao, but the shadow behind her was a full circle larger. However, Wang Yuiao's advantage was a pair of slender legs. At this time, she was swinging on the edge of the cliff, with her feet stepping in the air, and she could move with the wind. There's a problem with her physical condition. Ordinary female cultivators, like you, can't hold on for a day or two. If it were me, I would have to relax for at least a month after the first 7 days. I never thought that this female cultivator has been practicing for 7 days after getting married. Now it's Su Lang who came to me, and I sensed her breath. It seems that she has reached the great perfection of the Purple Mansion. Do you think she has ulterior motives and deliberately let the Dan Qi in Su Lang's body prepare for her wedding, but she has already married into the Su family? She can't always be thinking about the Yan family of the Five Beasts sect. Nangong Wei blinked. If so, I'm afraid Su Lang won't feel very comfortable. The Five Beasts sect doesn't want to see our Yandang sect become too powerful, so they use this trip to trap Yuming. Perhaps next, our Yandang sect will also be calculated by them. Sister Nangguang, after the beast tide, you are going to follow Master Gu to the Sea of Single Cultivators. How about counting me in? I'm going to Zuanjing Lake. Will you still follow me? Wang Yuiao shook her head. My path is in the exploration of secret realms, in the experience of life and death, not in the secret world that has been mastered by Su Lang. Nangguang Wei's face was full of envy. If I were as free and easy as you, I would not be trapped by the Juan sect. I hope that in 10 or 20 years, I can hear the news that my sister has formed a pill. Wang Yuiao stood up and walked out of the formation. I'm leaving now. You say goodbye to that guy for me, okay? Nangguang Wei glanced in the direction of the fox cave. Su Yuming clearly discovered it, but he didn't send a voice message to say 1 or 2. It's nothing more than being busy. Could it be that, as Yuiao said, this demon woman is extraordinary? Nangguang Wei would rather believe that she is deeply versed in the method of dual cultivation. Otherwise, she is good at calculating and her heart is not here, which is really difficult to deal with. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. 611W/1000W. What she didn't know was that Su Yuming was in the fox cave at this time, but he was very excited. Yan Xingai's Rakshasa spirit was indeed constantly devouring his Dan Qi and Dragon Blood Qi, but the speed at which his diligence can make up for shortcomings increased was too fast. I was afraid that I could only recharge twice before leaving for the 10,000 mountains. No, I had to get a bottle of the 4th level spiritual spring to quench my thirst. Chapter 339. Before departure, Su Yuming's 4 trump cards, 1 more subscription required. 2 months after Su Yuming got married, the calamity clouds floated over the rotten peach mountain again. Yan Xingai, this woman, wearing a phoenix dress, the same one she wore when she married Su Yuming, actually survived the calamity with the help of a dozen spiritual tools she carried with her, and successfully entered the 1st level of the Golden Core Realm. She was also the 4th Golden Core Realm in the Rotten Peach Mountain, in addition to Su Yuming, Gu Yulin, and Meng Bateo. However, the disciples of the Yandang sect had mixed opinions about her. Su Yuan came to the mountain once to transport supplies. She sat with Su Kyonghae. Ancestor Kyonghae, after hearing that Yuming had a new bride and that she entered the sect, he immediately ordered the secret world to be kept secret. Could it be that you don't trust her? She's just a spy from the Five Beast sect. If you and I weren't in the quasi 5th level formation, it wouldn't be easy to discuss this openly at this time. Ever since Yan Leiting took the credit last time, Yuming no longer trusts the one from the Five Beast sect. This move was suggested to him by True Man Meishan. After all, he will have to go to the 10,000 mountains with him soon. If that person has any ill intentions, it will be troublesome. With this new bride, the other party can't do anything to Yuming, otherwise, she will become a widow right after getting married. It will be bad for her reputation if it gets out. As the leader of a sect, it would be quite embarrassing if you can't even protect your own son-in-law. Su Yuan smiled. Then will my Su family members withdraw to that secret world one after another according to the agreement we made before. Naturally, all of Yu Ming's children, except Su Yurui who has already worshipped at the Beast King Peak, Su Yuyin who follows Master Gu, and Su Yuling who follows Master Gongshu, will enter that secret world, except for this new bride and Yu Yao who has already gone to the Sea of Sangxiu. The rest of his bedmates also need to leave, but to the outside world. He is in seclusion in Rotten Peach Mountain. Is the space teleportation array at the foot of Peach Mountain stable? Yu Ming said it's almost there, but because he disappeared in Peach Mountain in his early years, The teleportation array cannot be located under the Peach Mountain hot spring, but must be moved to the stream woods in the 10,000 Snake Valley. The big monsters above the third level here were cleared out by Yu Ming and his men in his early years, and there is a large ant nest underneath. He plans to move a fourth level formation here to prevent outsiders from approaching. The new bride is trying to approach. How can we stop her? Su Yuan asked after thinking for a moment. After Yu Ming left, she would most likely return to the Five Beasts sect, under the pretext that the Yan family has a heritage, and disciples of the Beast King Peak can practice the Golden Elixir chapter of the Five Beasts heavenly art, and can also practice a nascent soul great magical power. She spent 10 years to master it before returning to our Yandang sect. A hint of anger appeared in Su Yuan's eyes. She married into my Su family, so she is a member of my Su family. Why would she stay in her parents' home for 10 years? Is she bullying my Su family because there is no one there? Yu Ming is also a nascent soul sequence of the Five Beasts sect. Could it be that Master Dingduan can cover the sky with one hand? I don't know about that. Yu Ming doesn't seem to care much. I'm not sure what he is planning or what cards he has. Let's wait until Yu Ming returns safely. By the way, after Chu Hongxiu, Liu Heng and others broke through the Purple Mansion, Liang Chenai also stepped into the Purple Mansion realm. In the future, my Yandang sect will select Golden Elixir seeds, so you have to be careful, okay? March was about to pass, and Yan Xingai also went to the Misty Forest. Su Yuming accompanied her and pretended to be affectionate in front of Yan Dingshan. Yan Xingai begged to return to Yandang sect and go into seclusion at the Beast King Peak. Yan Dingshan naturally agreed. Yuming, I can't bear to see you separate after your wedding, but helping me enter the nascent soul stage is a major event for the sect. Since you are my son-in-law, you should know the big picture. Let Xiaoyi return to the sect first. When she has mastered the skills and stabilized her realm, and has the great magical power of the nascent soul, she will be able to help you in the future and will not be a burden. Yes, Su Yuming seemed very obedient. After he left, Yan Xingai, who was supposed to return to the Five Beasts sect, walked back. Xiao Yi, your father is right, isn't he? Only Su Yuming can withstand your Rakshasa spirit. Dad, I think you are too cautious about him. With Su Yuming's ability, he can go from Qi refining to damp formation in just 10 years, and his physical body is already in the late 4th stage. His combat power is probably only second to the masters of the sect. Such a genius, if he is given a few more decades, I'm afraid he can be ranked in the top 3 in the sect's Chindan. Why can't he be in that position? Yan Dingshan glared at Yan Xingai, who immediately lowered his head and pursed his lips and dared not say anything. Let's talk about everything after we come back from the 10,000 mountains. Your father can agree to give him a chance for your sake. Thank you, Dad. Yan Xingai was overjoyed. After she said goodbye, she didn't see the enthusiasm and expectation in Yan Dingshan's eyes at all. Yuanying, the 4th Yuanying true lord of the Five Beast sect must be me, Yan Dingshan. No one can stop me. Su Yuming, if you can really make great contributions for me, this sect will give you an opportunity. The position of the sect leader, that was promised to Lei Ting in my early years. After leaving the miasma forest, Su Yuming traded 100 pieces of beast talisman materials from several hall masters and returned to Rotten Peach Mountain. He was going to travel tomorrow, so Su Yuming had to be fully prepared. At least he had to think about how to escape back in the face of life and death crisis. Diligence can make up for one's shortcomings. 1127 W/1000 W, a flash of inspiration, 1 time, Zhuanyang body, 3 times, many children, many blessings, 9 out of 10 months, prosperous husband and wealth. 1 time, rule collector. 5 times, thief. 1 time. He took a look at his energy and decided to use Zhuanyang body first to cultivate his Beast King technique Dao body to the minor success level, at least more than 300 breaths. But after 3 times of Zhuanyang body, Su Yuming was surprised to find that his Dao body had broken through to 500 breaths, and he only needed 500 breaths to achieve complete success. He resisted the urge to use a flash of inspiration to improve, and devoted himself to practicing the Dragon Blood 9 Death technique. The dragon soul wandering in his body had already emerged and could swim out of his body at any time. With the improvement of Diligence can make up for one's shortcomings, his cultivation level entered the 2nd level of the Golden Elixir, and the Dragon Blood 9 Death skill also took the opportunity to enter the 2nd level. Rule Collector continued to exchange the power of space rules. Sui Yulong tried to cut with a sword, but found that there was no improvement. However, he had refined the ancient Sword King's sword mark stone tablet for 3 months, and finally there was movement. The breath contained in it pulled him and he appeared in the ancient times in an instant. There was a hot fire stone falling from the sky, like a flying star from the sky, directly across the sky of 100,000 miles, accompanied by a sword light, instantly smashing countless bamboo shoots like peaks, and finally blasted a peak covering hundreds of thousands of feet into plane. Starfire from outer space, the power of this sword is quite good. I have the star power of Mo Yin Yang. Maybe I can really draw the starlight and attract meteorites from outer space. When the time comes, with a fifth order fire in my body, I am afraid that even the nascent soul will have to retreat with one sword. Thinking of this, Sui Yulong began to comprehend the meteorites above the sky. He didn't know how long it had been. When the sky was dawning, he felt his special power moving a fist-sized gravel with a weight of 100,000 pounds falling from the sky. After encountering his immortal thunder flame, it instantly turned into a sword rainbow and fell on the plain in front of Rotten Peach Mountain. The plain, which was originally piled with countless monster corpses, was smashed into a huge pit, covering an area of thousands of feet in radius. The deepest part of the pit was probably 1,000 feet. It can almost be compared with those peak masters who have mountain treasures. Sui Yulong's eyes showed a smile. Counting the Dragon Soul and the 5th Order Immortal Dragon Flame, he already had 3 life-saving trump cards. As for the last one, Sui Yulong manipulated the golden fire Qi to spit out a cloud of gas almost at the same time. Within 10 breaths, the clouds and mist covered the Rotten Peach Mountain, which was hundreds of thousands of miles away. Sui Yulong was wrapped in the white cloud sword intent, and his figure could move 50,000 miles away in an instant. After several flashes, let alone the golden core, even the nascent soul could not catch him. Since it has become a sea of clouds, this trick can be regarded as a life-saving trump card that can confuse the vision. It would be great if it can perfectly restrain my breath. In front of the nascent soul, the 3rd level Zhugang beast inner core in his hand seemed to be a little insufficient. When the sky was bright, Sui Yulong stood up, nodded slightly to the people of the Yandang sect who were waiting for him in front of the mountain, and explained a few things to Gu Yulan and Meng Bateo, and then turned into golden rainbow and flew towards the direction of the Wolf King Valley. Starting today, they will go straight into the 100,000 mountains from the Wolf King Valley in the south, not giving the great demon kings in the Blackstone ancient domain a chance to react. When Sui Yulong arrived, the 5 beast sect master Ding Dian Sunren, law enforcement elder Helian Kangfeng, war god temple deputy master Chang Rinke, beast bone lineage elder Gu Chen, beast king lineage elder Chen Shanhei, beast law lineage elder Bai Taoyan, had been waiting for a long time. Since everyone is here, let's get going. Ding Dian Sunren took out a palm-sized flying boat, which turned into more than 10 feet long after landing. All 6 people entered it, which was quite spacious. This thing is the secret treasure of our sect, the 5-beast flying boat, which is refined by the fusion of the natal souls of 5 4th level late-stage monsters. It has the cloud crane's flying method of flying in the clouds and mist, the defense of the King Kong giant ape's body, and the turtle-breathing demon king's turtle-breathing technique, which can help us hide. Finally, there is the swimming technique of the water demon king, which can allow us to sneak into the 10,000 mountains by water. Ding Dian Sunren didn't mention the last beast soul, and Sui Yulong estimated that it was related to his natal beast king. If Yandingshan's natal beast king was also at the peak of the golden elixir realm, then there might still be hope for this battle. After all, the great demon king over at the Blackstone ancient domain was too difficult to deal with. Even the black crystal evil tiger that was killed by his thunder tribulation had a combat power at the golden core great perfection level. What about the top 9? Isn't it that the 9 Dingshan immortals are besieging them? Before Sui Yulong could stand firm, they had already appeared in the underground river thousands of feet below. In the pitch black, Dingshan immortal cast a spell to cover them under the water. With a shake of the boat, they had already appeared thousands of miles away. After dozens of breaths, they had left the east of the Blackstone ancient domain and officially entered the 100,000 mountains in the south. Chapter 340, Soul Tomb, 3 treasures for infant conjugation, 2 more, please subscribe. On the way, Ding Dian Sunren seemed to want to test Sui Yulong. Yulong, do you know that there are 3 treasures for forming a golden elixir? The sect master is talking about Chaoyuan grass, Tanayan core, and 9-colored bale orchid. Sui Yulong said the 3 materials for forming a golden elixir. Yes, It seems that you have some knowledge. Just kidding, I still have a top-grade golden elixir in my stored ring. Then do you know the 3 treasures for forming an infant? Please give me some advice, Sect Master. Soul-gathering liquid, purple soul flower, and reincarnation grass. These are the 3 treasures for forming an infant. Then can we get one of them on this trip? Su Yuming couldn't help but be surprised. This trip is to a place of opportunity for the nascent soul that may appear randomly in any domain of this world of immortal cultivation. It is also an illusory soul tomb. You may encounter countless ancient demon souls in it, and you may also encounter the nascent soul of the fallen ancient human strongmen. But after the high-level soul power of the senior masters collapses, the 3 treasures for forming a nascent soul will be formed. Even a leaf of samsara grass can increase the chance of forming a nascent soul by 10%. A 1,000-year-old purple soul flower also has a 10% chance. Just 1 drop of soul-gathering liquid can increase the chance by 30%. If you can get these 3 treasures at once, ask a 5th-rank Dan Emperor to help refine a furnace of nascent soul pills. Then breaking through the nascent soul will be a sure thing. But, where can we find a 5th-rank Dan Emperor in our mountain and sea region? Su Yuming was stunned. Even the old guy Shyandans Henrin has only entered the realm of a 4th-rank alchemy grandmaster. If the 5-beast sect had such a monster, I am afraid they would have trampled the Yuanchi sword palace under their feet long ago. Master Banchan turned to alchemy in his early years, and now he is a 4th-rank peak alchemist. I see. Su Yuming forced a smile on his face. Then for this trip, should we prepare some means to resist soul attacks? Swish Henrin Dingshan threw a jade ring casually. Your spiritual realm is not bad. This is a soul-locking ring, a broken spiritual treasure. You can still use it 3 times. After refining it, if a giant and demon soul attacks you, you can use it to stop it. It can block attacks below the nascent soul stage for you. It can be regarded as my compensation for not informing you in advance. Thank you, Sect Master. Su Yuming's face lit up, as if he had picked up a giant and talisman for free. For this beast-tide battle, the demon clan should have dispatched at least half of its great demon kings. It is obvious that the Blackstone Holy Mountain received the news of the birth of the Soul Tomb in advance, otherwise it would not have sent only 3 great demon kings ranked in the top 10 to command the beast-tide. Moreover, it was you, Yuming, who killed the Black Crystal Evil Tiger King. Even if our sect were to face that guy alone, it would have been difficult. You used the power of the Thunder Tribulation to easily kill him. Such a mind is extraordinary. Thank you, Sect Master. Su Yuming said he did not dare to say, I wonder if the Sect Master knows how many giant and demon kings will be dispatched by the Blackstone Ancient Domain. Probably more than 100. If our sect deploys troops, it will definitely dispatch a great demon king to command 1 route. Only by advancing 10 routes can we have a chance to find the nascent soul opportunity. Even if we only break through 2 of the 10 routes, it is worth it. After all, 1 nascent soul demon king is better than 100 giant and demon kings. Su Yuming nodded slightly and watched the 5 beasts flying boat begin to rise. We are almost there. After entering the soul tomb, our giant and magic power is restrained, but Yuming, you can use your physical power. Su Yuming wanted to ask why Guhan, who is also a physical cultivator at the late 4th level, was not called on this trip. Then he saw that the elder of the beast-bone lineage, Gu Chen, stepped forward and landed on the bow, taking over the position of Dingdian Henrin to lead the way. His aura was radiating, and his physical realm was already at the peak of the 4th level. Elder Gu Chen leads the way, and you are responsible for the rear. You 2 are very good at physical cultivation. How about it? Yes, sir. Su Yuming clasped his fist slightly in response, and then landed at the end of the team. The 5 beasts flying boat continued to move forward. After entering a chaotic area, Su Yuming immediately found that his damn key had been blocked by a mysterious rule force. If he could only use soul power and physical cultivation methods, wouldn't he be able to directly compete with the others, all of whom were at the late giant level? Sure. After the 5 beasts flying boat landed, it was instantly taken away by Dingdian Henrin. This place seemed to be a chaotic world floating in the sky. Su Yuming looked around and could see the edge of the world he came from. There was a layer of gray fog covering the area that hindered the exploration of spiritual consciousness, and there were endless low slopes in front. However, the shape of these slopes looked like a series of desolate graves. Is that the purple soul flower that is 1,800 years old? Suddenly, Chen Shanhei, the elder of the Beast King lineage in the team, pointed to the distance and shouted excitedly. The 6 people were attracted, but Dingyan Henren stretched out his hand and waved forward, "Keep going. There is a breath in that desolate grave that makes me afraid. The other party is at least a nascent soul. If you take his opportunity without permission, you will die." Dingyan Henren didn't want to offend the owner of the desolate grave built on the top of the mountain, so he turned and left. Su Yuming felt that this old guy had clearly reached the peak of the golden core, and he could still hold back. It was really not simple. After walking for nearly 100 miles, they were just flying at low altitude, and were soon attacked by the demon spirits on the wasteland. Su Yuming didn't make a move, and was easily dismissed by the 4 people in front of him, Chang Ringke, Helian Kangfeng, Chen Shanhei, and Bai Taoyan. Su Yuming also sensed the realm of the 4 people. Chang Ringke and Helian Kangfeng had the same soul power and realm, both at the 8th level of the golden core, and Chen Shanhei and Bai Taoyan were both at the 7th level of the golden core. The one with the highest cultivation was Gu Chen in front, whose soul power had reached the 9th level of the golden core. As for Dingyan Henren, perhaps he was only one step away from breaking the Dan and turning into a nascent soul. Our team is not bad. Sure. After traveling 1,000 miles, the team stopped. Because they were eyeing an ancient tomb with an inscription. The inscription was engraved with the name of Dharma Master Li Ruohei, and the breath of the tomb owner happened to be at the golden core great perfection, but Su Yuming clearly sensed a wisp of nascent soul Qi. When he took a closer look, he used the peacock divine eye to find a reincarnation grass from the ancient tomb, and it was a 2-leaf reincarnation grass. I'm really lucky. I happened to meet a cultivator who cut off his own nascent soul realm, gave birth to a 3-leaf reincarnation grass, and escaped from this soul tomb through reincarnation. Dingyan Henren pointed to the front with a smile. "Kill him, take back the reincarnation grass, and today's trip will be worthwhile." Sure. Without saying anything, Su Yuming sensed 4 powerful spiritual fluctuations. Chen Shanhei's spiritual fist, Bai Taoyan's sword tide, and Helian Kangfeng's spiritual chain took the initiative to trap the tomb owner first. The moment he kept dragging him out, he had been attacked twice in a row. Finally, the soul shadow of an ordinary person turned into a black light and instantly pierced the opponent's heart, and the figure hiding in the tomb instantly exploded. Dead. Su Yuming frowned, always feeling that it was not that simple. Buzz. Sure enough, in the next breath, a soul power exploded on the spot, and dust within a radius of 10,000 miles instantly rose from the ground. Su Yuming moved and appeared 10,000 miles away, barely avoiding the attack, but the others were not so lucky. Chen Shanhei and Bai Taoyan, who had lower cultivation, were almost shaken out of the spiritual treasures protecting their sea of consciousness at the same time. As they retreated, the Dharma Master Li Ruohei had already appeared in the crowd. Pop! Su Yuming clearly saw that Master Dingshan took out a seal from his palm and smashed it on Li Ruohei's head steadily and ruthlessly. The arrogant fake infant soul body instantly disintegrated. Then it turned into thousands of threads and flew towards the double-leaf reincarnation grass in the distance. Finally, under the suppression of the seal, the 3rd leaf of reincarnation slowly condensed. Not bad. Master Dingshan stretched out his hand with satisfaction, took back the 3-leaf reincarnation grass with an embroidered handkerchief, released a 4th-level soul sealing box to store it, and then put it into the stored ring. The golden seal of Allahs. I didn't expect that the sect master would bring the life treasure of the Patriarch of Allahs with him. Chang Ringke's eyes were burning. This trip is not to be underestimated. We can also pave the way for the younger generation of cultivators and get several more nascent soul opportunities. Keeping it when you are ahead is the way to survive. If you want to go back after reaching this point, I will not stop you. Keep going forward. The demon clan or even greater dangers may appear. After all, the weakest ones in front may be the souls of false infants. Dingyan Henren obviously wanted to continue walking. But if you are willing to help me, I will get another 3-leaf reincarnation grass. As long as the other nascent soul opportunities do not exceed the value in my hands, I can give them to you. First, Palace Master Cheng and Elder Helian will get them, and then the other 3 will get them, with his calculation. Wouldn't he be at the end? Su Yuming remained calm. Seeing that the others had expressed their willingness to continue walking, he could only follow them. After flying forward for more than 2 hours, Dingyan Henren suddenly stopped and said, "There is a demonic aura." Diagonally, more than 1,000 miles away, a team also appeared. There were only 9 golden elixir demon kings, but the aura of the leader was clearly at the golden elixir great perfection realm. Moreover, He was a 3-meter tall strong man with golden hair and a very violent aura. Haha. I didn't expect that I would be the first to encounter you humans, the Demon Kings, and then kill them. Go. The moment the opponent attacked, Dingyang Senran also gave orders. The one opposite is the 6th-ranked Golden Lion King of Blackstone Holy Mountain. Leave it to me to deal with. The other 4 4th-stage late-stage monsters are left to the 4 of you. Yuming, you have extra puppets and the Golden Fire Kirin. Help contain the remaining 4 Golden Core Monster Kings. Fight and retreat. Su Yuming's heart sank. Master, I'm afraid I can't stop it. Why don't we go ahead and fight and retreat, then use the talisman and trump card to kill the 4th-stage late-stage 9-headed bird in the left front first. Kill. As soon as the voice fell, Dingyang Senran mobilized the Wanfa Golden Seal and launched a Yuanying attack. 800 miles away, the void collapsed, and the 4th-stage late-stage 9-headed bird had almost no time to dodge and was smashed into a pile of minced meat. On the other hand, the Golden Lion King opposite actually thought the same as Dingyang Senran. He opened his mouth and roared with a scorching lion roar, and instantly burst out with a spiritual attack comparable to the 5th stage. One of Su Yuming's protective soul rings shattered instantly, and the rootless duckweed was also shaken and flew around in his sea of consciousness. Fortunately, the sound of a deer calling out sounded in time, otherwise he would have been struck by this blow and his soul would have been split apart, causing him to suffer from cerebral palsy. Chapter 341, Exposing Strength, Obtaining the Soul Protection Talisman Refining Method. One more. Helian Kangfang and Changring K, who could still resist with their soul power and magic treasures, moved away almost instantly, but Chen Shanhei and Bai Taoyan, who were weaker in cultivation, suffered a heavy blow. The 8 Demon Kings on the opposite side pounced on them instantly. Dingyang Senran and the Golden Lion King on the opposite side flew to the sky hundreds of feet above to fight. The 7 Demon Kings who came close to the ground almost instantly chose their opponents. 3 Demon Kings in the late 4th stage rushed directly towards Helian Kangfeng, Changring K, and Shen Shanhei. Bai Tianyan was also entangled by 2 Demon Kings. In front of Su Yuming, who seemed to have the worst cultivation, there was only a Golden Fox Wolf Demon King in the middle 4th stage to stop him. Sure, the opponent came close to him almost instantly. Before Su Yuming could react, he rolled up the golden wolf skin and covered his sight. At the moment, a ferocious wolf mouth with sharp teeth appeared in front of Su Yuming, and then, bang, Su Yuming moved his fist and appeared above its head. He directly punched him into the ground, and his brain shattered. Only the demon pill was wrapped with a pocket wolf soul, which was collected by Su Yuming in the pill bottle. In this soul tomb, if it were not for the cultivators with higher spiritual consciousness than him, they would not be able to last 3 rounds in front of him. Palace Master Su is really powerful, come and help us. Not far away, ordinary people laughed 3 times. In front of him was also a Red Crown Crane Demon King of the 8th level of the Golden Pill, but he was dragged by him with a strange body movement, not at all inferior, and even had time to observe the battlefield. But when he shouted like this, the several Demon Kings present were all in danger. The intelligence is wrong. The opponent is Su Yuming, who killed the 2 great Demon Kings, the saber-toothed tiger and the black crystal evil tiger. Retreat. The opponent seemed to know Su Yuming's name. The Golden Lion King roared again, creating a terrifying sandstorm on the ground. In the dust, several Demon Kings retreated. Su Yuming suddenly raised his foot and carried the Golden Fox Wolf in front of him on his back and moved away to block their retreat. The moment the Golden Lion King turned around, Su Yuming had already dodged and moved away. Boom! With a loud bang, the 4th stage middle stage demon pill exploded under Su Yuming's control, and the 2 4th stage middle stage Demon Kings who could not dodge in time were instantly severely injured. The Black Bear Demon King on the left was blown out of his intestines, and the Golden-Haired Rat King on the right also had half of his head blown off. Buzz! A golden light flashed, and the Golden Seal of Allah smashed down on the head, directly smashing the Golden-Haired Rat King into a pile of minced meat. By the time they rushed forward, the Demon Kings on the opposite side had already fled. The stench released by one of the 4th stage late stage Weasel Demon Kings could actually hinder the perception of spiritual consciousness. Palace Master Su, your strength is hidden deep. You can actually help us kill the 3 Demon Kings on the opposite side. If it weren't for the disgusting weasel on the other side, perhaps they would not have escaped this time. Chang Renkai landed in front and pointed at the bones on the ground. You have mastered the method of talismans. There are about 200 beast talisman materials here, which are 4th stage middle grade. Can you refine them? Since Palace Master Chang asked you to refine them, Yuming, you can refine some talismans for you, as he said. Ding Dian's Henrin handed over a jade slip. This is the secret method of refining the 4th stage middle grade soul protecting talisman of our sect. If you can refine it, we can have more protection on this trip, as he said. He also distributed recovery pills to Chen Shanhei and Bai Taoyan, whose soul power was damaged. Thank you, Sect Master. Su Yuming was delighted. This soul protecting talisman was a good thing. It was rare in the market in the Shanhei area. He had only seen it once at the last Taoguan Jiandan trade fair. Just when he was about to take it, an ordinary person threw out a Jiandan talisman to buy it. It was a Senlo Pagoda talisman, which can withstand 5 attacks from a Jiandan mid-stage cultivator. This showed how valuable this thing was. The team stopped in the wilderness. With the protection of Dingshan's Henrin and 2 Jiandan Baz Hongshan's Henrin, he didn't have to worry about being attacked by enemy cultivators. After entering into meditation, he began to refine it, but it seemed that more than 20 bone talismans in a row had failed. Helian Kangfang looked at Su Yuming with interest. Palace Master Su, you don't seem to be very skilled in refining this bone talisman, so how about Elder Helian taking 2 fewer talismans later? Su Yuming glanced at him calmly, and immediately made the old boy very angry. After 58 consecutive failures, Su Yuming finally refined the first soul-protecting talisman, followed by the second, and the third failed again. After half a day, he had exhausted all his soul power and began to take out pills to recover. The 10 talismans in front of him had been distributed to the 5 Jiandans Henrin present. In the middle of the night, they sat cross-legged in the wilderness. Su Yuming now had 5 more soul-protecting talismans. He kept them all and tried them. It seemed that one soul-protecting talisman could resist a soul attack from the late Jiandan stage. In this way, if 5 soul-protecting talismans were stacked, I am afraid that I could also resist the soul attacks of those top demon kings below the nascent soul. Palace Master Su still has more than 30 beast talisman materials. For the first time, he can make 15 talismans with more than 160 talisman materials. It's really amazing. Helian Kangfang's words were a little mocking. After all, a 10% success rate was not high no matter how you looked at it. Don't bother talking. We still need you to join forces to meet the enemy ahead. Don't forget, we just encountered a group of demon kings. If we encounter 2 or more groups merging, we will flee immediately. If we flee separately, how can we contact each other? Su Yuming asked subconsciously. Shui Master Dingdian took out a few soul tablets and threw them to a few people. This is a set of soul tools that I refined in my spare time. It is a special kind of spiritual tool that relies on soul power to sense and communicate. You each take one. If you are no more than 100,000 miles apart, you can rely on this thing to sense and quickly reunite. If you are attacked, you can also crush it instantly. We who are nearby will rush to help immediately. Several people each took one to refine. It was just a soul power attached to it. It can be annihilated at any time, and there is no need to worry about Master Dingdian controlling them through this thing. Boom! After the sky brightened, they joined forces to force away a residual soul of a Yuanying. However, this also made Chen Shanhei retreat. Master, if we go further, we will face those soul powers above the nascent soul stage. I'm afraid we are not strong enough to deal with them. After all, if they may have mastered the secret technique of spiritual attack, you may not be able to rescue them in time, and we will be killed on the spot. It's okay. Master Dingdian narrowed his eyes. Keep going forward. This master said that I will give you a great opportunity. Also, if the secret technique of the nascent soul stage is launched against you, this master has his own way to protect you. Master, please take out the secret treasure, otherwise. It's not that we are afraid of death, but mainly if the sect loses all of us old-fashioned golden elixirs at once, I'm afraid it will be seriously damaged. Master Dingdian sighed, stretched out his hand and patted the Wanfa golden seal on his hand, and a majestic nascent soul aura flashed from it. The 5 people present were immediately shocked. There is no doubt that this is definitely the aura of a nascent soul master. Since the 5 beast sect passed down for 10,000 years, there have been only 3 Yuanying Zhenjins. One is the 5 beast Zhenjin who has reincarnated and claimed to have passed away long ago. One is the Wanfa Zhenjin who inherited the Wanfa and created the great era of the mountain and sea areas. There is also one, who is now the pillar of the 5 beast sect, Banshan's Henjin. This is the one for golden seal in front of him. It is obvious that the one who came in with Lingdian Henren is undoubtedly the soul of Wanfa's Henjin, or even the Yuanying. How is it? Facing Dingdian Henren's response, several people each bowed slightly to the Wanfa golden seal, which was regarded as a realization of Dingdian Henren's confidence in this trip. As they continued to move forward, Dingdian Henren also explained to them. In the early years, my Shanhai region discovered the earliest, namely the 3 outer worlds of Sanxitahai, Blackstone Ancient Domain, and Sword Domain. The Patriarch of all laws fought against the nascent souls of the 3 forces respectively, and that was 5,000 years ago. In theory, the lifespan of the ancestor should have been 5,000 years, and the sect is not short of elixirs to prolong his lifespan, so it is not a problem for him to live to the present. But if my 5-beast sect wants to go further, we have to use more means. The ancestor took the risk of letting me bring the nascent soul in. After all, he has sealed his nascent soul for many years, and his physical body has been sealed for many years, just waiting for the soul tomb to be born. Originally, I thought we had to go to other outer domains to compete, but I never thought that we would appear in the Blackstone Ancient Domain. So, is this the reason why the sect wants to attack the Blackstone Ancient Domain? Su Yuming realized in his heart that the 5-beast sect has great ambitions. They want to operate on 3 fronts at the same time. Let the 5 beasts true lord preserve the soul power for reincarnation. Let the Allah's true lord seal himself. Wait for the soul power to break through the transformation of the spirit, and extend the soul for another 5,000 years? But what about his physical body? Could it be that the 5-beast sect still has a way to break through to the god transformation? Su Yuming thought that after the 4 symbols holy sect was destroyed, the 5-beast sect was the one that got the most benefits. Maybe they really have another trump card for the god transformation. My goodness, when I was in the Qi refining stage, I only thought that the 5-beast sect was a small giant sect. Later, I learned that there were tens of thousands of foundation building families in the vast mountain and sea area. If the 5-beast sect was not a Yuanying sect and issued a Jindan restriction order, I am afraid that Jindan would be everywhere. How could his Yandang sect have a chance to rise? Apart from anything else, if there is a Jindan in Yuzhou, all subordinate forces can be suppressed to death. Maybe he can only become someone else's son-in-law. Of course, we can't let the ancestor take action unless it is a last resort, and the ancestor needs a lot of nascent soul power. Along the way, we have only encountered some appetizers. The help for him is really too little. As he said, for the sake of righteousness, Master Dingdian actually refined a 3-leaf reincarnation grass he got into soul power, and injected it into the golden seal of Allah's. For the rise of the 5-beast sect, I don't need to enter the nascent soul stage. Chen Shanhei, who had some doubts about him, suddenly felt guilty. Please rest assured, sect master. Since it is for the great cause of the sect, we will not hesitate even if we are torn to pieces. The others nodded one after another. They had the nascent soul from 5,000 years ago to support them, so they were not so panicked when they encountered those great terrors. Chapter 342, Wind Cave, Active Hunting of Yuanying, 2 more. As if nourished by the 3-leaf reincarnation grass, a soul power emerged from the Wanfa golden seal, and a voice transmission fell into the ears of Dingdian Henren. Dingdian Henren's face was delighted. Everyone, the ancestor has ordered us to start hunting Yuanying. As long as his soul power enters the realm of transformation, he will do his best to help us get at least 2 Yuanying opportunities each. Really, ordinary people couldn't help but brighten their eyes when they saw such a fierce demon. It's only natural to serve the ancestor. Helian Kangfang wanted to pretend, but Su Yuming next to him had already ruthlessly exposed him. In this case, the next time you encounter a Yuanying ghost, let Elder Helian take the lead. No, I still can't withstand the attack of the Yuanying. Lord Su already has 15 soul protection talismans in his hand. Why don't you go and lure the enemy first? Su Yuming sneered. If there is a chance to catch this guy alone, he will kill him first. If he goes against him again and again, the Helian clan will be extinct. They are also the biggest obstacle to the rise of the Beast King Peak. Entering the mass grave ahead, one can see bones everywhere, including those of humans, monsters, and even demons with jagged bones. On the mass grave, there is a wind cave. Even though it is thousands of miles away, there is still a strong wind. If Su Yuming is not mistaken, there is a 4th level strong wind in it. If I can integrate my demon-slaying strong wind, maybe I can enhance my foundation, Sui Yulong was thinking in his heart. Helian Kangfang had already waved his hands forward, and 2 wind-slaying strong winds flew out in an instant, flying 100 feet away and turning into 1,000 feet in size, and then instantly disintegrated. That's right, it is a dead spirit demon wind that is specifically used to deal with the flesh. It is a 4th level upper grade spiritual wind. I am afraid that my flesh can't pass it. Only the flesh of Palace Master Su can try it, Helian Kangfang said. Yuming, then you go. Dingyan Henrin pointed to the front. In the wind cave opposite, there is a strong Yuanying. You can go over and hide him. After luring him out, I will deal with him. If you just want to deal with him, there is no need to risk stepping into the dead spirit wind, Su Yuming said, and the 8 directions divine slash appeared in his hand. He suddenly sent it forward. In the wind cave thousands of miles away, a Yuanying as big as a millstone had been dormant here for more than 10,000 years, but was suddenly attacked by the sword energy. His face changed drastically, and he moved to the outside world. Whoosh whoosh, the evil wind was blowing, and he frowned and looked into the distance. This was a one-horned demon king, whose Yuanying did not disperse after death. He was buried here by the younger generation of cultivators just to survive. My fellow human beings, I seem to have never provoked you. Why do you want to attack me? Because Su Yuming's empty sword energy contained the fluctuations of the sword rules. This guy was not prepared to fight with him. He was a little afraid of this kind of rule power. Middle stage of demon infant, the Dingyan Henrin on the opposite side was overjoyed and took the initiative to raise the Wunfa golden seal in his hand. Ancestor, snacks are delivered to your door, as he said. He threw the Wunfa golden seal forward, and a gust of wind swept past. The one-horned demon king on the opposite side wanted to escape, but it was too late. The moment the dead spirit demon wind around him was instantly dispersed, he was already wrapped in a chewing sound, and the rolling Yuanying key poured into the wind cave in the distance. After the demon wind swirled for more than an hour, it returned to calm. Swallowing Yuanying. This is probably not a magic cultivation method. Su Yuming muttered to himself, if he could refine the spiritual medicines nurtured by the soul power of these seniors, he could accept it. But directly swallowing the other party's nascent soul, wouldn't that be equivalent to eating the souls of these creatures directly? In this way, even if the soul power is promoted to the god, this Wanfa's Henjin will not be affected by these residual wills. Finally, a purple nascent soul key returned and injected into the Wanfa golden seal, and also took away a piece of demon wind cold jade that gave birth to the dead demon wind. Under Su Yuming's greedy eyes, it was taken into the pocket of Dingyan Henrin without any hesitation. I am a mutant wind spirit root. This thing is of great use to increase my strength, so I will give it to me to refine. He turned out to be a wind spirit root? Su Yuming was surprised and had to keep silent. Buzz, accompanied by a wave of heaven and earth, everyone's eyes immediately looked to the west more than 100,000 miles away. The soul power there has almost condensed into a dark cloud-like sky phenomenon. Such a terrifying scene is naturally caused by the breakthrough of the nascent soul. Someone has entered the nascent soul stage there, and the pure demonic power inside. I'm afraid it's a big demon king from the Blackstone ancient domain. Dingyan Henrin's pupils shrank slightly. The demon race is different from our human race. After they break through, their bodies are baptized by the power of heaven and earth. Even if they can't achieve a 5th level body, they can achieve the peak of the 4th level. If we don't kill them now, and they find us here, it will be tricky. Su Yuming couldn't help but sigh. After the nascent soul of Wanfa's Henjin was exposed, did he not hide it at all? He actually took the initiative to kill a big demon king who was breaking through. What if he happened to be a wild elephant who was good at physical body? Wouldn't it be a waste to kill him at this time? Since it is the order of the sect master, we should obey it. However, if the demons searching around the soul tomb see this celestial phenomenon, they will rush over to join us. I think instead of killing them, we should continue to move in the opposite direction. Maybe we can find some opportunities before them. As long as we can ensure that the ancestor can successfully break through the spirit transformation realm, even if these guys rush in, they will be a group of small fish. Ordinary people thought for a moment and decided to stand up and say something. Then let's go quickly, there are too many opportunities in this soul tomb. If another great demon king breaks through, it will be difficult for us. Dingyan Henrin thought for a moment and realized that if he took the initiative to deliver himself to the door at this time, he would easily be surrounded by the demons. He did not dare to take the risk when he was outnumbered and had no reinforcements. After flying thousands of miles to the east, they suddenly stopped thousands of feet in front of a crooked tree. On the crooked tree opposite, a rotten salted fish that was 100 feet long was hanging, and it was already emitting a foul smell. The reason why it was a salted fish was because there was a layer of white sea salt on its surface. At this time, the fish's eyeball was being picked by a large withered hand. A withered figure was sitting on a tree, quietly looking at them. Yo, another group of human descendants have come. The last time I met a human race was many years ago. Is the outside world still the same as before? What era is it? Where are you from? Demon realm? Wilderness realm? Sword realm? After asking 3 places in a row, only the sword realm was familiar to the people present. May I ask who you are, senior? Feeling the other party's aura, which was at least in the late nascent soul stage, Master Dingtian did not dare to be arrogant. Moreover, it was not easy to take a detour here. The distance of 1,000 feet, if the other party wanted to attack them, it would only be within a few feet. It seems that they are no match for them. Su Yuming saw it and knocked a large teleportation talisman on his hand at any time. After thinking about it, he took out 3 small teleportation talismans. After all, if the large teleportation talisman can move 60,000 miles in one breath, it is easy to move directly to the mouth of a shocking monster. At that time, he would be sending himself to death. My name is Demon Lord Hateo. I was a casual cultivator of the Sea Soul in my early years. Do you know me? But a casual cultivator of the Sea Skull Island. Zhenrendingshan's heart sank. They were actually demon cultivators. Then it would be difficult for them to leave. Yes, it seems that you also know the Sea of Sansing cultivators. The Sea of Sansing cultivators is still there. I don't know if those demon cubs back then are still alive. Kugu sighed to himself. I entered this place more than 3,000 years ago. At that time, the Soul Tomb appeared in the Sea of Sansing cultivators. The battle was so fierce that more than 10 nascent souls fell, not to mention those weak golden cores. The killing was like killing chickens. You bunch of little golden cores look good. Leave a few for me to taste and satisfy my craving. The rest of you can go. How about it? Zhenrendingshan smiled wryly. Senior, you are joking. Eating human golden cores is not a good thing. People like us in the righteous way will never abandon our fellow disciples. You are really hypocritical. There is a nascent soul hidden in the magic weapon in your hand, right? You can offer it up. I feel that the power of the residual soul of another nascent soul has not been refined by him. He also had a full meal just now. He can eat other nascent souls, so why can't I? I guess you don't know my reputation back then. In the sea of casual cultivators, the number of people who are not afraid of me can be counted on one hand. Dingtian Senran's face changed for a while. Senior, you should stay here honestly. We won't accompany you anymore. As he said that, he waved his hand and immediately moved back with the 5 people. It seems that you still don't listen to advice. Hai Tao Demon Lord sighed, his body wrapped in black wind, and with a 100-foot salted fish shaking, he had appeared between the 6 people who were retreating explosively. Buzz, the rootless duckweed that Su Yuming protected in his body flew directly, and the moment the 10 soul-protecting talismans shattered, a scream was heard in his ears. After Su Yuming moved 3 times in a row and appeared 3,000 miles away, he looked back and saw that Chen Shanhui had been plucked out of his golden elixir. The whole person fell to the ground from 1,000 feet in the air. The dignified golden elixir Zhenring was actually killed alive. Crack! The Hateo demon lord who had snatched the golden elixir threw it directly into his mouth, bit it down, and the golden elixir shattered. Chen Shanhui's residual soul let out a shrill scream, and turned into a wisp of green smoke on the spot. He sucked it through his nostrils and refined it. Buzz! Behind him, the Wanfa golden seal attacked. How could the Hateo demon lord, the overlord of the soul tomb, be afraid? He flipped his hand and a white bone palm slapped on the Wanfa golden seal. His figure was smashed thousands of miles away, but the Wanfa golden seal did not cause him much trouble. Go! Dingtian Senran was really scared. The Wanfa patriarch refused to come out to fight, which meant that fighting with the old guy on the opposite side would definitely damage his origin. The opponent's strength was probably above the late nascent soul stage. Such a strong man, there is no record of him in the Sanxiu Sea. Could it be that Hateo demon lord is a pseudonym? Damn, this soul tomb is wandering around. How many terrifying beings are buried in it? Thank you Zaj for Video IL for your 7-2 coin rewards and support. Thank you. Chapter 343, Stealing the 6th level Mirage Pearl? Su Yuming voluntarily leaves the team. 1 update. 3,000 miles away, Shui Yulong actually turned his hand and cast Thief, not caring about what he had stolen, and moved directly to the southwest, and instantly walked out of the distance of 10,000 miles. Haitao Demon Lord was about to chase and kill the fleeing Dingshan Henren, but he found that the soul power source in his arms was missing. His aura, comparable to the 6th level transformation of the gods, instantly fell to the late stage of the nascent soul. The moment his body stagnated, he looked up at the direction where Shui Yulong fled, and the guy had already flown tens of thousands of miles away. He wanted to chase him, but according to his perception, Shui Yulong seemed to have entered a taboo territory. If he had the Mirage Pearl in his hand, he would dare to go and try, but now, he could only watch Shui Yulong fly away with hatred and helplessness. Then he turned around and killed the few great Zhenren who fled in the distance. In the distance, Shui Yulong took out the sound transmission stone. Master, I used the method of a thief to steal the good things that increased the strength of Haitao Demon Lord. Now I can only flee far away. The face of Dingshan Henren, who was fleeing, was a little surprised. Shui Yulong made a move? How could you steal things from Haitao Demon Lord from 3,000 miles away? But he clearly felt that the breath of Haitao Demon Lord opposite him had weakened, from being irresistible to being able to fight. Even the Wafa golden seal in his hand had uncontrollably turned into a size of tens of thousands of miles and smashed down. The Haitao Demon Lord opposite him staggered and was suppressed to the ground, directly smashing a big hole. It seems, his breath is only about the late nascent soul stage. Dingshan Henren hurriedly sent a message. Yulong came back immediately. This old ghost can be killed, as long as you help the ancestor to kill this evil thief. The previous 4th level late stage demon wind can give you a source of energy. Master, don't bother. There is a limit on sound transmission here. If it exceeds 100,000 miles, the other party probably won't be able to hear it. With the speed of Palace Master Su, I'm afraid he has already escaped 100,000 miles away. After all, the speed of the villain on the opposite side is too fast. He is just trying to protect himself. The ordinary people next to him used soul secrets to help him and help Shui Yulong to get out. Well, let's join forces to kill this guy and avenge Elder Chen. Go! The soul secrets in the distance were fighting fiercely. Even though they were 100,000 miles away, Shui Yulong could feel the subtle fluctuations. His spiritual consciousness in this boundless soul graveyard could only be released for about 20,000 miles, which was suppressed by almost 5 times. After all, in the outside world, his spiritual consciousness could sense an area of 100,000 miles. He was playing with a mirage bead he had just gotten. He had gotten a nightmare bead that was almost the same before, but the difference was that it could instantly create a large amount of fog. This was the life-defining demon peel of the 6th level mirage demon on the sea. I don't know how the demon Lord Haitao found it, but maybe he got a great opportunity. This thing is just right for me to comprehend the way of clouds and fog here. In addition, I still have one chance for my prosperous husband and wealth. And I don't know if I can encounter any great opportunity. Thinking of this, Shui Yulong suddenly stopped. Because he found that there was not a single owner's grave within a radius of 20,000 miles. What was going on? He often trained in the wild, so he knew that if there was a mountain without demons living, there must be a very scary demon here. With its deterrence and territorial awareness, no one dared to approach. At this time, just 10,000 miles behind him, there was a blue dragon going out to sea on the left and a white tiger hugging a stone on the right. A magnificent mausoleum, like a cemetery, stood behind him. An extremely powerful aura was still sleeping steadily, but Shui Yulong could easily imagine that as long as he opened his mouth, he would wake him up, and even at this time, there could be no more fluctuations in spiritual power and soul power. Look! That's a human cultivator. Just at this time, the troublemakers came. A team of 10 demon kings in the distance actually broke through the air and arrived. The sharp-eyed elk demon king appeared 100 miles away from Shui Yulong in almost a flash, pointing at Shui Yulong and shouting. Forget it, you can die if you want. Shui Yulong used the 6th level mirage bead in his hand without hesitation. The whole person was quickly shrouded in fog, and instantly released a demon-slaying gale, escaping thousands of miles to the south, and the clouds and fog spread to tens of thousands of miles. The moment his figure disappeared from the original place, the 2 Windrat Kings had appeared on the left and right of the mirage bead, opened their mouths and spit out a demon wind, instantly blowing away the thick fog. At the moment they made their move, the azure dragon and white tiger in front of the tomb seemed to come alive. The white tiger only raised a divine wind and swept past, and two claw shadows tore apart two fourth-order middle-stage Gale Rat Demon Kings. Feeling the screams and disappearance of soul power behind him, Shui Yulong directly used prosperity and wealth, once, decisively tore open a large teleportation talisman and disappeared 60,000 miles away. Huh? The elegant old man lying quietly in the tomb looked at Shui Yulong's disappearing figure in surprise. The large teleportation talisman plus the means of space teleportation. At such a young age, he actually mastered the power of space rules. It's a pity that he fell into the clutches of the devil again. In the Soul Tomb world, these sixth-order beings all know each other's strength and scope of control. When they came in, Master Dingduan and the others did not encounter them, because they were lucky by accident. In fact, this place is not ranked according to the weakest soul power outside and the strongest soul power inside, but is the same as the outside world of immortal cultivation. The strong occupy region, the weak. The hundreds of thousands of empty graves in front of the elegant old man were occupied before. After he came, they were gone. Before Shui Yulong left, he clearly saw that among the team of 10 demon kings, there was the red blood demon ranked 4th in the Blackstone ancient domain. This guy is said to be unkillable, but now he has encountered a 6th-level terror. He was looking around proudly, and found something wrong. Because his back was a little cold. Since he built his foundation, his lifespan has been restored, and his blood and ki have been replenished. He has always been a good man with blood and vigor. Otherwise, how could his group of wives and concubines be obedient? As stubborn as Nangguang Tuner is, isn't she obedient to him now? But now his back is cold. It must be possessed by a ghost. Moreover, he found that his sea of consciousness could not move at all. He could only watch as the other party stretched out an arm to wrap around his neck, and with the other hand, took out a rootless duckweed and the 5 soul-protecting talismans from his sea of consciousness. There are quite a few good things, but it's a pity that they all belong to me now. A sweet laugh came from behind him, but I won't harm your life. Your blood and energy are very strong, and can help me stay in the world of the living. How about taking me out, senior? You are joking. I'm just a weak golden elixir. This soul tomb is bound by the rules of heaven and earth. Even a god of transformation will not be able to escape. Moreover, you have been here for many years. I'm afraid you have been contaminated by the aura of this place. Just like the soul in the soul summoning flag, you will never be able to get out in this lifetime. You dare to tell the truth, and are not afraid of death? The 10 little demons implicated by you are now dead, and even their bones have been chewed up by the great King Emperor. If you don't behave, I will chew up your bones, and I will also suck a mouthful of your marrow. Shui Yulong felt cold in his heart. His sea of consciousness was freely entered and exited by the other party, which meant that the other party could kill him at any time. The 6th-level Mirage Pearl in his hand was taken away by the other party. He saw that it was a pale jade hand. The other party was obviously a woman. Oh, the 6th-level Mirage Pearl is rare. I also had one in my early years, but it's a pity that I died and can never touch it again. Can you take me out to have a look? I am the Princess of the Sea. Now, there should be a country in the East China Sea. Where's the East China Sea? Shui Yulong was confused. Senior, I only know the East China Sea and the Sangxiu Sea. East China Sea. The other party fell into thought. Where's it? In the mountain and sea area. In the past, it should be the territory of the Four Symbols Holy Sect. I know the Four Symbols Holy Sect is a top force in the world of cultivation that can produce gods in every generation, and there are also ascended ancestors. Did she know that the second generation leader of the Four Symbols Holy Sect, Xianhu God, ascended to the world? Shui Yulong was muttering in his heart, could this guy also be a figure from 15,000 years ago? Let me see your sea of consciousness. Can you only see fragments? That's enough. Mountain and sea region, sword region, ancient Blackstone region. So the soul tomb has reached the ancient Blackstone region. I've heard of the wilderness region. It's far away from our East China Sea. The Sea of Separate Cultivators. Most likely my East China Sea is in the Sea of Separate Cultivators. Now there are no dynasties or countries, only independent cultivators and sea monsters. It turns out that I have been dead for almost 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, even the powerful Four Symbols Holy Sect was gone. She let out a cry of surprise. Your physical body is actually a perfect realm of flame demon body, lacking the 5th level fire. No. You actually have a 5th level immortal dragon flame. Just wait until you refine the celestial body. You can rely on your physical body to forcibly refine this immortal dragon flame, and advance to the 5th level with your physical body. I didn't expect that in addition to the mermaids I saw overseas, I could see such a powerful guy with a physical body. If I were still alive, I would definitely accept you as my attendant. Let a nascent soul body cultivator be your attendant? Su Yuming was released by her hand, but he did not dare to act rashly. He lowered his head and saw her full appearance. She was a girl with bare feet and only a gauze dress on her body. She was probably under 100 years old, but Su Yuming did not think she was human. It seemed that a big whale was piled up in the sand here, and there were endless sea beasts buried with it. Those powerful auras had at least 5 nascent souls. Who is this guy? 10,000 years ago, there was no news of any dynasty dominating the East China Sea. Su Yuming was a little confused. Then the demon lord Heiteo? Is he from the same place as the senior? You also know Heiteo? The girl laughed. No, you should have been chased by him. Chapter 344, 10,000 Deaths Rule? Getting rich, 2 more. This guy, I didn't expect that he was just pretending with a 6th level mirage bead. I thought he had really broken through to the god of transformation. No. In that case, he wouldn't have died. He would probably be accepted by my father. The girl stepped on the void in front of the whale's grave. There was a swing coming from a distance. She sat on it, swinging her thin body. Su Yuming could vaguely see her dress fluttering. Since your father has such magical powers, why did he ascended to heaven? This world does not allow existence stronger than the god of transformation. The girl did not seem to shy away from life and death. In her eyes, Su Yuming could control her at will. She did not restrict Su Yuming's freedom or plant any restrictions in his body. When you reach the late stage of the god of transformation, do you have to ascend? Su Yuming secretly wrote down this important news, and then saw the girl making a grimace at him. Well, have you thought about it? Take me away from here, this. I really can't do it, if you are afraid of it. She pointed to the sky, then make the death energy in your body stronger. As she said that, she kicked her foot and revealed a conch the size of a millstone from the sand layer. Take a look. Su Yuming just took a closer look and couldn't take his eyes off. Death rules. 10,000. There are so many death rules, and more fire power and space power than what he obtained at the bottom of the magma sea. Wow. This girl in front of me is probably the darling of the sea. Don't look at it. This conch is my companion creature. I am indeed not from your human race. I was born in the sea by my mother. She looked into the distance, as if looking at the direction of her hometown. So the senior is from the conch family. That's not entirely true. My mother is a royal family in the sea. She looked down at Su Yuming, feeling the death power quickly disappearing in Su Yuming's palm. You have the rules of death, so you can break the old rules. Those who are buried here are afraid of being dragged into the 6 reincarnations and want another kind of eternal life. Or like me, I was buried at the bottom of the sea, and the soul tomb appeared on the sea, so I was moved here. Speaking of which, that little one Tao seems to be the unlucky guy who came in with me. I saw that he and I came from the same place, so I wanted to tease him, but I didn't expect him to run so fast, and I didn't get anything out of him. I'm not good at fighting, so I didn't dare to cross the territory of these big guys to chase him. If you can get news from him outside, can you help me ask? Okay, Su Yuming nodded. He didn't know what he could do with the power of these 10,000 rules of death. After drawing a space crack with a sword finger with his bare hand, he found that he had shuttled and appeared 100 miles away. My void sword key can be used freely in here. The girl's eyes were filled with some doubts. Can I get out then? Su Yuming shook his head. This is like a world filled with death, comparable to the mountain and sea area where I am. With my means, there is no doubt that I can't get out, but I can take you for a walk. How about going to find Demon Lord Heiteo? Okay. Su Yuming was calculating that Master Dingshan was probably fighting with Demon Lord Heiteo to a standstill. If he went there now, the 4th grade top grade dead spirit demon wind in the hands of old man Dingshan would belong to him. As for whether the other fellow disciples would die or not, to be honest, Su Yuming had no sense of belonging to the 5 beast sect when old man Dingshan was calculating against him. It would be nice if he could kill them all in one go and let Beast King Peak take the opportunity to take the position. Su Yuming cut the biggest hole with his sword, and in the moment he dodged and moved, he had appeared 5,000 miles away. You're too slow. If you keep going like this, you'll be caught up by those big guys. The rules of heaven and earth here are too restrictive for me. I can only exert 20% to 30% of my strength. Shui the other party threw some pots and pans again. The rotten smell inside made Su Yuming wonder if she had taken them out from a grave. This made him miss Wang Yuiao a little. Yao Iao is going to San Xiu High. I don't know if I can see him later. Now that he was followed by a 10,000-year-old ghost, Su Yuming really couldn't muster much interest. Let's find a way to get out first. Death rule. 33,000. Wow, after absorbing the death power in these pots and pans, his own death power actually increased by 3 times. Su Yuming found that this thing could also be attached to the golden snake sword intent. With death attached, there was no need to poison it. With one sword, it cut off other people's life. Sure, this time, the teleportation was successful and appeared 20,000 miles away. It was relatively smooth, but Su Yuming had to recover for a while after teleporting once. Trouble, the girl seemed impatient, and she stretched out her hand to grab his collar and took him tens of thousands of miles away. Su Yuming clearly found that the tomb of the elegant old man was right in front of him. The 10 demon bones that were more than 1,000 feet in size had been shattered at this time, and their beast blood had dyed the entire plain blood red. That powerful breath was reviving. Go, the girl shouted, and Su Yuming dodged and moved directly. A sword light wrapped around the two of them. After slashing into the void, they instantly appeared 20,000 miles away. The second sword fell, and the reviving breath stopped directly. Because it couldn't catch up. You actually walked out of your own territory. What does this sea princess with 2 souls want to do? His eyes were shining with a faint light, as if he was lying in an ice coffin. His body was well preserved, and even his pupils were not corroded. Play, but this human race seems to be in the same group as those guys. In the darkness, he fell asleep again. The last time his soul power sensed, Su Yuming had brought the girl to the tree where the salted fish was hanging. At this time, both sides had fought to the limit. However, Su Yuming did not see Ding Dian's Henrun. Even Chen Shanhei's body was eaten by the Demon King. At this time, there were 10 great Demon Kings fighting against Heiteo Demon Lord. One of them was the Soul Tiger Great Demon King, who was ranked in the top 3. This guy even had a record of killing a human false infant. Of course, he killed a person from the sword domain, otherwise the Yuanqi Sword Palace would not have crossed the domain to attack and wanted to teach these ignorant demons a lesson. Human, after they appeared, both sides stopped fighting immediately. But the breath of the Heiteo Demon Lord on the opposite side was too weak. The girl appeared in front of him, and with just a finger raised, she crushed his withered body and grabbed his skull in her palm. Haha, Heiteo, do you still remember this princess? Long live your highness. I wonder what advice you have for me. The Demon Lord Heiteo no longer had the same fierce and evil spirit that easily controlled Su Yuming and others and killed Chen Shanhei in a flash. After his life and death were controlled by the girl, he was like a well-behaved cat or dog. Ghost Cultivator? Transformed Ghost Cultivator. The nearby Demon Kings wanted to eat Su Yuming, but found that their bodies could not move. Instead, Su Yuming pierced through a nearby wild elephant with a sword with his bare hands, split it in half, and directly took the demon peel of the late Yandang period. Then he slaughtered continuously, knocked down 3 bear demons to the ground, and took 3 demon pills of the middle Yandang period. Go! The great soul tiger demon king stared at Su Yuming fiercely, not knowing the relationship between him and the female cultivator who had reached a god transformation realm. However, they could only flee at the moment. With a flash, they began to retreat with a group of demons behind them. Just as they were about to flee, the girl threw the skull in her hand, and a stream of soul fire from the late nascent soul realm spit out, directly hitting the 4 fleeing streams of light. In addition to the great soul tiger demon king, the 5 demon kings who followed him to escape were also killed on the spot by Su Yuming and the demon lord Heiteo. Human race Su Yuming, I will remember you. Thousands of miles away, this guy still made a harsh remark, but Su Yuming did not pursue him. The girl was not interested in him. The demon lord Heiteo did not dare to go far because his life and death depended on the girl. If he chased after him in anger, he might not be able to defeat him. Because the opponent could rely on a group of golden elixir demon kings to suppress the demon lord Heiteo, he must be good at the way of demon souls. He might even have a soul attack and killing technique of the inherited magical power level, and a demon infant level soul power. What a pity, Su Yuming played with the 9 demon pills in his hand. There was actually 1 peak 4th level, 4 late 4th level, and 4 middle 4th level. It was a huge profit. If he encountered a demon infant-level existence in the soul tomb, he could also rely on the self-destruction of the demon pill to resist one or two. Hey Teo, you said that after my father ascended to heaven, my stupid brothers actually fought and killed each other, and were finally broken through by the Sea Shark clan, the Mermaid clan, and your magic cultivators, and slaughtered crazily. In the end, it was the human cultivators who protected the Turtle clan, the Pig Monster clan and other kind-hearted sea monster clans, and were able to contain you. Before you came in, you and the human cultivators divided the East China Sea. That's right, Your Highness. The girl frowned. I didn't expect that after my father ascended to heaven, no one in the dynasty could suppress him. It's a pity that my father originally intended to make me an empress and sit in the East China Sea for him. At this point, she looked at Su Yuming with a lightning gaze. I still have to go back to the Sea of Cultivators you mentioned. How about taking me with you? Su Yuming was about to hesitate. She pointed at the demon lord Heiteo in front of her. Let Heiteo help you get some resources from the secret realm to help you improve your soul power a little. Don't tell me that you can't get out after mastering so many rules of death. I am a spirit, and I also know the changes in your breath. It contains so much power of space, power of fire, power of earth, power of thunder. Su Yuming was frightened. Could this girl have a split personality? How could she suddenly change from a delicate and weak female ghost to a cruel and ruthless bitch? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 It's him, the half-demon master, one more. An hour later, Su Yuming came to a desolate grave and reached out to pull out the 1,800-year-old purple soul flower that he had been coveting for a long time. You daring boy, put down my elixir. In the desolate grave, an old breath instantly revived, but when he saw the skull on Su Yuming's shoulder, he immediately stopped. So it's the senior who has come. This purple soul flower is a gift to the senior. The other party's flattering voice made Su Yuming feel very comfortable. When he came in before, he sensed that he had the breath of the nascent soul, and Henrendingyong did not dare to act rashly. Now that he was pretending to be powerful, the other party actually took the initiative to offer the purple soul flower. The purple soul flower appeared in Su Yuming's palm, and he used the 4th level Immortal Thunder Flame to refine it directly, and turned it into a ball of spiritual liquid and merged it into the sea of consciousness. His spiritual consciousness still surged, from the original compression of 20,000 miles to 50,000 miles in an instant. If he was in the outside world, he could at least see everything 250,000 miles away. This range of spiritual awareness is not weaker than some cultivators who have just entered the nascent soul stage. He sensed his own soul realm and found that it was only at the peak of the 4th stage. The 1,800-year-old purple soul flower, which had a 10% chance of nascent soul, lacked 200 years of nurturing. Otherwise, with 10% more medicinal power, he might be able to reach the 4th stage of great perfection of soul power. What a pity. Su Yuming was a little unsatisfied and patted the skull on his shoulder. What are you doing? You are squandering the gifts of nature, and you directly refine the nascent soul opportunity. Aren't you afraid that when you cultivate to the great perfection of the golden core, there will be no treasures for you to swallow? I have the aptitude of earth spirit roots. I don't need the opportunity of the nascent soul, and I have a 50% chance of entering the nascent soul. Heiteo Demon Lord was stunned. I didn't expect that your aptitude is quite good. Even I was just a mutated sea spirit root back then, Your Highness. He turned back and showed his flattering intention. Why not plant a soul mark on this kid and let him become your slave completely, so that he won't play any tricks? Su Yuming was immediately angry. This old thing, even if he died, he was still restless, and he actually wanted to show off in front of his master? I want to improve my soul power. Do you know where there are good things? Heiteo Demon Lord grinned coldly. Why should I listen to you? Give it to him. A cold voice came from the shadow behind Su Yuming. Yes. Heiteo Demon Lord shuddered all over and hurriedly led the way. Let's go, kid. There is a demon skeleton in front. It seems to be called Half Demon Lord. If I can swallow his body, I can recover some of my strength. If you meet a Yuanying, I can also protect you, but this is all for the princess. Don't think of being grateful to me. I wish I could swallow your golden elixir in one gulp. Su Yuming ignored the old man and thought about Half-Demon Lord. Could he be the one from the 10,000 Snake Valley? He thought about the 10,000 snake fluid on his body. Maybe he would have a chance to get some benefits from him later. Another canyon, thousands of feet high. Seemed to be filled with a lot of dead bones on both sides of the cliff. This was already the depths of the soul tomb. The more king you walked inside, the more powerful dead souls there were. And Su Yuming was surprised to find that in this death canyon, even those on the periphery were comparable to Yuanying. He even saw a living nascent soul jumping on the cliff, just like the mountain goats that like to stand on the cliff and lick it. Don't look at me, kid. This death canyon has a history. Every year, a soul wind will blow out, just like a high tide, and a lot of seafood may be washed over. The soul wind blows out the three treasures of the nascent soul that you covet, the soul-gathering liquid, the purple soul flower, and the reincarnation grass. 100 years ago, there was another guy who got the advantage. It was 100 drops of soul-gathering liquid, which directly allowed that guy to break through to the peak of the nascent soul. This is the half-demon true lord I was talking about. Then you can't beat him. High-Tao Demon Lord was furious. Don't you have a 6th level mirage bead in your hand? Why can't you give it back to me? Su Yuming swept to his spiritual consciousness and saw that the 6th level mirage bead had returned to his sea of consciousness without him knowing when. No, this is something I have. What does it have to do with you? Besides, you want to eat my golden elixir. Hei-Tao Demon Lord was speechless. This guy is really treacherous and not easy to deceive. Hey, I'm about to meet Half-Demon True Lord. If you don't give me the 6th level Mirage Pearl, I can't beat that old guy. Let me tell you, that old guy has been sitting here for many years and has become the overlord of this Death Canyon, but he has accumulated a lot of good things. Hei-Tao Demon Lord. Just as the two of them were talking, a half-human, half-demon figure suddenly appeared on the top of the opposite mountain. Su Yuming saw the empty eye sockets and the broken finger bone, and immediately confirmed the identity of this person. It was indeed the half-demon true lord of the 10,000 Snake Valley. What do you want to do here, half-demon? You see the human next to me, he wants the treasure on your body. Are you willing to give it to him? Half-demon master was quite carefree. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen reincarnation grasses appeared on the top of the cliff. Su Yuming looked carefully and found that the weakest ones were 3-leaf clover, and one of them had reached the level of 5 leaves. If he could take them all, he might be able to directly enter the nascent soul realm with his soul power. There are 15 reincarnation grasses here. If you have the courage, just come up and take them, Half-Demon Master responded coldly, but his eyes kept lingering on Su Yuming. He always felt that Su Yuming's breath was a little familiar. Human young man, you are a living person, how did you enter this soul tomb? He decided to ask, so as not to kill the wrong person in a fight later. I came from the 10,000 Snake Valley. Su Yuming said something shocking, and directly hit the vital point of Half-Demon Master. 10,000 Snakes Valley, Half-Demon Lord's voice was hoarse, and he actually laughed loudly towards the sky. I never thought that many years later, there are still people who remember the 10,000 Snakes Valley. Junior, I don't know where you came from. If you are lucky enough to get the inheritance of the 10,000 Snakes Valley, then it is a fate, but this does not give me a reason not to kill you. Su Yuming flipped his hand and took out a broken 5th level finger bone. If this is it, can you exchange it for a plant of samsara grass? Swish! Half-Demon Lord made a move with his hand, and the finger bone fell on his broken middle finger, which unexpectedly fit perfectly. He hesitated for a moment, waved his hand, and threw a 4-leaf reincarnation grass to Su Yuming. I didn't expect that by accident, this broken bone could be reconnected. Maybe it's not my fate. Maybe I can still wait for the opportunity to come back to life. Boy, you actually have an old relationship with this Half-Demon Lord, but it seems that he wants to get rid of you with a reincarnation grass. Let's stop while we're ahead. If you don't give me the 6th level Mirage Pearl, I can't protect you. As he said that, Hei-Tao Demon Lord subconsciously glanced at the shadow behind Su Yuming. Su Yuming was not afraid of death, because he had the princess to protect him, but he would be hammered to death by the ruthless Half-Demon Lord. He had already retreated, but as soon as he moved, the space around him was locked. The next moment, when Half-Demon Lord opened his mouth, a lizard's long tongue flew out and pierced his skull in an instant. He still wanted to hide, but the space was blocked. What could he do to avoid it? With a crack, only a soul fire remained of the Demon Lord Hei-Tao. Princess, save me. As he shouted loudly, the shadow behind Su Yuming did not seem to respond. Then his nascent soul was caught in the palm of the half-demon true lord who descended from the sky, and was directly put into his mouth as a snack, chewing it up bite by bite. You have used the power of space well. The space is only confined for a breath, which is too short. You have the breath of 10,000 snakes fluid on you, so you can be considered a disciple of my 10,000 snakes valley. If you are willing to worship me as your master, I can give you half of the samsara grass today. How about it? The half-demon true lord knew the means by which Su Yuming helped him kill the demon lord Heiteo without exchanging a single word with Su Yuming. It can be said that he has a very high vision. Su Yuming clasped his fists towards him and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. I already have a master." The half-demon true lord frowned and said, "Are you referring to the beast king on the arm? How can such a small skill achieve the nascent soul stage?" Huh? The next moment, he sensed the celestial body released from Su Yuming's body and was immediately shocked. The Four Symbols Holy Sect. I see. After the Holy Sect was destroyed, there were still people who were able to inherit. It seems they were not destined to die. You too. Well, go. Lord Half-Demon waved his hand and threw out 2 3-leafed reincarnation grasses. If you want to form a baby, refine these 2 to 3-leafed reincarnation grasses. Save the 4-leafed reincarnation grass for when you break through. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Su Yuming bowed slightly, but I would also like to ask you to protect me for a while. If I am lucky enough to open a passage to the outside world, perhaps you can return to the 10,000 Snake Valley to see me. The old friend is gone. What can I do when I go back and face the ruins? You want to know who attacked the 10,000 Snake Valley in the past? It must be those who destroyed the Four Symbols Holy Sect after all. My 10,000 Snake Valley was just a branch of the Holy Sect. Are you satisfied with the statement? Got it. Su Yuming nodded and began to leave the valley. If you wanted me to, I would have helped you. Only then did the girl's gentle voice reach his ears. Your Highness Princess didn't save the demon lord Heiteo, so I'm afraid she won't save me either. No, I still have to rely on you to get out. As for you thinking that I'm cold-blooded, maybe that's what my father taught me since I was a child. If someone is useless to me, I can keep him if he's loyal, but if he's not, I'll kill him. I see. Su Yuming's eyes flickered. It's a pity that your father has ascended, otherwise I would like to meet this hero. Let's go back to the East China Sea first. The princess's breath became a little turbulent. The half-demon lord didn't have any old friends outside, and I might be able to find 1 or 2 old friends outside. Su Yuming was slightly startled. Who can live for 10,000 years? After you get out, you won't want to cause trouble for the powerful gods, right? He was a little panicked. Chapter 346, The Miserable Five Beast Sect. Another member of the team is killed. Part 2. After flying thousands of miles to the northeast, Su Yuming suddenly stopped because he saw the cultivators of his own sect. However, only the sect master Dingdian Sunren, as well as the ordinary people Kai and Helian Kangfang were left. Bai Tian, the previous elder of the beast law lineage who came with him, was no longer there at this time, and he must have died. Not only that, the top-grade spiritual treasure water and fire spear in Helian Kangfang's hand seemed to have a bent tip. My goodness, this is a mountain treasure? With the spiritual power of the beast law lineage, its combat power is comparable to that of a top-grade spiritual treasure, okay? Unless it is the nascent soul magic weapon that is qualified to beat it to twist. Did they encounter a strong enemy? Su Yuming found that one of Dingdian Sunren's sleeves was also cut off. He was a golden elixir, and he was only 1 step away from the nascent soul. Could it be that he has not found the opportunity to break through the nascent soul yet? The 3 reincarnation grasses in his hand were enough for him to break through, but this guy used his daughter to plot against him. If it weren't for his strong body, which could have subdued his daughter, it would not have been his turn to go to the soul tomb today. Yuming. In the distance, Master Dingshan was overjoyed after discovering Su Yuming. I didn't expect that after our bad luck, we would meet you again. This trip is really dangerous. Just now, we accidentally broke into the place where a Sword King was sleeping. If it weren't for Elder Helian's tricks, we almost broke the water and fire divine spear. I'm afraid we would not be able to come back. Even so, Elder Bio also died. Su Yuming's eyes flickered. Sword King? May I ask, Sect Master, what kind of sword intent did the other party use? It should be a shadow. I took a fancy to a 3,300-year-old purple soul flower in front of his grave. I wanted to pick it with a puppet, but I didn't expect that when we entered his territory, we had already alarmed him, and he hid in our shadows. He killed Elder Bai with the first move. If we hadn't reacted quickly enough and immediately crushed the small teleportation talisman in our hands, we would have died. Master Dingshan sighed. The ancestor doesn't want to take action against him. This Sword King is really too difficult to deal with. Yuming, you are already a fourth-step sword cultivator. Do you have any method to deal with this shadow sword intent? It's nothing more than forcing him out of the shadow. Su Yuming thought for a moment. If I use the void sword intent to reveal his figure, can the master kill him? This time, Zhenren Dingshan did not speak, and the Wanfa golden seal in his hand began to shake. Yes, an old voice came out. Su Yuming was overjoyed. After beheading, how about the shadow sword will belong to me? I promised on behalf of the ancestor. Yuming, that sword energy is really invisible and colorless. How can you be sure to force it out? Su Yuming waved his sword and cut it down, and a void was directly closed. Although it was only for a breath, the solidified void also made Ding Zhenren's face startled. Space confinement. I didn't expect that. Yuming, you have already comprehended this level. With your talent, if you can step into the nascent soul realm, I am afraid that relying on this power of space, you can become the strongest among the nascent souls. It is really a blessing for my five beast sect. I'm afraid you don't think so in your heart. The more dazzling I perform, the less hope your apprentice Yan Leading will have. Su Yuming had previously thought that he married his daughter here to let himself and Yan Leading compete fairly, but it turned out to be to hinder himself and let him give up the competition on his own initiative. It's a pity. You, Master Dingshan, are plotting against me, and I, Su Yuming, can't just sit there and wait for death. After half a day of breathing, the group had arrived in front of a large tomb with broken swords everywhere. This tomb was like a sword peak in a hanging coffin, standing in the mountain, as if in a standing position. As soon as they appeared, Master Dingshan was like facing a great enemy, and was the first to sacrifice the golden seal of Allah to cover the figures of several people. Everyone, be careful. Su Yuming stared at the fresh corpse under the sword peak, with no head. It was obviously Bai Taoyan, the previous elder of the Five Beast Sect Master. I will only take action once, and he will definitely be on guard a second time. If he wants to leave, I'm afraid no one in this world can stop him, unless someone can achieve great spatial power. Su Yuming's voice was more serious, and Master Dingshan nodded after hearing it. Don't worry, Yuming, I will beat him out right away. After saying that, he smashed the golden seal of Allah in his hand towards the sword peak in the distance. Seeing that his tomb was about to be destroyed, an invisible sword energy appeared instantly, and the moment the Wanfa golden seal flew away, countless shadows suddenly appeared within a radius of 10,000 miles. I have let you escape from the disaster before. Are you coming back to die? Those shadows all revealed the murderous aura. Su Yuming sensed the realm of the sword refining into silk, and it was indeed the fourth step of the Sword King. It's a pity. I also like your swordsmanship. Clang, the sword was refined into silk, and the shadow of the swordsmanship instantly enveloped the world. In the darkness, a sword energy instantly cut through four people. Su Yuming remained calm, and his body turned into a puddle of water to escape the disaster directly, while Ding Zhenren relied on the Wanfa golden seal to protect Helian Zhangfang and Chang Rinke behind him, and steadily blocked the attack. Huh? The Sword King hiding in the dark was a little surprised. You actually have such a magical power. It's really weird. You can turn your body into a puddle of water to avoid my sword. You are the first person in history. As he said, he had already made his second sword. The darkness of the whole sky dissipated. There seemed to be only one sword between heaven and earth, which was thousands of miles long, running through the sky and far to the end of the sky. The next time it appeared, the darkness in his heart had already emerged. Is it the heart sword? Su Yuming was a little surprised. Did they say that this guy only knew one kind of sword intent? Fortunately, the remaining three people all had soul protection amulets and soul defense methods, and he himself, at the moment of the sublimation of the true spirit, even the attack of the Yuanying spiritual consciousness could not kill him, not to mention that he also had a 6th level mirage bead on his body. This thing, in addition to temporarily improving strength, can also hinder spiritual consciousness attacks. Clang, the third sword. Su Yuming seemed to see the sword peak appearing in the distance. The next moment, his whole body had turned into a ball of fire, and was blown by the 4th level demon-slaying wind, appearing thousands of miles away. On the other hand, the other three were smashed to the ground by the sword peak. Clang, thousands of shadows appeared on the sword peak, and a figure holding a slender and extremely fine spiritual sword in both hands stabbed it fiercely downward. Buzz, no blood gushed out, Su Yuming had already made a move. The moment the opponent reacted in astonishment, he had already seen the countless threads of space power gathered into the sword. Bang! His figure was shattered, leaving only a Yuanying who was caught in the Wanfa golden seal while escaping, and then let out a shrill scream. In this life-born Yuanying magic weapon, he was naturally inferior to Wanfa's Henjin. The fourth step of sword intent. Is there a sword master among you? Oh my god, a second-level giant can comprehend the fourth step of refining swords into silk? What sect are you from, young man? It's a pity that you don't enter my sword domain, Shua. At the moment Su Yuming listened, the sword tip shattered, and the coffin suddenly flew in front of him. At the moment of his astonishment, the top-grade spiritual sword weapon had already appeared, accompanied by a stream of nascent soul ki injected into Su Yuming's sea of consciousness. Shadow Invisible Sword Supreme Heart Sword. These two nascent soul sword classics were actually injected directly into his mind. This king is the ancestor of the sword domain Heart Sword sect. If you go to the sword domain in the future, you can use this king's swordsmanship. If I can help you make further progress in the sword path, then even if I die in the underworld, I will have no regrets. It's a pity. I have never been to reincarnation, and I have never seen the unity of man and sword. I have never seen you achieve the realm of Sword King. However, I have no regrets in dying to see a new Sword King before I die. Ha ha ha, free and easy, heroic. Inheritance. This guy. Su Yuming regretted killing him. But these two sword books are really good. His Void Sword Ki is invincible in sneak attacks. If he can master the two sword energies of Shadow Invisible Sword and Supreme Heart Sword, then no one in the world can beat him, Su Yuming, in sneak attacks and assassinations. Yuming, did you get the sword inheritance of that guy? A voice woke Su Yuming up. Bang! Su Yuming smashed a coffin in his hand. There is no inheritance at all, it's just the anger of a dying man. He said that if he still had his cultivation level, or if he fought me one-on-one, I would definitely not be his opponent. What do you mean by unfair victory? A sword cultivator must fight one-on-one, and he sent his great sword king to the ancestor to devour his nascent soul. I am a demon cultivator, humph. Upon hearing this, Master Dingshan snorted coldly. He's still talking too much after death. This sword cultivator is not honest either. Why didn't he act openly when he ambushed us and killed Elder Bai before? Yuming, that top-grade spiritual sword does not count as the agreement between you and me. Why don't we? Su Yuming grabbed the shadow sword with his bare hands and refined it directly in front of Master Dingshan. Master, I haven't received any inheritance. This sword has been with him for many years. Perhaps it can help me comprehend the shadow sword meaning. Let me wear it for 100 years first. Is that so? Master Dingtian's eyes flickered. That's good. With Yu Ming's talent for sword cultivation, perhaps he can master it in less than 100 years. However, Palace Master Chang is also proficient in assassination. If possible, after Yu Ming comprehends the shadow sword meaning, please teach it to Palace Master Chang. Of course, Su Yuming nodded in agreement. Master, how many nascent souls does the ancestor need? This soul tomb is too dangerous. I'm afraid we can't stay here for long. After all, our means of self-defense and trump cards have been almost used up. Helian Kangfang couldn't hold on any longer. He was already in the 8th level of the Golden Core. After Master Dingtian entered the nascent soul, he had a good chance to compete for the position of master. There was no need to fight to the death here. The water and fire divine spear was damaged, which made him a little timid. Don't worry, don't worry. We didn't have any means before, but now we have Yu Ming's space confinement. We can also take advantage of the old ghosts in the late nascent soul stage. Don't worry, everyone will get something in the future. Helian Zhangfang calmed down after hearing about the nascent soul inheritance and the distribution of spiritual treasures. However, he took a deep look at Su Yuming. Why did he feel that this kid had endless trump cards? Chapter 347 Soul Valley Tide. 1 update. As they were moving, they suddenly discovered that there were many nascent souls and souls flying in one direction. That direction seems to be Death Valley, Su Yuming murmured, and was immediately caught by the old fox Dingtian's Henrun. Yuming, have you been there? Yes, that is Death Valley. I heard from the living ghosts that it seems that there will be a Soul Valley tide every 100 years, and many treasures will be washed out, including the 3 treasures of the nascent soul. Then what are we waiting for? Wouldn't it be a great deal of money to go there and pick up the bargains now? Helian Zhangfang suddenly became interested. He was thinking about breaking through the 4th level of soul power and being able to suppress other candidates for the leader. The ordinary people next to him would not give him a good look. Look at the ghosts passing by around. There are probably at least tens of thousands of them, and there are dozens of nascent souls. How many of you can beat with your mere golden core 8th heaven? Once you get the treasure, you will be targeted. Can you find a way out? If you are surrounded, you will be dead. Not only that, this soul tomb is too big. If there really is such a great tidal opportunity, I estimate that the incarnated ghost cultivators will also be attracted. Zhenrendingshan's face was a little solemn. Let's go out, or ambush them on the way out, find a few ghost cultivators who have made great gains, and kill them. Then we have to know who can make the gain. Helian Zhangfang glanced at Su Yuming. Palace Master Su is proficient in the power of space, and he has obtained the top-grade spiritual treasure Shadow Sword. If he wants to hide in the valley, I don't think anyone can find him. Is it me who attracts ghosts every time? Su Yuming glanced at Helian Zhangfeng. Elder Helian, I didn't know that. I thought you were a cultivator from the enemy sect. You are so eager to let me die. If I die, then our sect leader's daughter will have to be a widow right after getting married. You? Helian Zhangfeng was speechless because of Su Yuming's retort. If he refuted, wouldn't it make Master Dingshan lose face? Okay, Yuming, do you have a grasp of the Shadow Sword intent? If it is feasible, please go into the valley and take a look. I'll wait for you here. As long as you send a message, we will join forces to assassinate the ghost cultivators who have seized the treasures one by one. Master Dingshan must have been a poor man when he was young, otherwise he would not have said these words of killing people to steal treasures. I haven't mastered it yet. Shua next to him, Chang Ringkei took out a dark bead and threw it over. This is the Shadow Escape bead. It is the Shadow Escape sword that I have practiced for many years. It is condensed with a sword intent. It can help you comprehend the Shadow Sword intent. It's a pity that this old man's technique is just an incomplete Yuanying technique. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can go to the Yuanying realm in this life. Su Yuming played with a Shadow Escape bead in his hand. This gift was not light. The sword cultivator's sword intent inheritance, Chang Ringkei was really willing to give it up. There will be a chance. If I can comprehend the Shadow Sword intent through this sword, I will definitely pass it on to Lord Chang. Okay, then it's settled. Chang Ringkei was very satisfied with Su Yuming. He felt that the sect master was a little harsh on this young man. With his talent, how could he be worse than Yang leading? He was more optimistic about this guy and his good old master Meishan becoming the lineage that would be in power in the Five Beast sect in the future. Su Yuming sat cross-legged on the spot and began to comprehend. As a point of the sword's rule fell on his forehead, his entire body slowly merged into the darkness. If you were not standing in front of him, you would not be able to detect his existence at all. He seemed to have merged with the darkness. It's a little worse than the Shadow Sword intent, but you can try to get in. Su Yuming, who understood the sword's rule, was ecstatic. His Shadow Sword intent was not difficult to master, and he could even comprehend a heart sword. With these three sword intents in hand, his combat power as a 4th-level Sword King is truly worthy of the name. Then I'll leave it to Yuming. Zhenrendingshan bowed slightly, and saw Su Yuming's figure blending into the darkness and gradually going away. After leaving 100 miles away, he could no longer detect Su Yuming's breath. He turned his back to Chang Ringkei and said, Palace Master Chang, do you think your Shadow Escape sword intent is difficult? Why do I feel that Yuming has mastered the entry level of cultivation so quickly, not just the entry level, but directly a small level of success? If I practice for a few more years, perhaps I can only look up to Palace Master Su in the way of swordsmanship in my entire life. Chang Ringkei had a bitter look on his face. I also went to the sword domain in my early years and met countless swordsmanship geniuses. Palace Master Su's talent in swordsmanship ranks among the top 3 I have ever seen. The other 2 are now nascent soul sword cultivators, but I have never heard of them entering the 4th level of Sword King. So, his talent and ability may really be very high. Zhenrendingshan's eyes flickered. Why did he feel that this old guy was hinting at something? Clang, in the distance, Su Yuming had already consumed 2 points of sword rules, mastered the Shadow Sword intent and the Heart Sword, and both reached the realm of minor success sword intent at the same time. So, the Shadow Sword intent and the Shadow Sword intent will be merged into the Invisible Sword intent in the future. Feeling that his breath had not leaked out at all, Su Yuming nodded with satisfaction. In this way, even if he was hiding somewhere in the void, Yuanying's engine would not be able to discover his existence. It is possible to transform into a spirit, but the other party should not pay attention to him. After all, after entering the valley, Su Yuming also saw more than 20 big demon kings. Good guy, they are not afraid of death and broke into here before these human cultivators. Hoo-hoo, at this time, the strong wind in the valley has become more and more violent. The sky phenomenon within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles has turned into a high-speed rotating tornado. Standing tens of thousands of miles away, Ding Yansunren, Helian Zhangfeng, and Cheng Rinke did not dare to approach at all. Instead, they retreated thousands of miles before they stabilized their bodies. It seems that some souls have been thrown out. Those who have a cultivation basis of less than nascent soul will find it difficult to gain a foothold in the Death Valley. I wonder how Palace Master Su is doing. He has the demon-slaying wind and the dead spirit wind I gave him. As long as it is not the 5th level spiritual wind, it cannot blow him away. Ding Yansunren was a little worried that Su Yuming would cheat after taking the benefits, but when he thought of the Yandang sect behind him, he suppressed his doubts. The dark soul wind suddenly blew from the end of the valley. In just a moment, Su Yuming saw hundreds of thousands of soulites bursting out, most of which were at the Yandang realm. There are still many Yandang ghost cultivators who have the means to block this soul wind. Su Yuming felt a breath in front of him. There were at least more than 10 ghost cultivators above the God transformation realm. Do these guys want to live a second life here? If he participated in every Soul Valley title opportunity, he would not know how many benefits he had accumulated over the years. Su Yuming saw the half-demon master in the Soul Sea. This guy opened his mouth and a long lizard tongue flew out, instantly rolling back a 2,000-year-old purple soul flower, which made him jealous. A golden sparrow demon king also made a move. With a slash of his wings, he shook off hundreds of souls and instantly opened his mouth to hold the 3-leaf reincarnation grass with his beak. But in the next breath, he was slapped into a pile of minced meat. The other demon kings looked at him angrily, but found that the other party was a ghost cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, holding a broadsword. They immediately turned their heads away from the dead golden sparrow. As for the reincarnation grass, you can take it if you have the life, but you can't enjoy it if you don't. After Su Yuming silently memorized several ghost cultivators in the late nascent soul stage who had obtained the treasure, he suddenly heard a voice transmission in his ear. Boy, you have an old relationship with my 10,000 Snake Valley. Why don't you help me this time? As long as my soul power can break through, I can protect you. How about it, half-demon master? Su Yuming subconsciously glanced in the direction where he was, wondering how this guy found him. Your whereabouts are not difficult to be discovered, not to mention that I have memorized your breath. What do you think? Make a decision quickly. The first soul wind brought only some defective products. The second soul wind brought soul medicines that are at least more than 3,000 years old. If you are not greedy, you must have a life to enjoy them. Su Yuming remained calm and saw him looking into the distance. Do you see those ghost cultivators who have transformed into gods? They are all waiting for the last 10,000-year soul medicine. As long as I get one, I will be sure to enter the realm of transformation. Senior wanted to kill me before. How can I trust you? Su Yuming asked subconsciously. He also knew that the other party was attracted by his shadow sword intent that appeared and disappeared, and the void sword intent that could leave at any time. I can swear that if I attack you again and fail to protect you, then my soul will be scattered and everything will be in vain. After the senior breaks through the spirit transformation realm, what do you want to do? I don't know. Perhaps after staying in this soul tomb for too long, the original memory of the half-demon master has been erased. If I can still go to the human world, then I would like to go back. How about it? Have you decided? If the spirit transformation ghost cultivator sneak attacks you, you will not die, because there is a breath behind you that makes me fearful. If I can get 2 plants, then you must have one. How about it? Okay. Su Yuming nodded and looked at the 15 figures thousands of miles away, marking the strongest existence in this soul tomb world. It is really dangerous to pull out the teeth from their mouths, but fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Hoo-hoo, when the second soul wind appeared, Su Yuming did not hold back. He flashed in front of a nascent soul ghost cultivator and swept away a 3-leaf reincarnation grass. The opponent attacked furiously, but hit somewhere in the void. Su Yuming appeared again, and had already taken a 5,300-year-old purple soul flower in his palm. Die! The nascent soul ghost cultivator with a violent breath opened his mouth and formed an endless swallowing force to pull Su Yuming into his big white bone mouth. The moment Su Yuming fell into his mouth, he escaped again. It's really a good trick. That's it. I'll tell you to take action later, and you take action. I can block it for you for 2 breaths. If you don't leave after 2 breaths, I will turn around and leave immediately." In my ears, the voice of the half-demon True Lord was still cold and ruthless. Chapter 348, Space Confinement, Licking Blood in Front of the God. "Princess, if I want to seize the chance of transformation into a nascent soul, you should support me, right?" Shui Yulong swallowed all the soul medicines except the 4-leaf reincarnation grass and the 5,300-year-old purple soul flower. Feeling the soul power surging, he actually injected the 4-leaf reincarnation grass directly into it when it reached the bottleneck. Pop! Soul power burst out. Shui Yulong has steadily stepped into the 4th level of great perfection. He looked around. Except for the thousands of nascent souls and the 15 transformation gods in the distance, he was no longer afraid of the surrounding giant and ghost cultivators. Even when they looked at him in the shadows, their eyes were full of fear. "My physical body is not strong enough. I am afraid that it will not work to impact the nascent soul now." Shui Yulong suppressed the excitement in his heart. He spent a 4-leaf reincarnation grass with 40% nascent soul opportunity to impact the 4th level of great perfection soul power. If Ding Bian's Henrin outside knew about it, he would be so anxious that he would want to kill people. Shui Yulong casually killed a demon ghost of giant and great perfection and picked up a soul bead from it. The pure soul power inside made him curious. He subconsciously waved his hand towards the distance, and immediately hundreds of soul cultivators pounced on it like hungry wolves, and then exploded. In an instant, hundreds of soul cultivators were all blown to pieces and turned into soul energy scattered all over the sky. Now, no giant and soul cultivator dared to approach within 10 feet of Shui Yulong. This guy, in front of the giant and soul ghost in the soul tomb at this time, is like a killing god. This magical power is not bad. Does it have a name? The half-demon master in the distance has been paying attention to Shui Yulong's movements. Seeing him use this method to intimidate the group of giant and soul cultivators in the distance, he immediately showed some curiosity. "Dan Devouring Soul Destruction, it's a very decisive name. If you meet a cultivator who gave you this method and make an enemy with him, don't be soft-hearted. The other party must be a cruel person. Are you talking about Chiang Leiting?" Shui Yulong was silent for a while, and then he saw the 3rd soul wind was already brewing in the distance. "It's a lot worse this year. It's already week after the 3rd one, we giant and can't even squeeze to the front, and the benefits are still taken by those old people. Whatever, just go back. This 3rd soul wind is not something we can resist." Thousands of giant and soul cultivators around him left in unison. Shui Yulong sensed that more than 20 demon kings in the soul group were staring at him. Obviously, as beast cultivators, they are more sensitive to the aura of living people. It's a pity that Shui Yulong's current means are no different from killing chickens. Bang! As the sword energy at his fingertips moved, a leopard demon king's head was directly blown to pieces, scaring the nearby soul cultivators. "Such pure demon blood, you are actually living demon kings, haha. Look at what I found. This is a group of demon kings who don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. They dare to come here to pass as the real thing. How can you living guys steal the treasures of our soul tomb? Kill them." When this group of golden elixirs were a little noisy, Shui Yulong heard a voice in his ears. "The 2 streams of light on the left and right have lasted for 10,000 years. I will take the lead in creating opportunities for you, okay?" When Shui Yulong nodded, 10 incarnation masters jumped up. In an instant, the sky in the distance was broken, and the space was turbulent everywhere. Shui Yulong stood there, a little absent-minded for a while. Is this the power of a 6th-level master? With a casual move, the space can be broken. Shua. Seeing that dozens of streams of light were about to escape, the gods who were still fighting stopped their actions instantly and rushed to the most precious soul medicine. In Shui Yulong's observation, one of the 2 oldest plants was the 8-leafed reincarnation grass, which exuded the aura of the netherworld. If it fell to the ground and opened a door to the afterlife in the underworld, Shui Yulong would not be surprised. Another one was a 10,000-year-old purple soul flower, on which a human face had formed, lifelike. Boom boom, when the gods were fighting in full force, the soul cultivators around had already returned, but Shui Yulong hid in the darkness and quietly occupied the positions of some of the previous nascent souls, less than 1,000 miles away from those gods. And the half-demon True Lord, under his astonished expression, took the lead. Buzz! A beast claw that covered the sky and the sun instantly tore the world apart. Under Shui Yulong's shocked eyes, it instantly tore the world apart and grabbed the 10,000-year-old purple soul flower in its palm and threw it into the turbulent space. Half-demon, How dare you? An incarnation was furious and tried to chase after it with bare hands, but was stopped by the incarnation next to him. The half-demon True Lord was not in a hurry. The beast claw exploded instantly under his urging. At the same time that more than a dozen incarnations around him retreated, the 8-leaf reincarnation grass also disappeared in the space turbulence. Sure, the half-demon True Lord was escaping with all his strength. The bones of his body were calcified. It was obvious that he had used some secret escape technique. Anyway, he couldn't stay in this death canyon in the future. He offended 15 incarnation ghost cultivators at once. If he couldn't break through, everyone would shout and beat him. On the other hand, Shui Yulong, relying on space confinement and space transfer, had taken away the 8-leaf reincarnation grass in a blink of an eye. Before he was locked, he crashed into the edge of the space turbulence. In just a breath, most of the space particles wrapped around him disappeared, but the 10,000-year purple soul flower was instantly in his hand. He flashed and appeared 60,000 miles away. He looked carefully and saw that the half-demon master had been waiting here for a long time. Here, after he threw the 10,000 years purple soul flower, his figure flashed and disappeared at the end of the sky. It was another great teleportation talisman. This method is not bad. It would be great if he was really my disciple of the 10,000 Snake Valley. The half-demon master smiled bitterly and jumped directly into a dark river of soul power under his feet. After swallowing the 10,000 years purple soul flower, his momentum began to surge. Half-demon, you can't escape. Hand over the things, and your accomplices around you, all must die today. Get out of the way. I want to refine his soul. If I'm not mistaken, that kid should be a human, with a full breath, and he's also a body cultivator, just in time for me to take over his body and live a second life. The incarnation that was chasing from a distance was getting closer and closer. When Shui Yulong crushed the third great teleportation talisman again, he sent a message to Diligence, Sect Master, that half-demon master is crazy. He actually snatched away the 10,000-year-old purple soul flower from a group of spirit-transforming ghost cultivators. Now the spirit-transforming ghost cultivators are already bloodthirsty. I saw more than 20 big demon kings were killed, and their heads were pinned to the waist of a spirit-transforming strong man. Let's get out first. After saying that, Shui Yulong didn't care about anything else and appeared directly at the edge of the soul tomb, and walked out of the endless fog in one step. A moment later, Diligence, who received the voice transmission, was shocked. But it was too late for him to dodge. On the contrary, Helian Zhangfang and Changring K, who were waiting to lure the enemy 100,000 miles away, turned around and left after receiving the voice transmission, leaving him, the sect master, behind. Diligence subconsciously threw out the golden seal of all laws, but a spirit-transforming god had already appeared in front of him. Another human cultivator, and he has reached the great perfection of the golden elixir. Not bad, not bad. I have a 5,000-year-old purple soul flower here. How about helping you enter the nascent soul realm? Thank you, senior. But I can't accept the reward without merit. I don't have anything to help you. Diligence was scared. It turned out to be a ghost cultivator. These old guys didn't know how many years they had lived in the soul tomb. Even if 10 Wanfa ancestors were added together, they would not be their opponents. Didn't you see that the Wanfa ancestors were treated as pets raised in cages and played with by him? I'm afraid that the inheritance magic weapon of the Five Beast sect, the golden seal of all laws, can't be taken back. You can help me. This god is originally an ancestor of this Hongzhou dynasty. How about borrowing your body and sending me back to have a look? Maybe I can give you a great opportunity. I've given you my body, so why should I live? When Diligence face changed drastically, his entire consciousness had been sealed along with a golden elixir. When his dull-eyed Yuanying emerged, the Wanfa patriarch hidden in the Wanfa golden seal also fell into coma. After we get out, maybe it's your sect. I don't know if there is a god of transformation in your family. It's better not to kill you. The god of transformation murmured in his mouth. He took a step and was already 200,000 miles away. He appeared in front of the clouds and mist and directly sank into it. Sect Master, Helian Zhangfeng, who happened to escape in the mist, saw Diligence in an instant, but he felt that there was something wrong with Diligence in front of him, because the other party had always looked at him with concern, with a kind of care of a superior. But this guy in front of him had only indifference in his eyes, and after seeing him clearly, he actually smiled at him. It's over. The sect master might have been possessed by a powerful god of transformation. He was about to say something, but the other party had already pointed at his forehead and planted a lotus mark. Don't talk nonsense after you go out. What do you think, Elder Helion? He looked at Helion Zhangfang in front of him amiably. Helion Zhangfang felt bitter in his heart, but he could do nothing about it. Senior wants to go out and live a second life? Maybe I can help you. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well join him. But Senior, you have to let me take the position of the leader of the Five Beasts sect, then I can help you accomplish your great cause. I never like to bargain. The old man Huishan stared at him, a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Do you know how to get to Zhongzhou? Maybe there's a passage in the Sea of Scattered Cultivators. Or maybe we can go to the Sword Domain and the Blackstone Ancient Domain Trask? We in the Mountain and Sea Domain have never heard of this Hongzhou. Never heard of it. The old man Huishan was silent for a while. Well, then wait until I get out and find it yourself. What kind of sect leader do you want to be? I will not stop you, and I can even help you enter the nascent soul. You must find the whereabouts of Hongzhou that I want within 1 year. Otherwise, yes, sir. Helion Zhangfang knelt down on the clouds to please him. As long as he could step into the nascent soul, he would be willing to carry shoes and pour perfume for the other party at night. Chapter 349. Let me be a dog, then kill Su Yuming first. One more. Ancestor, before this, there was a guy who used the sort of evasion to hide in the Death Canyon and steal the opportunity. Did you see it? Helion Zhangfang led the way, flying out of the 10,000 mountains with Lingdian's Henrun. The low-level monsters along the way sensed their breath and dodged, not daring to stop him. The sort of evasion? I saw Junior who mastered the power of space and stole the soul-tied opportunity we got from the transformation of the spirit. What opportunity was that? Helion Zhangfang blurted out subconsciously. A 10,000-year-old purple soul flower and an 8-leaf reincarnation grass. What? Helion Zhangfang's face changed drastically, and his eyes turned red with jealousy. If he could get such a high-year soul flower and soul grass, wouldn't it be easy for him to enter the nascent soul? It must have been taken away by Su Yuming. He was able to escape from the hands of the ancestor because he must have used the Great Teleportation Talisman. Yes, if he hadn't used the Great Teleportation Talisman continuously, he would have been captured and killed by the old man and others long ago. But even so, he has an accomplice. That guy, Master Dingshan looked back and said, before I left, he was being surrounded and killed by 14 ghost cultivators who had reached the state of transformation. I guess he is in danger now, but ancestor, he has seen your aura. This guy's soul power is not weak, and he has many magical powers. I suspect that he has obtained a spiritual inheritance, and he is already at the 4th step of the sword cultivation realm, and is also a 4th level late-stage physical cultivator. It would be better to kill him first, so that he doesn't reveal the identity of the ancestor. Helion Zhangfang restrained the jealousy in his eyes, and his heart was burning with anger. Why didn't he get such a rare opportunity? He was the apprentice of Master Meishan, his mortal enemy in the beast law lineage. You have a personal grudge against him, right? How could someone who could live to the state of transformation be a fool? The other party saw through his little thoughts at a glance. My previous name was the Emperor of 10,000 Dragons. After all, I am also a human emperor. How can I kill innocent people? But if this boy really knows my identity, it will be difficult to deal with him. After all, you 5 beasts sect also have nascent souls. The Emperor of 10,000 Dragons, who can easily subdue the Patriarch of all laws, is afraid of the Patriarch of Moving Mountains? Helion Zhangfang was full of surprise and doubt, and saw the Emperor of 10,000 Dragons glanced at him contemptuously. Just now in the soul tomb, a fallen person like me could exert the peak strength before birth, but after coming out, if I use all my strength, my soul power will be continuously eroded by the rules of heaven. Do you think the dead can still be blessed by heaven? Helion Zhangfang lowered his head quickly. This guy might be afraid of the Patriarch of Moving Mountains, but he could definitely kill him like killing an ant. I am afraid that the questioning look I just gave him might have offended him. Let's go. Take me to find Su Yuming. As long as we can capture and kill him, it will be what you want. Yes, thank you, ancestor. Helion Zhangfang was overjoyed. As long as he killed Su Yuming, he could cut off the strongest helper of the Beast King lineage. The position of the leader must belong to him. As for Su Yuming, since he left the secret realm, he has been urged by the princess in the shadow to escape immediately. Something is wrong with this world. My soul power is getting weaker and suppressed. Take me back to the East China Sea. I want to complete what I want to do before my soul power dissipates. Shui Yulong glanced around. This is the 10,000 mountains. After flying out, we will reach my territory. I want to explain to my men before going, the SYNOPSIS is still far away from here. No, take me home first. I want to see the sea, she screamed and almost broke Shui Yulong's eardrum. Shui Yulong was helpless. This place is at least 1,000,000 miles away from the SYNOPSIS. Why don't you use your soul power to drive my great land boat? I have to replenish the space power I have consumed first. Since Shui Yulong was able to open the void channel, he found that his space power could be replenished. He only had a total of 5,500 space powers. If all of them were exhausted, he would have no means to defend himself against a strong enemy. No need to be so troublesome. The princess behind him suddenly stretched out a pair of big hands. Just point out the direction. After saying that, she actually tore a void channel with her bare hands, and directly mobilized her soul power to let Shui Yulong step into it. Shui Yulong instantly penetrated the void corridor. When he appeared again, he had already seen the Dongzhao Sea. The sea, not here. She was about to grab Shui Yulong's hand to continue opening the space corridor, but this time Shui Yulong stopped. What? You don't want to cooperate? She looked at Shui Yulong with resentment. Don't you want to help someone who is going home to get what she wants? I haven't been to SYNOPSIS, but it should be in the east direction. With your current soul power, if you rashly tear a space crack, I'm worried that the top masters of SYNOPSIS will find it. If you meet a god-transforming person at that time, can you deal with it? My father has been in charge of SYNOPSIS for 10,000 years. No one will kill me because it will lose merit. Shui Yulong frowned. He thought that this guy's father was a royal family in the sea, but he never thought that the other party was a human. Can the human race earn merit by sitting in the sea? Could it be that they have sheltered countless lives in the sea, and received the gift of heaven and earth? After all, Shui Yulong had seen the method of proving the Tao with merit, and after seeing Su Tu successfully step into the golden elixir with the help of 18 merit spiritual instruments, he also knew that the merit of heaven and earth was useful. I haven't asked for your Taoist name, princess. You're really interesting, boy. I'm a princess. How can I have any Taoist name? It's just a title. I'm the princess of the god of the sea. The god of the sea palace founded by my father is the only human dynasty above the East China Sea. It has protected billions of people for 10,000 years, so it can receive the merits of heaven and earth. Before I passed away, he gave me a merit. If anyone kills me, there will be constant disasters, such as being struck to death and thunder. The 5 decays of the celestial beings will come early, and even being swept into the turbulence of space when ascending. Anyway, I will be hated by heaven and earth. People like me should be regarded as people favored by heaven. The soul power in your body is still rapidly dissipating. Well, by the way, after the soul power is dissipated, I may try to use the merits to reincarnate. Su boy, I think you're good. Why don't you protect me for a lifetime? When I cultivate back to the state of transformation, I hope you can lend a hand. How about it? To be honest, Shui Yulong was moved. The woman in front of him was stronger than the 5-beast ancestor. You'd better survive first, Shui Yulong retorted, but she didn't get angry. She moved again and moved hundreds of thousands of miles to the east. Almost at the moment when the space crack was cut, the mountain-moving ancestor who was sitting on the top of the Beast King Peak reacted. Huh? Tearing the space crack with bare hands, such a strong aura. The other party may have the power of transformation. 10 breaths after Shui Yulong disappeared, he appeared in the area where the space crack closed. The Sword of the Void, could it be Shui Yulong? He went to the Soul Tomb. Could he be possessed by someone? It seems that the other side of the space is the SYNOPSIS. Now the two domains are fighting fiercely. Why is he going to the SYNOPSIS? The pupils of the moving mountain ancestor were full of coldness. If he is really possessed, then this person cannot be kept. He has the mark of reincarnation on his body. If the dead souls of the past find the whereabouts of the ancestor, I am afraid that the ancestor will be possessed by him. In the eyes of the moving mountain ancestor, possessing Shui Yulong's body is absolutely a helpless choice. The 5 beasts ancestor is the spirit body of all beasts, and his aptitude is even higher than the heavenly spirit root. No one will not be tempted when seeing him. When he comes back, ask him about the whereabouts of the ancestor. At this time, even a strong person like the moving mountain ancestor could not stop Shui Yulong from going to the SYNOPSIS. There are too many variables there, and the Blackstone ancient domain is already half in hand. No other variables can appear no matter what. Shui. Just as the mountain-moving ancestor flew towards the Blackstone ancient domain, Shui Yulong had already appeared above a vast ocean. The salty smell made him feel a little uncomfortable. His nose twitched slightly, and he saw the shadow behind him flying out. So many familiar smells. It seems that I still have a direct relative alive. Go east for another 3 million miles. This time, Shui Yulong was driven to fly, and he could fly hundreds of thousands of miles in an hour, but he was worried about the rotten peach mountain and was impatient. Don't worry, at most I can help you refine the beast-controlling flag in your body first. Seeing Shui Yulong's worried expression, the sea god princess seemed to be a little soft-hearted. She bent her finger and injected a soul power into Shui Yulong's body. Shui Yulong felt the temporary improvement of the nascent soul's soul power realm, and quickly took out the beast-controlling flag and began to refine it. By the way, you said that if I find a few hundred sea beasts to attack the bottom of the sea, can I take the throne back from that prodigal son? Shui Yulong was stunned when he heard her nonsense. You should tell me who you want to deal with first. Of course it's the master of the sea god palace. Is he very famous among you? A figure from 10,000 years ago? If you say he is famous, he must be at the peak of the nascent soul at the very least. May I ask what is his relationship with you? It should be the youngest brother, but now it seems that the dynasty has collapsed, and the sea area he rules is only 1,000,000 miles. Compared with the time when my father could command the entire East China Sea, it is many times worse. It really makes my sea god family lose face. Shui Yulong secretly groaned in his heart. Can you really defeat the other party? That's the sea god palace. He flipped his hand and took out a sea map given to him by his aunt Gu Yulin, which clearly marked the sea god palace as a major force that should not be provoked. It is obvious that the other party's power is above the five beast sect, and I am afraid there is more than one nascent soul. I'm just trying to take back what belongs to me. If I lose, I'll just be killed by that guy. Don't worry, I'll send you away before I die, but before that, you have to agree to one condition of mine. What condition? Shui Yulong asked subconsciously. Can I dress up as a man? What the hell? In a daze, Shui Yulong had lost his self-consciousness and felt that his body had been controlled by the other party. My goodness, are you taking over someone else's body? Chapter 350 Shui Yulong's Spiritual Transformation Experience, Part 2. Who? The sea god princess flipped her hand, and the refined 5th grade magic weapon beast control flag appeared in her palm, flying 1,000,000 miles all the way. Under her control, the speed of the great land boat was more than 10 times faster. More than 1,000,000 sea beasts along the way were easily captured by the beast control flag. She summoned them and flew towards the direction of the sea god palace. Shui Yulong could still sense the outside world at this time. He had a hunch that this woman wanted to play a big game. Then don't go against my face, okay? Shui Yulong now had a picture in his mind. When he came to this Sanxiusi in the future, other cultivators would see him and call him a respected god, but in fact he was just a small vegetable in the Yandang realm, and there was no such thing as a god transforming cultivation. At this time, a figure 1,000,000 miles away had already noticed the approach of the beast tide. How audacious. There are countless sea monsters in the East China Sea. Who dares to offend our sea god palace and attack us in such a large scale? He sat up straight and patted the throne beside him. Immediately, 9 figures revived. They were all the nascent soul elders of the sea god palace. After they revived, more than 1,000,000 figures in the entire sea god palace had walked out of the secret room where they were practicing. More than 10,000 people were floating in the air. There were at least 100 Yandang who were walking on the rainbow. At this time, they all gathered in front of the sea god palace, waiting for the attack of the beast tide. Turtle monsters, shark monsters, shell monsters, and dozens of fish monsters. Why are they all here? It feels like the monsters in a sea area are being controlled by someone to attack our sea god palace. Who is so bold? Don't you know that our sea god palace is one of the strongest forces in the sea of scattered cultivators? The suspended Yandang began to discuss. The next breath, sea monsters continued to float out from the bottom of the sea. Layers of waves began to impact the 6th-level island protection formation of the sea god palace. This huge island connected to the seabed is half the size of a mountain and sea area, but all the people living on it are immortals. Take action. The 9 Yunning elders released their magic weapons almost at the same time to suppress the surging sea water. The next moment, a figure appeared in the formation space. Enemy attack. The face of a Yunning elder who was close at hand changed drastically. After a roar, he was pointed at by his finger, and his eyebrows exploded instantly. Even the Yuanying that could escape was shattered inch by inch, just like the soul power was refined into flying smoke by someone, and never existed in this world. Not good. The remaining 8 Yuanyings were all in danger, because the opponent could actually enter their island protection formation quietly and kill a Yuanying middle stage elder instantly. Even if the opponent's strength was not a god transformation, it was at the peak of the Yuanying. Everyone retreat. A middle-aged man who had discovered the arrival of the beast tide before flashed and appeared in front of him. You have a golden body and a spiritual aura. There must be a ghost living in your body. He looked at Su Yuming proudly. Tell me your origins and I will give you a quick death. You were the one who caused my frosty bone disease 10,000 years ago and I died. A delicate voice came out of Su Yuming's mouth. Su Yuming, who was hiding deep in his sea of consciousness, felt a little nauseous. You are. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You have been dead for 10,000 years, and died before my father ascended to heaven. How could you still exist in this world? My grave was sucked into the soul tomb. What? The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. Are you back for revenge? But why don't you stay in the soul tomb honestly and live forever? He suddenly started laughing. You come back now. Are you trying to give me an opportunity? Back then, the inheritance of my sea god palace was divided into 5 parts and was given to our many children by my father. I have already got the other 4 parts, but I can't find the last one. Before my father ascended to heaven, I didn't dare to look for it. Finally, I thought that it was probably given to you, because only you have my father's special physique, the sea god body, which can inherently command sea beasts and create beast tides. His face showed a somewhat hideous distortion. You came back just in time, and I happened to catch you to refine your soul. In this way, my inheritance will be complete and I can ascend directly. See Spirit God, you are still so arrogant. Now that I can come back, I am sure I can kill you. Princess Sea God looked at him calmly. Let all these innocent people around you go away. I don't want to kill innocent people, but your bloodline must be left, and these evil offspring are not allowed to survive in this world. Hey Ninger. You are going too far. You are just a soul. Even if you borrow the body of this junior, what can you do? You want to point fingers at me. Do you still think this is 10,000 years ago? Sea Spirit God pointed at her angrily. Father has so many children, but he insisted on letting you inherit everything from him. I can't sleep unless you die. Swish before he roared. He had moved everyone out and the 6th order formation was closed. He knew that he could not trap Ninger, because this 6th order formation, like an inherited spiritual weapon, could not hurt the direct blood members of their Sea God clan. At this time, all the cultivators were fighting sea beasts in the outside world. He turned his head and saw a beast controlling flag stuck in the mud thousands of feet deep on the seabed. A 5th grade magic weapon? Just throw it on the seabed like this. It seems that you think you can deal with me. Buzz. As he spoke, the Sea Spirit God had already taken the lead and struck a blow that instantly shook the sky above the million-mile island. Any nascent soul would be instantly beaten into the bloody mist. However, Ninger, who was standing opposite him, did not move at all. There was a fishbone between her eyebrows, which steadily blocked the blow. Deep-sea demon whalebone? This guy was about to enter the 7th level back then. Its natal beast bone is actually in your hands. Father is really biased. Jealousy makes people crazy, and power makes people twisted. Su Yuming stood in the sea of consciousness, feeling the collision of 2 huge momentums. The attacks of both sides were so fierce that the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Every move could instantly destroy anything in the million-mile area. Ninger is good at soul attack, relying on the soul bone to resist all means, but Su Yuming feels that the soul power in this soul bone is being refined rapidly. Can she still withstand it? Sure. The next breath, Su Yuming's face changed drastically, because the 8-leaf reincarnation grass hidden in his body was being refined rapidly. Princess Poseidon, please show mercy, I say, you woman, don't touch my soul medicine. Su Yuming was immediately anxious. This is the key to his entry into the nascent soul. The 10,000-year soul medicine of 100% nascent soul, a peerless treasure that can reincarnate even if he only has a wisp of residual soul left, was refined by her. This is the 2nd time. Well, it seems that the last time I was refining the 7-leaf one flower, I was intercepted by the old man of the 5 beasts. Why is it still so powerless this time? A magnificent palace seemed to appear between heaven and earth. Su Yuming saw countless flying cranes and birds in it, and also saw endless huge sea beasts jumping out of the water in joy. Su Yuming compared it with the Sea God Palace under his feet. This might be the Sea God Palace 10,000 years ago. 10,000 miles of sea territory map. As expected, my father has passed this unique magical power to you. On the opposite side, the sea spirit god roared shrilly and threw the sea god trident in his hand angrily. Then let me see if my 6th level treasure can kill you. Boom. Su Yuming's body escaped into the void and directly avoided the attack. On the contrary, the sea spirit god on the opposite side was instantly shattered by the magical power. The cultivators outside the formation exclaimed one after another. Heininger flashed once, and had already condensed his soul body between heaven and earth again. Looking at his headless falling body, he ignored it and escaped into the sea god trident. Ninth sister, if you want to kill me, then you will be buried with me. Anyway, you don't want my father's foundation to fall into my hands, so you can forget about it. I have mastered it for 10,000 years in my life, and you? You have been dead for 10,000 years. Ha ha ha. Boom. The self-explosion of the 6th level treasure and the self-explosion of the god of transformation. In an instant, the formation with a radius of 1,000,000 miles exploded directly. The huge sea god palace, the sea god island occupying 1,000,000 miles of sea area exploded instantly, and the entire sea of scattered cultivators was shaking violently. Su Yuming's eyes went black in an instant, and the next breath he found that the space force in his body had directly returned to zero. He didn't know how many days had passed, and he appeared on an isolated island. When he turned over and sat up, a barefoot figure in white gauze was standing on the beach not far away. It was a pity that no matter how she walked, she could not leave a footprint on it. Her breath was very weak. I'm afraid she couldn't build a foundation and could be blown away by the wind at any time. Su Yuming glanced at the rising sun in the sky, intending to block the blazing sun for her. In her current state, she couldn't block this ray of sunlight. No need to block it for me, I'll go to reincarnation. Su Yuming, right. She turned and smiled brightly at Su Yuming. I was 18 years old when I died. Before I died, my father mobilized the sea monsters to worship me and wish me to forcibly enter the realm of transformation. He wanted to prolong my life, but he was backfired and died. I'm lucky to meet such an interesting guy like you in the Soul Tomb. This is the Duangzhou Sea you mentioned, not the East China Sea. It can bring you closer to home. As she spoke, her soul's shadow could no longer be preserved and gradually dissipated in the air. Su Yuming felt a netherworld force pulling her soul power. Because of the rules of death, Su Yuming could see that when the 5 beasts ancestor walked through the door of reincarnation, he didn't dare to watch. This time, he saw Heininger walking in. I hope you can find me in the next life, she smiled at Su Yuming. When Su Yuming was stunned, he suddenly found that there was a soul bone the size of a grain of rice in his soul sea. This is a quasi 7th level deep sea demon whale's life bone. Su Yuming couldn't help but take a breath. This thing must be the reincarnation mark she left behind. When he looked up again, the other party had disappeared without a trace. Only one sentence echoed in his ears, remember, you must come to find me. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.